because I believe that this is one of the strongest timings, like the last 10 minutes and like the next 5 to 10 minutes that Gaming have in this game. As we'll have to talk about the greedy and
is your latest.
I like it.
I'm sure you'll mention that at least 2 more times this game.
I will. If the game lasts long enough.
Be a big fight. Rue.
Oh, Rue's gone.
Gets initiated on. And they're just going to leave him all like
that. Free chop. Yeah, don't worry. Let's give more armor to...
Buyback could just be the end of the game.
I mean, the moment Gaming kill any hero without buyback, Spirit's lineup just falls apart. Especially when you're down 20k gold. So Gaming, I mean, that's absolutely a big deal. As Ace running out, wants to get an Arcane Blink, can't really fault him for that.
He's showing himself though. He's so close. See if Gaming want to try to pursue. Yatoro in the area as well. Oh, this could be a big fight. Rasta up in 10 seconds. There's the nullifier. And for Yatoro, his Scotty is super close as well. Only a few hundred gold away.
I mean, I could... Yeah.
It's another minute and he'll have it.
Gaming are going to read
the spot where he will die. Or not.
Right. And he will make sure to leave a ward behind, of course, because Roche could be spawning in the next 40 seconds, but it's not. Which means he will move back into the little daytime pit.
Okay. And Ace gonna lead the way. Collapse. Not spotted yet.
The Collapse does not have buyback. If he gets called out of position and dies, this is gonna be a big deal. So we'll have to respect that.
Still 400 gold to finish this Scotty. I'm not even sure how big of a power spike that is. I mean, it's nice.
I don't think it's that big.
It's not a game changer, though, I don't think.
Yeah. No, the bigger items were absolutely both the Bloodthorn and the Nullifier, as we have a DD rune.
And the Ags for Ember.
Of course, can't forget that one. Just like the greedy enchantment on the Warlock.
The difference is I mention it every game, even when there's no Ember.
That's true. I at least speak truth. You know, I wait for it to come out. As the Croaker, why did we get
all alone for the time being? Yatoro, we're gonna put really no follow-up, just in a defensive measure, it seems.
That's
the
a golem
will be cleaned up as well. Spirit, is this an opening for them? 90 seconds of no axe.
It is. So he does have buyback, but Phantasm is still available. That was only a little Manta style from CK, where he can, of course, have a lucky draw to get a bonus illusion win on the high ground.
Okay, Phantasm from Yatoro, going to scout things out.
I do like what Gaming are doing. You want to hold the area because Ace has buyback. You cannot just fully give it up and allow Spirit to take it back.
Yeah, now these illusions being dead. A lot of the power from Yatoro gone. He's gonna still fight though. There's the buyback though instantly from Ailed. No buyback for the carry for Gaming.
I mean, Yatoro also dies without buyback there. They tried to clutch Watson out of the game, but he got the Manta off, didn't get stunned by the CK, and then Yatoro, I'm not sure if that was like the best move that, you know, that you should be going for in terms of highest percentage play, but Gaming, very, very happy with that one. Aegis, Cheese, Roche Banner, Refresher Shard as well.
Oh yeah, all the goodies. And now it's about game extending and delaying from the Spirit side. Taking fights will be that called.
Will live.
They're going to continue to pursue, though. They're going to run into Mapocha
He doesn't have
tree
TP.
line.
He's dead.
Spotted.
Not a free dunk for Ace.
I think this is technically a... No, okay.
What? Say it.
I was going to say dieback because he bought back.
He didn't. He has buyback.
Didn't he buy back, like, it must have been 7 minutes then, right?
Did he buy back
I thought
earlier?
he bought back global. Maybe he just respawned.
I feel like you just talked about that one. You said in one fight he can do this.
That's
to me, guys.
Oh, Quinn actually pops the refresher. They put the Roche banner. They well, everything on the Marcy, and Watson's dead. Right off the bat, 100 seconds. Can they get more? Quinn still has the shield rune. Will be able to blink to safety as the Exo is going to be running out shortly. All it cost him was a silencer buyback.
Who globaled? Come out. Like the hero that doesn't have... You can get bursted, like straight up. They have Nullifier, they have Corrosive Phase, lots of minus armor, and the Bloodthorn. And one of the strongest level 25 talents, not something we've talked about, double. So when Collapse get this, all these Lotus Orbs, he doesn't care about them. The haze is just going to stay straight on you.
Yeah, that's a good point. The fact that he's out-leveling Yatoro at this point is kind of crazy.
Yeah, all it takes is to get a couple of kills, especially on these high-level heroes, because Gaben, I mean, they have levels on all of them. The Ace is even level 27.
Shark being used that early is Collapse. Well, he has the BKB.
Not last,
they
though.
do have ways to cancel it, so just a matter of time. He's working on the Ags for himself as well. That'll give him a ton of tankiness.
Something like
for a bounty rune. X. It break.
He's just dead.
Destroyed, man.
That's one life.
I didn't even realize they gave the Aegis to Ace. All right, and now the TP is out. For Spirit, Age is gone.
It did make sense. Of course, because he expanded his buyback earlier for them to get that Aegis.
team would have lost 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, they would have been talking about game 2. Yatoro is top net worth now. Much more of the, I don't know if I dare call it throws, but I feel like they are definitely giving away a lot of plays, maybe a little too easy.
Talked about the late game.
Yeah.
The Marcy.
Yeah, of course. It's good old Watson's hero. Let's see. They did get level 25 talent. They're about to get Mr. Alaras. They're hitting a lot of good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Gaiman are losing a lot of power when it comes to their draft. Of course, you still have 20k gold. You have everything it takes to still make it work, but they need to get it together.
Snakes on the high ground. Now Spirit want to play. Yatoro going to force out the Blink and the Shivas. That's going to be a dead tower. Fortification comes out. Remember, for a full minute without Axe, who has been such a pivotal part of this game for Gaiman. I think this is just a set of racks completely.
It is. You absolutely
still
need
tier
Ace.
2s mid and bottom, so giving this up, you're not going to be giving up much more.
No, you need Ace to stay alive. Gaiman need to find a good way to start the fight themselves.
You have to worry about their base, though.
They will be forced back from the quadruple range creep plus the double siege wave. Because they have a lot of ways to start the fight. You have the Axe Call, you can jump in, you have the Warlock to back you up. It's been a while since we've seen a good start of the fight with an Axe Call or a Lasso. And mind you, Tofu has an Aghanims. If he finds a good start to the fight, heroes will just straight up die.
Okay, there's the Axe for collapse. Will not have buyback. So it does feel like Spirit are the team that would come back.
It's not easy to kill Collapse if he's in one of his puddles. Like, he has bonus status resistance, bonus armor, bonus HP regen. I will tell you that game, and they know that they're still ahead, but the type of pressure, it definitely creeps up on you.
Yeah, Spirit just daring them to come high ground. Yatoro still not level 25. Both Laurel and Collapse are, though. As there is the Aghanim Scepter.
Will help, of course, get a little double golem into the game. Might come out of the game.
It's actually coming up.
It's on. I like this itemization. All that Spirit need to do is if they need to find one hero and take him out of the game. And if Yatoro can do it himself, like Blink Stun, Bloodthorn, or Scouting, so.
I mean, you do have mobility with Reality Rift.
You have good move speed from Manta. Silver Edge also left uptime, move faster, keep the armlet, get the treads out.
I actually went for the neutral that gives you that extended range as well. We've seen that before. Okay.
Yeah.
As
the Ember. The game is gonna start being in their hands, really. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a respawn timer here for the Roche. Let's see, for them, they're currently controlling the middle of the map.
Yeah, Rush is already up, by the way. It was
Wait,
a
what
super
the hell?
fast spawn.
Oh.
I got a second spawn.
I was Giga blind. Smoke on smoke. those things.
Smoke on both sides. This could be the game.
That's a big rune on Laurel. He has a shield rune if he wants to go in front and body it up. But do mind you, I believe he does not have back.
Another smoke for Gaiman. Wrapping around, Yotaro does pop the smoke. Outside is still going to be spotted out, pops the BKB. Quinn gets off the exorcism, going to focus on the Rasta first. Meanwhile, Yotaro focusing the Warlock.
Laurel has no buyback.
Damage, he's dead. But Laurel being dead without buyback is huge. As Spirit now attempting to retreat, but the dispose catches Yotaro, and he's going to be caught without buyback as well. Actually, he does have it now, 100 seconds.
The killing Quinn on the side.
Quinn, completely isolated, is going to hide for the time being, but does fall after. Maposhka spotted.
High ground.
On the high ground, it's only going to work to his advantage.
No!
Attempting to TP out. Laurel not having the buyback is the biggest story. This engagement.
Okay, let's see. Tofu has not been finding the jump. Ru is kind of having his number. Yeah, he's chilling. he's got an A on this and Lotuses as well. And even when you pop his innate, he can he can use the Lotus, he can use the OD staff, maybe blink out.
Full backdoor protection, not a problem. So see if they can force out the buybacks. Of course, you're going to be regardless, so maybe you just give this up.
You have to give it.
And just like that, this game is pretty damn even.
Absolutely, it
might
is.
poke at the tier 4s a bit. See if they stick around. Shiva's your Toro does not flinch at all. BKB now for Laurel.
Looking to fourth, but they should back off soon here on Spirit.
Yeah, they're going to back up now. Let's get one of these towers.
Unhealable damage.
Yep. Will damage. taken by Gaiman's base. 7K lead now. Only with
Buyback,
all right,
which he does not need. Spirit are feeling, they're feeling good.
man. This game.
We're having some big, we're getting tier 5s, we've got refreshers on.
2 minutes.
Sorry about it.
Assault Kuros for collapse. All right, well, he started off not very far in this game, but
Okay, so let's see. Everyone basically has like their Overthrow 3.0 inventory. Like you get to choose everything that you want.
he's going Disperser.
Wait, who?
Was that Yatoro?
It's a really good late game. Like, because it's
What do you replace?
as well, especially in the late game, with all the bad rider talents. It gives you move speed as well, because you have no boots, so that's nice.
Yep.
Alright, so we're getting... Refresher is queued up on Larl. Refresher is queued up on Rue. You're gonna have Refresher on a lot of other heroes coming out this game as well, for the ones who don't already have it. These wards are gonna be very, very strong.
Pretty bad.
A very good
say.
streamer rates it very highly.
Oh, really?
George Cow. Yeah, he thinks it's
Game dependent, it could be incredible for sure.
true.
This game is trash.
Yeah, kind of true. Your illusions are pretty... worthless. I mean, could help you with the map push.
Impossible.
We're getting 2.
Okay.
Also,
On
if,
each side?
I think 2 and 1. We're getting 3 total.
All right, so I think the way I've learned is stay alive for 20 seconds. Okay.
A book of the day. I guess.
Definitely.
Worse. Take the Regalia,
they
brother.
always take the Regalia.
Take the Regalia.
That is what I found from pro players. Okay, that's Slardar.
That's one. He did it.
Dying.
That's he got Singe again.
Oh yeah.
13 AoE bonus armor in late game.
Nice. That is nice. It was the divine. Well, not basically. Literally, his neutral breaks.
Yeah.
Until I think it's 10 minutes down the road where he can make a new one.
All right, let's see what gaming can get. The helm is, I think it's a double plus tier.
S double plus,
That's
yeah.
definitely a S double plus.
This one, I mean, the 2-second BKB feels feels very underwhelming for a tier 5. I don't know how you feel.
The one way I feel like it's a slightly better is because he has Refresher. So it refreshes that you can get
true.
2. But yeah, I still feel like it's not the best.
Spotted.
Uh-oh.
They're going to pursue. Overwhelming blink. It's at level. They only have
2. They need more tier 5s, guys.
Into the pit. Spirit goes potentially. They make arrows not happy.
Well, game delay. As Quinn snatches the arcade rune. This guy on bat is
Book
probably
of the Dead
pretty good.
He goes for. Interesting.
Okay.
Not a great building hitter anymore as Spirit hiding in Gaiman's base as Rue going for the Serpent play. Gets one down.
That's your tier 4 dying.
Tier 4 dropping. It's close.
That's a big deal. It's going to allow Spirit to take over the map.
The crush on top of Ace. The first global sign has come. Lotus applied the nullifier on top of it. He's going to get hexed off of that. He's dead. He is absolutely dead. 100 seconds with the buyback. Those the chaotic offering now onto the BKB collapse, trying to pursue further. He's so tanky though, able to sprint away as the Searing Chains will hold everybody on Gaiman's side in place. Buyback already expended from Ace, looking for a fight, but if you're Spirit, you wait out this Exo and force out the Rusher usage.
Let's see what Gaming can get done here. I feel like Spirit are doing a lot of good things when it comes to the map. You go top, you drop wards, and then you attack somewhere else. Can they get Roach?
Half health here. Do Spirit even want to contest? They're kind of far away.
Lar giving this
is going to show there. They get that Hex. Roach is taken out on the sideline from Rue outside of the pit as the first to fall is the Marcy along with the Warlock to follow. 2 dead for Gaiman. The Aegis still intact, of course, as Quinn pops that garbage BKB as the Helm of the Dying. The green heroes are all these down into the pit as Tofu gets destroyed by Laurel. Aegis is already gone. Toro with all the illusions. Let's get in time. Dead. Burst dead to the ground. And now the Warlock is going to drop as well. Dive back, Mr. Melody.
Team Spirit. This is his first massive marquee and question of being the clutch game. It was all his pre-hexes on Tofu that led to this. It was his Serpent Wards on the throne that led to the fight that basically led to the downfall of Game and Gladiator. So it's really nice to see him integrating into the exact style that Spirit is able to, TIs and EWCs with.
And Spirit be so exhausting. You play so well in the early game, you outdraft them because this was so long in that game. They had no damage. It took them to somehow clutch a few pickoffs, get to the late game where they could get the nullifier, get the Scotty, be able to kill through all of this. And that's when these, big clutch pickoffs were coming through. But before that, game where I just get guard once or twice, and Spirit, with all of their experience, are suddenly smoking up and finding more picks. They're taking them up. They're finding you in places that you don't think you'd play.
I just can't imagine this won't be a morale killer for Gladiators, because what they did in the early and mid game was so powerful. They grouped, they took mid tower, they got the Helm of the Dominator, which allowed them to apply pressure on the map successfully with the Troll Warlord creep. He used it to jump off of it to get those triple hits. So he's basically farming with his ulti with the Helm that's always available. He's going from camp to camp faster because he can move it between camp and basically leap between like an anti-mage. And then they just put all this pressure on the map. They get a 2 racks, and then all of a sudden they just start losing fights. It must feel like we won the game, but Team Spirit did their thing.
Yeah, this is where I would always go back to the support staff of the team, because you are completely right. Not only was Gaiman playing the early game flawlessly, they also did something that was completely new, completely fresh. We was completely shocked, and it was working. Their experiment was a success, but unfortunately, they're playing against the single greatest comeback team in the history of the game.
Wow, I'm still.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators. I will say though, it's very fortunate for us because this was so close, and I actually think that for Gaming Gladiators, this was also some experience they needed to be reminded of. Because it is very easy to forget how dominant Team Spirit can be in the later stage of the game, and at least this is not the game they go out on, Well,
yeah, that's the thing. In this tournament bracket, you get a single humbling. That's it.
This is it. For Gaming, they gotta step up.
Yeah, and I suppose the argument is it's probably going to happen in a Spirit series anyway at some point. It's the most likely to happen there. So if they can get it together and win out the series, it bodes well for the rest of the tournament. But after that, it would take it's going to take quite the speech, I think, to recover from that.
Yeah, I would imagine that they got what it takes to recover, though. They did do very well at the start, but then there was a little bit of a turnaround, Effie. I believe you got something to show us for that one.
Yeah, I mean, if we can pull the clip up here, we're going to see kind of the beginning of the end for Gaming Gladiators. What you don't see here is that basically Ace was kind of unkillable the entire game, but at that point, that's when they hit their nullifier timing. Then they get the blink with the nullifier, and they manage to burst on the axe that so many times before they at all. I believe we're going to see the same thing happen here. A minute later, that nullifier timing, it's going to come in clutch. We're going to see a triple chain from Laurel here into the follow-up instantly by Team Spirit, into boom, bam, Mercy's dead. That's how quickly the damage was being dealt in that late game, and that is ultimately what took Spirit to victory.
It's very hard to counterplay that. I was trying to think, okay, what do you do? Eon Disc, I guess, but then you're also playing into Nullifier. I mean, it all comes together for us where we get to see that that's why they had no auras in the draft. They did go for a Vlad's on Maposhka, by the way. He did go for a casual Vlad, so they kind of had auras. But it's because they were confident playing around that burst. Now, if I was on Team Spirit, I would say, guys, is there a way we could do we have to go to 70 minutes for our strategy to come together? But if it works, it works.
I don't think they're happy with that one for sure. They are definitely taking lessons away from that draft because that was a very small window of opportunity for victory.
Yeah. I would say both teams take lessons away, but I do want to talk about those lessons. Purge, which team do you want to break down? Which of the two teams? Because both in a way lost and both in a way won in this first game.
I mean, we got to see the benefits of the slow Slardar plus CK in the late game scenarios that gave them those opportunities to actually burst the enemy heroes within 2 to 3 seconds. That was a benefit. The downside was that their laning stage didn't go so good. And if their laning stage goes bad and you get put in that position, you don't really want to be there either. So yeah, I feel conflicted in my head because, okay, they had the heroes that they needed to do Team Spirit stuff, but they also, like Gaming Gladiators, have a firm advantage. Even in the case of some of their fights going well, Gaming Gladiators still had like a 3 to 5k advantage really early. Axe had a stupidly fast Blink Blade Mail Vanguard as well. So, and they got Crimson Guard, which basically meant that they just can't fight anymore because Crimson hard counters minus armor strats. So they could do this again, the Slardar, if they want to, but they need their lanes to go better.
Yeah.
That way the Crimson Guard timing gets delayed, and then they actually have a chance to fight in the mid game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're looking at that and thinking, wow, great draft by us. That is not happening. They ran into damage issues. That was the problem that game. It was very hard to put the Slardar on CK's lane in those first 15 minutes. They have to play separate parts of the map. Slardar is playing for his timings, so is CK. There was this one moment where we saw Axe being chased for 15 seconds. I kid you not. Minute 9, it took 4 heroes 15 seconds to kill Axe. And that really did feel like the story of the game. So my issue is that just find some ways to account for damage in that early game, because if you're looking at Ember Spirit, for example, he plays on chains. He needs follow-up damage from his supports usually. Like usually his typical combos are like a Mirana Arrow or, you know, something like a Sky with all of that magic damage. That didn't exist. His support duo was Silencer and Shaman. They don't give him damage.
I'm going to say something kind of vague here, but I feel like this is just the nature of Dota, where there are these little things that can happen in the laning phase where, like, you lose a trade. Because of that, you don't get, like, a D-ward on a camp. Enemy support gets a pull, something like that. I don't see, in terms of the draft, that these lanes are, like, totally awful for Spirit. There's no reason they should have been devastated so hard in the early game. Like, there probably was some situation like that where there are these little micro things that, like, they can go back into the replay and winning, which is great, right? They can look back at the replay and say, okay, we screwed up early. Like, I don't see this as the type of team to make the same mistakes in a second game. So if this game was hard for Gaiman, I see the next one being even harder because Spirit is more than capable of making those little adjustments.
They are going to judge. This time that the teams are getting right now is incredibly important because this is when the coaches will have, like, this is the only time the coaches will have to try and get the teams on the right track for the next game. And speaking of coaches, I think it's about time we learn a little bit more about them and one in particular in getting to know CY.
I'm here with Coach CY from Gaming Gladiators behind the scenes. CY, how are you feeling about coming into this Esports World Cup? Are you confident?
I'm pretty confident, like especially after our group stage. I think it's been going pretty well in scrim. So, and yeah, it's nice to play a tournament again.
Absolutely. And what's the vibe like here at the Boulevard?
Vibes are pretty good. It's pretty warm, you know, but like we're staying cold anyways.
Perfect. And are you? What's a good sellout question? What are your opinions on the club championship? Do you think Gaiman stand a chance?
I have no idea. I don't know how it works. I mean, I just know that we are trying to win it for Dota team, of course, like as always. But like, I have no idea about the points.
Perfect. All right. What do you think about the meta then? Do you think that the heroes are going to remain the same in the playoffs, or do you think people have more up their sleeves?
I think people have more up their sleeves. I think we're starting to see the effects of like no pro tracker being like available, and people kind of have to come up with their own stuff. Like teams are diversing a bit into their own like little ideas and like lanes and stuff like that. So I think we're going to see new stuff for sure.
And who do you think has the most up their sleeve? Who's cooking the most?
I think our kitchen has been burning a little bit, so I think we might have something. Let's see.
All right, awesome stuff. And finally, how big would it be for you guys to win this event and take home that prize money?
Would be nice, not gonna lie. Would be nice.
All right, defending champions, Gaming Gladiators, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cool.
It would, of course, be quite epic if the defending champion can win 2 times in a row. That would be insanely good. But I do... Actually, Cengiz, you predicted that Gaiman would win this series quite easily.
Yeah, I did. And I want to go ahead and do a formal apology out to Dr. Sulman Al Habib, as well as to Team Spirit. I was wrong. I will be going to the doctors after this. I love how CY says... oh yeah, there's going to be some crazy picks coming out. It's like, brother, you just picked Carrie Marcy with the Dominator. It's like, I can understand why he's saying that. It's like this guy is cooking.
That was so cool, though.
It was cool. Maybe next time around it will work, but will he do it 2 times around? We're going to find out game 2 after break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be living in
chopping block because it was Team Spirit taking that first game in typical Team Spirit fashion. So you could say that yes, Gaming almost won. And there's a lot for Team Spirit to learn from that game one because they almost lost. But at the end of the day, it was Team Spirit and their late game prowess that was able to push through and get that first game under their belt. And that puts Gaming in a very tough spot. For this game too, we're going to have Spirit on the Dire side this time around, Gaming on the Radiant side. And we have...
You know Napoleon Bonaparte?
Sure.
And then instead of putting him in jail,
yeah,
he got exiled.
Yeah, on an island.
Did an even worse war. And here's where I'm going with this. Okay, Team Spirit. You talk about the defending champions, Gaming. Who won it the year before? Spirit is Napoleon Bonaparte. They're back. They've been exiled.
But no.
They're put on an island.
Which island?
And they want the throne back, Shiver.
Oh.
And that is clear to me today. And Gaming needs to show more respect to Napoleon Bonaparte.
Quite the analogy.
I don't know if I like this analogy.
No, I don't like it either. I thought Napoleon wasn't a very friendly dude, and to be honest, have you seen the faces of Team Spirit? They're very friendly dudes.
Right, they're like anime protagonists.
Maposhka is the Napoleon Bonaparte of Dota.
Even if he's not Team Spirit, they went for the Monkey King this time around. The Bat Rider was beaten, but did get banned, just like the Queen of Pain and Nature's Prophet. And other than that, we don't have many surprises in terms of the banning side. It is Puck that gets traded for the Monkey King.
Didn't necessarily have an idea against it. They just thought that maybe they could pick Silencer, win the lane against it, and that would go differently. And they changed their minds. I mean, this hero is so high win rate for a reason. And I believe that was the second game at EWC that it's lost. Why in that early game I'm taking the runes. And then when there was Lasso, there was no counter play.
I'd almost say that it won last game too. And brain, I'm like, they kind of on paper they lost it.
Yeah, it was a bit much. You know the crazy thing is with these two picks coming out is that like just a few months ago we would say, did they pick Puck into Monkey King? That's insane. Like you would pick Monkey King to hard counter Puck in the mid lane, but this is one of those like particularly as well as some other nerfs has been nerfed, so you're not able to just get a full Jingu stack and heal the full from the creep wave.
I really love Curveball. I think it's allowed Pucks to be a lot more expressive in how they play the hero, and it looks like more of a high-skilled hero than it used to be, because now you can do cool little tricks with your orb. In the past, when you'd use orb to get a last hit, that's when people would initiate their gank.
Tofu, by the way, he does play it, but I went for Curveball for the first time like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I get it. I get it. Because it makes your orb last longer, too.
Yeah.
So it is just strictly better to jump to it. Yeah, so you can then orbit backwards, and depending on what happens in the fight, you can choose to disengage or to stay there, and you like couldn't do that before.
So you don't have to be on top of them to orb to safety. You could be close to them, orb through them, the orb comes back, you jump to a retreat position. So
there's so many options.
More, it looks like somebody was playing jazz instead of just like playing the music. It's a lot more.
And I've been trying to. I think there are two good supports while Bane gets banned. There is Bane and Shaman. They can only have their pick of one, so they take the Bane. But there are really popular counters to Puck in the. And while yes, because I've seen a couple of games where people picked Puck after Monkey King and they regretted it. I think this is the one team though that can get away with it, because when it comes to skill-based matchups, Quinn has mastered them all. So he can hide that. Sometimes we've seen people counter mind as picking, it was actually Spirit that picked Ember Spirit into Extreme Gaming's Shadow Fiend. And then they just flex Shadow Fiend mid and they beat him up.
And my skepticism comes from Quinn. Could look at a lot of his pubs. He's probably been playing a lot of Puck and putting in the reps for Curveball, because it is weird. For the first few times, and then you get the hang of it.
If the other one is the wing, hypothetically.
Yep.
That's like one upside.
Yeah. Force movement. Decent against Monkey King.
Mechanics, if you are someone like No One and Quinn, we've seen them win Puck matchups that should be lost. So it's understood, but the Shaman comes out, like you get the instant hex versus the Puck. Maybe Gaiman thought that by picking Muerta, they'd have an answer to the shaman that was going to inevitably come out, you can just drop the
Yes.
calling on his shackles, and he can't really comfortably cast spells or hold.
And it's cool with Puck as well. I mean, you could dead shot break coil hypothetically, and you can also put the calling where the dream coil is. So if they're forced in that position, here's another great thing to add to that is as a macro pyre and some AoE spells. Jakiro has not been popular for quite a bit here, but having some like range stun that he can play behind his teammates.
That wasn't the issue. I mean, I don't think that was the issue either. They probably should have just ended that game. Warlock and Shaman, it doesn't, like, those heroes don't defend themselves against Marcy, especially if she's going to play with the Helm Dom again.
And you could also escape from like Wukong's command. You could initiate on Monkey, find him in trees, potentially with the jump. It looks alright, right?
Well, a little bit more team fight coming the way from Team Spirit this game around versus last game with the Warlock and the Tidehunter now as well, as we are
coming out of Monkey King. Last game, all they had was physical, but they also just didn't have the early game aggression. But also, you have Tidehunter in lane versus Marcy. If Collapse has a read that Tide just lanes easily into Marcy, that
and run Marcy as for here. Monkey King matchup into Muerta is terrible for Monkey King. You walk in physically immune, tons of magic damage, scaling against Monkey who gets armor in the ult. You can dead shot him out of the ult. It owns a lot of tournaments. People picking Muerta in general against Tide because the ground target is silence. Of course, you can't crack and shell that. So, and of course, Tofu can play Marcy. Like, this was a 4 other than this game.
overall last pick. So this is a question that even Team Spirit is not going to have an answer to until they have already picked.
Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Normally, if you're playing Kara Muerta, you're a little bit more worried about not having much mode on your hero, but the rest of the heroes on Spirit, with the exception of Monkey, can control themselves. So it might pass them.
Yeah, surely they're considering it as an option on Spirit, though. Like, there's do this in the draft, so perhaps they pick to account for it.
Does anyone else feel the Toro troll coming out here? I feel like every playoff series, one part has to.
It doesn't look too bad.
Because you're blind picking your carry.
If they
right?
troll,
Yeah.
there's a 0% chance you can run carry Marcy. It's just so, it would be Muerta. Like, Muerta versus Troll is devastation of the highest degree for Troll.
For the troll, yeah.
You could also play Lifestealer and then Infest if it is a carry Muerta. You could think about that build in terms of countering her.
Well, for Team Spirit, they do only ban offliners for the moment, so there don't seem to be any worried about.
But I think it's slightly indicative of them worrying about Marcy Flex if they ban a Darkseer, though. Because then it could be Darkseer 3.
Marcy. I feel like Marcy 4 loves playing with any of these heroes that just want to be on top of you.
Oh, there's the TA.
TA makes it all the way through.
Okay,
Was
now-
first phase ban previously
now-
by Spirit themselves.
I'm sure you're supposed to just put Jakiro against TA, Marcy as the 5, Muerta carry, and then pick an offlaner here that like dumpsters TA with a Jakiro.
Sounds decent. Damage over time. However,
Like Underlord?
Warlock paired with it is going to offset a lot of that.
I agree. I think if you're putting your Jakiro 4 just to shut down TA and she's playing with a Warlock, it might not do the trick, and then you just have a Jakiro 4 who's going to be slower to runes and slower to
Get behind, then the monkey's going to start punishing you.
Well, Gaiman has a pretty luxurious position. They have still over a minute left to think about their choice.
thing. What can you do if you're gaming?
Classic.
No, it is It's cool though, because conceptually, to tie TA, you got the minus armor. For like a heavy burst physical damage carry, but what happens with a tide?
That would be like the other option for who has a 4D or who has a 3D want to play with Marcy potentially. I'm really banking on this narrative. It feels like against TA especially, all physical damage. Like Muerta should own this. It's just a question to me is playing it.
Oh, Savage back up.
What's in Marcy, by the way?
Yeah, their disable outside of Shadow Shaman is not strong. It's not like chain stunning is going to be super easy. So Brewmaster getting split off is even against the other heroes. The missed chances can be good. So him plus auras, I think, makes a lot of sense, and it gives us some anti-team fight. Throw somebody in the air, AoE dispel the fatal bonds. Like it's a good brew pick for sure.
I mean, Brew Muerta is a very strong lane as well. That's definitely a kill lane. If Warlock steps like a little bit out of position, there can be feed central and ports, and then pressure the cores after they've gotten a couple of kills on the subs.
So a strong teamfight lineup and also an aura carrying lineup. So they want to bide the time for the Brew Radiance and play off of that and hopefully not give too much away because that Radiance timing will be strong for them.
We're in a really good position. We like did very well in lanes. I think the drive was like good overall. So I think it was just our game, and it just happens sometimes you throw the game or like you make some mistakes and you mess up, but it's okay. You just go next game.
All right. Any conversation about flexing the Muerta and the Marcy, or were you always like, this Marcy's our carry?
There was conversations about that, but like in the end we just ended up doing
Game 3 as we jump into Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit game number 2.
Greetings! Gaming versus Spirit, game 2 of this best of 3 elimination series, because remember, it's single elimination, Kazu.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a big one. I will say I like what I heard here in the interview from CY because I agree. Like, they did good in the first game. I mean, they did throw it away. Spirit had their number, got some pickups here. I think they ruined some of their own timings on game side. So it's good that they stick to similar stuff, but I will say I preferred their draft in game 1 compared to this. I feel like this time around, I would say that Spirit have the upper hand. I really like the Tide in this game, especially laning into the Marcy Jakiro. You have like the Kraken Shell, it blocks twice against the Jakiro. First of all, Marcy not the highest damage hero, so if they can get through the lane there, I feel like Spirit have an incredible start.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Analysis. Just incredible.
Thank you. Can I have some of your dispel the golem, like deal a lot of damage, you can take off the fatal bonds, you lane well, and you're good against the TA in the game, you buy Radiance, which is great. Simply though, TA hates to be collapsed on. Brewmaster as a hero makes it very easy when you have split, you take over the lane, people can come to you, and it gives them the team fight, it gives them, you know, it gives Ace the freedom to buy the items that he wants, so he should be very happy on the Brewmaster in this game.
How much damage does the Dispel do to the Golem?
It should be, usually summon, it's like 400 base and then like 2 or 2.5. golems. I think it should be like 800 or 1K.
Yeah, that's
Which
it is, absolutely.
to see early on, I would say that Collapse should struggle in the lane because you need to get level 3. You get level 3 with a 0-2-1 build, 2 levels in the Kraken Shell, and then you should be kind of chilling.
A lot of denies there too.
Yeah, the one problem I see, and that's one of the big upsides that Gaiman had last game, is that you had DP mid on Quinn against the Ember. This time around, you have Monkey King versus Puck, and Larl, he's dumpstering Quinn right now. 10-5 to 1-1.
Oh wow, that's actually absurd. I didn't realize that. He's spotted by Malady. The other 8, kind of a weird laning stage to start things out, but you're right. This middle lane, 10-5 versus, well, now it's 5-1, so a little bit closer than it was.
It is a very...
I mean, how big a favor should Monkey King have?
And Monkey King is definitely... We'll see how it goes throughout the next levels, because it is an incredible... Like, it's a skill matchup, like, straight up. You need to do good things on the Pog, you need to not give him 20 jingles, you need to curveball nicely, get your runes and whatnot, because, yeah. Monkey, he's definitely favored like 60-40, maybe even 65-35.
From miles away.
As Rue is doing some chilling.
Yeah, interesting.
We have a water rune trade in the mid. Looks like Malady also. I kind of like that he went for the fastest while you deal more right-click damage, so you don't have the secondary ice path later, but Gaiman, they are a team. They want to do other lanes. Take it further, use this lead, open up the map. So
I'm going to try to take you seriously, but I genuinely want to know, what do they see in the Marcy carry? Like, how is it good this game versus last game?
And what did they do? I mean, when you play Rasa, you hate playing against heroes that want to like go in and stay on top of you. I think Marcy absolutely can do that. But I think most importantly for them, they want to play the pace of tempo. So I think it's more about the archetype of the hero. Whereas you can see that Collapse, he already doesn't care about...
Malady literally does no damage.
Yeah. And this is why, first of all, I like this matchup, but also what they're doing. Like the XP management, Rue can say level 1. All you need in this lane is for Collapse to get this timing, and he should be fine. Like, he should not get pressured.
Yeah. Does that mean you can just leave him?
It means you can stack, you can play for the 4-minute water rune.
Dual breath to follow.
Kraken Shell activate.
Kraken Shell. They're going to try to turn this around a bit onto Watson. Yeah, not much needed. As Collapse still healthy on the HP department.
As if Watson goes, like, there are ways you can like overcome the tank. It's like maybe Orb of Roche, but it's Marcy's plating. You go like he's gonna go for the Helm, which means he will free farm, but so will Collapse as well, which like we talked about gives Rue some space. And now look at the 4-minute water rune. You have Lar already, who's on the top rune. You have Rue on the bottom, so Quinn, no refill for you, my little brother bear.
That's true. Having the luxury of being able to just leave an off-laner to his own devices in 1v2 and just not be scared of dying.
The dream of a +4 player.
Indeed, and he's also farming. I mean, Collapse did extremely well in the late game, in game number 1, but we saw that his laning stage and I mean, really the first 30 minutes of the game had basically nothing. So having a tie that's off to a good start, you can get some stacks for him, could really catapult Collapse here in this game.
I will still say, even with the laning stage, I think Gaiman will they have the upper hand when it comes to early moves. You have still a very good lane with the Brew Morata. Tofu very good on this hero. We don't see it as often, but still very, very good. And when they have Brew Split, it's not that easy for Spirit to like kind of answer it.
All right, attempt number 3 onto Collapse. Dispose with the dual breath. Try to turn this around with the Gush into the anchor smash. Boston uses the rebound, but Malady gonna take the blood grenade to the back of the head. It looks like he will get away as a dual breath again, this time onto Rue. Malady is gonna get first blooded though, as Rue follows suit shortly after. Definite favor for Spirit, although Collapse in a bit of trouble. Now we'll pop the Lotus and the anchor smash, and that means Watson can do literally nothing.
So 1-for-1 trade. Collapse, actually, he did have the opportunity to Lotus Rue, but I guess he doesn't care about his +4 because he could have saved him. Let's see, Quinn definitely, he did get some comeback in the mid lane, but still not great. Need to remember that his 4-minute water rune got stolen.
Yeah.
Rue is around, but Quinn sees it.
Yes, he does. Meanwhile, the calling
That's
place.
a good move.
Nice silence on Yotaro, gets put back into place as well, thanks to the dead shot. So that is a huge
left. So you use this timing, you get your Toro before he's ready with a little 3-versus-1 play. Let's see, 6-minute rune. I don't think Gaming can contest this. You need to play for a 50-50 here.
And it will be top illusions. Not anything crazy.
No, not really. We'll have to see if Spirit want to make an aggressive move on the Wisdom Shrine. So like TA doesn't help you contest it like with her own body, but she helps you push in the lane. So we'll see if like do they want to bring Larl over with his ult to like make a move there. We'll have to see, because it is an option.
Larl level 6 right now. Coil about to be ready for Quinn. Another creeper too.
He will have it, and he did spot it also. Of course, he sees how you're strafing on the Monkey King, which is why I like Gaiman's like positioning on the supports. They're trying to like body this Monkey King, so you at least spot him as Ace. Only level 5.
Yeah, Rue trying to close the distance, gets the Hex into the Shackle, and there's the Wukong's command coming out of Larl. A lot of damage, and that should be the kill of Ace. Indeed it is. Yatoro gets the last hit.
He didn't get Cinder Brew off. With all this evasion, he could have maybe lived, but nice stun locking there from Spirit. It will be a 1-for-1 Wisdom Shrine trade, as Rue does TP into the bottom lane. To be fair, he deserves it. He's given his entire early game to his offlaner.
Yeah, like, indeed. And collapse. I mean, what's the itemization this game? Is this a pipe game?
This should be a pipe game.
This is a Vlad's first, I assume, is collapse. Getting gone on now as Watson does hit level 6. The Kraken Shell activated, and TPs are coming. Rue in the vicinity as well. Has the Shackle, and Collapse will live as a result. They're going to try to turn this around, and they will be able to get him as Collapse actually gets the Ravage off first, and actually the Rasta lives thanks to the Innate, and Watson now left all alone as the Golem even placed by Miposhka brings down the carry for Gaiman. They get nothing.
This is so many bad news, as they are trying to go on Yatoro, who is playing around in the tower. Oh, you try to go for the kill, but
that foul play Innate is insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You pop the Kraken Shell. Marcy deals like so little damage. You can anchor smash him as well. They turn around with the Fatal Bond's Ravage. Because of the first kill, Miposhka gets another charge on the Grimoire. He eats it, uses the Golem, and then they also kill Marcy. And now your snowballing carry has lost her safe lane tier 1.
All right, well, Miposhka is going to pay the price. It was well worth it, though, as he's also going to get the tower, thanks to the Golem.
Well, Watson will be happy about the trade kill at least, because that's much needed. Labs. Looks like it's just going to be a Vlad's. I would like a pipe a lot in this game. Like, if you look at Gaiman's draft, what they need to do in the mid-game is to, like, go on you, have the split running, kill you within the split and, like, within the Marcy ult. But if you can just stand your ground with Anchor Smash, you have a pipe, you have the Golem, you have the Monkey Ring, it will absolutely break Gaiman's draft.
They're going to try to get right on top of Quinn. They have the perma-hex. Oh, no. The silence comes out just in time onto Rue. The calling placement, very good for Tofu, saves Quinn.
Absolutely necessary here. It is a very annoying matchup for Rue on the roster. Did hear them also talk about it. Of course, you have two separate ways of canceling those shackles and ruining his combo. Watson's net worth is still very, very high. Like, especially with what happened. He did get that 1 kill on Miposhka, which helped a lot. And his Dominator. Yeah, like, I'm paying close attention to him. He farms really fast on his Marcy. Just rebound around. You get your little charges on the Unleash after bouncing around. It's good.
Yep, level 8 right now. What was his itemization last game again?
It was Dom, Armlet, Dom, Phase Boots, Armlet, BKB, Basher.
And then Basher, yeah.
See, Active Rune coming up here on the minute 10 mark. They do have a split available on Gaiman, so you have a lot of your spells that are coming up. It's probably nice if you can take over the enemy safe lane tier 1, but I mean, I talk about Spirit's map movement a lot, but I love how they have their heroes positioned on the map right now. Putting your Tide in this top tier 1 means that Gaiman can't really take over this lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ace move to mid to kind of attack here. But the thing is that Collapse, he didn't TP top, he gated, so he has his TP available again to also protect.
Is Quinn shadowed by a couple of supports at the moment. Ace is now starting to work on his Radiance, already has the Talisman and 500 into the eventual Sacred Relic, so not too bad in terms of farm overall. I mean, really, it's Quinn that struggled a bit with that laning start against the Monkey King, but
he did get through it.
Super far away. His Collapse is the one they find. Coil is there. Laurel's gonna be able to get the Wukong's command and the double Boundless Strike. They're gonna delete the Jakiro. Tofu is next as well. And Ace does get off the Primal Split as Quinn was being pursued initially. The Primal Split Brewlings are already pretty low. So you see Watson to the north. Quinn gonna get gone on Boundless Strike, deletes him. My goodness, the minus armor from that Gush was enough. So 3 dead for Gaimin as Spirit off to an extremely good start, and now they can pressure this tier 1 top.
Yeah, they are, at least when it comes to this early game, they are in trouble, because this is not where you want to be with your draft. Yeah, I will say this is a nasty Tidehunter game, as Ace taking some pressure. So this is a secondary tier 1 that you are losing. Wherever you go, if Collapse is there, I don't think you can do anything.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is bad.
If he can take this decent stack to be able to take with the team.
Are they sure they can fight this?
Yeah, Quinn might want to fight. Gets the Waning Rip. Doesn't have the coil to use. It's Collapse, again, just all alone. Has the Kraken Shell available to activate if need be. He's at half health right now. Continue to anchor smash with all these melee targets. Attempted TP calling, but the Ice Path does cancel. Looks activate the Kraken. Get the watermelon.
No, much needed kill. It's absolutely good. I wasn't sure if they could do it, but it's absolutely good that they do. Because that is a lot of gold and XP. Just making sure that Collapse is out of the game for a bit, and you get to protect your triangle.
Now pressuring the tier 1 is, I mean, Gaimin right now walking around as 4. Rue actually somehow avoids being seen in the trees.
Yeah, he would kind of like to get his level 6. He's very close to it on the roster. But Yatoro hasn't really been pressured yet. And whenever Bruce Split is on cooldown, I wouldn't say he has a free game, but it becomes a lot easier for him to maneuver around. Because they have teamfight for days on the Spirit side. Like, if you go on them and you don't immediately like kill one, there's a Golem, there's a Ravage, there's a Monkey Ring. So you have to be very careful if you're gaming here.
Yeah, mid lane, Coil was expended. And nice dead shot to bring Laurel back into the fray. So Gaimin get a very valuable kill and a tier 1 tower to boot.
Yeah, this is big. This is probably, this is the easiest core they can kill with Laurel. You just get the coil on him and other stuff, and killing this mid tier 1, absolutely big. It's gonna open up the map for them. Let's see, 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. I don't know if you can really invade if you're Gaimin. They might toy around with the idea. I think Ace will be very happy to just continue farming his Radiance.
Yep, as looking at Collapse, does have the Vlads, and it will be the Pipe. So nothing too crazy, but I mean, looking at their lineup, other than the Marcy, it's all magic.
Yep. And then, if you just anchor smash the Marcy, he loses so much damage as well, so they could deal with the entire draft game.
And it's a really good shard game.
Oh yeah.
Dead in the water.
Anchor.
Yeah, dead in the water.
It's so strong.
He gets dead in the water.
Yeah, dead in the water. It will come out later.
Miposhka in the cover of the smoke as the 14-minute shrines will be traded.
Very deep ward, but I mean, this one will nearly never get dewarded. I don't know how you find this one, especially when placed out of smoke. But let's see, because for Gaimin, they will having on this radius where I don't think Spirit, they're going to have a little bit of fight into it, because until you have the pipe, obviously this radiance will do a lot to you. Also, like the mischance against Monkey and TA. So I will say that when this comes out, Gaimin should look to be very aggressive.
There's Yatoro. Actually coupled up with Laurel at the moment. He's only 100 away from finishing Deso, which is going to be a big power spike for him.
Yeah, it looks like they want to make sure that if, in case there's a smoke popped or some pressure on Yatoro, that they're around. Because, yeah, they're here with many people. Watson has to be quite careful.
Wukongs will be started out with the Golem. Actually does get the rebound off. That looked really weird.
He barely got that off. I mean, the Golem, of course, has a bit of time before the stun kicks in, so Watson does make it out. Which is big. That's Wukong's and Golem expanded here.
Yeah. See if Gaimin try to fight as a result of this. Defusal was the choice, by the way, for Laurel, so we'll be getting that into the shard to give him extra mobility.
Yeah, it's very good. He just has to...
Collapse runs into Ace. If they can get Ace, this would be pretty big. He's 2,900 into the Sacred Relic. They force out the Primal Split, and he'll get away as a result.
Okay, so just, you know, trading some stuff here and there. Sure, you do TP top, but you do get the Bruce Split out of Ace. So both teams did have to use some of their ults.
Koshka showing himself. There's Rue.
Yeah, they're not going to do too much here. I think they're just annoying. One of the things that Spirit are super good at is, like, ever since the gates got introduced, mid lane, like, the control of mid lane doesn't matter as much You want to control the two side lanes, because if you control them, you can gate from one side to the other. And they're really good in terms of pairs that they play with. But at least Quinn, with the mid control, did get himself the Arcane Rune.
And Collapse just a ring away from finishing that pipe. Tofu spotted out, diffused. As the tier 1 tower will likely die.
Yeah, they don't
Collapses.
They don't have splits. You have to give it up.
Front and personal. So Armlet picked up by Watson, and there is the Radiance. So big power spike. It's a side of game.
It's a really good game because you see a lot of back and forth. You bait out the split, it immediately allows you to take the mid tower. Now that Radiance is up on Brew and you have Deso on TA, it's going to be a lot about the next fight and also Roche. But I feel like if you're Spirit, you would be happy to delay this until you finish the pipe. Whereas if you're Gaming, you want to push this fight onto Spirit, force him into it before the pipe is ready. Especially knowing that you now see that Yatoro TP'd into his own off lane.
Yeah, Watson going to take some Ancients, though, instead for the time being. Let's see if they smoke after the fact.
Looks like they want to deal with the map first.
So Quinn on the puck. I mean, not a huge surprise in terms of itemization. Witchblade into an eventual
it's
Blink
the standard.
Dagger.
The problem, like they are running into a couple of problems because this TA with Blink, it's not easy to catch Yatoro unless you coil him and his refraction is up. I don't really see him getting caught unless you have a good way around. Quite annoying. You have a Pavis as well, the post tankiness. So I want to see how Gaming go about. Maybe they just want to chill, try to get to this Atos, and then like take a nice fight together. But I do feel like they are very strong right now.
Ice Path just connects on Mapochka. They're going to use Coil as well as the macro pop. The Essence Ring will fall as Rue attempting to help out. He's going to be able to live.
Look at
Monkey King is he's just stuck getting perpetually silenced. On the trees he goes.
He got lucky they didn't see him. He was just dead. And all right, so they do get a kill, and now they're smoking. The problem for them, they don't know yet that he has Blink, unless they're clicking on him about right now. So not the easiest catch.
He is going for the creeps as Watson. Rebound is avoided.
To him.
Onto the high ground. They pop the dust thinking that he might be in that area. He's in the tree line. Tofu. He's not going to be able to find out. In the trees, the fog of war, too strong. This doesn't have the sentry in place. The sentry is so close as well. Is they going to find the Hex? No, this is a Brewmaster with a shield room now, as it looks like Rue will be the sacrifice. Collapse going to run through the call and get silenced. Yes, he is. Still melded up. Will blink after the fact. It's kind of a weird engagement overall.
It's very... I like that the Ace, at least, he's like just chatting up. You have 4-man shield, you have Radiance, you have Shield Rune. But yeah, like the last 50 seconds of Yatoro was hilarious.
And they're sticking around, though. The Ross is up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it is the good old Torment time in 30 seconds, so controlling this bottom half of the map right now is very good for Gaiman. Allows him to go through the gate and set it all up. So if you're Spirit, if you want to fight this Storm, you need to smoke from mid to top, but right about now, otherwise you'll be too late and you have to give it up. Let's see if
will be a tier 1 for Gaiman, and yeah, they're probably sticking around for that Tormentor. The question is, does Spirit try to contest?
I think they're
too far away now.
Yeah, you're just gonna trade the map for it.
Could they go Roche? I mean, they do have Deso.
They could, but then...
And Gush.
Yeah, then Mr. Yatoro has to move right about now, so I think they're a bit too late for that.
All right, so Tofu will be rewarded with a shard. Not the best.
No, I mean, it gets better later, like long goes, but now, kind of ever. Yeah, this is, you're gonna see Gaiman, like they know that this is a possibility. Like if we could see what they're seeing, they see nothing. They don't see any Spirit hero on the map. They know that there's a high chance of this happening.
Yep, Serpent Ward's placed as well to ensure.
You are not giving this, are you?
Yeah, it's too late already. This is a minus armor strat onto Roche. So it will be the trade. Tormentor, which was not the greatest in terms of what hero you get it on, is Laurel. Get the Wukong's command onto Malady. We'll eventually find him as he turns into the soldier, although Wukong's command ends early as he steps outside. Not able to finish the job, it seems.
Okay, at least he does have the Arcane Rune. But Malady, he will live. He's got a good old Ghost Scepter. Absolutely incredible item in this game. Monkey King, TA, and also the Tide Hunter. But Gaimin, they did get a lot out of the map. Yeah, you did give up the Aegis, but when it comes to the network, like, Spirit had an okay lead earlier. So at least that one went down. Rue slightly off the mark. Another
Quinn working on a Octarine? Third item, Octarine?
Yeah, he just wants a lot of spells to be mobile on the map. If you get away with it, it's pretty good.
That's
like,
cool.
If you don't play into like Orchids or Globals, you don't really need a super defensive item. And this is at least another thing that Brewmaster also gives you against the TA. Not only do you collapse on here, the items you buy are super annoying. You buy Radiance, you buy Shivas, very likely an AC as well, so you just make everyone more tanky.
Yeah, Yatoro, though, as expected on a TA, top net worth by a pretty long shot at the moment. The thing that's keeping them kind of in the game is it feels like Laurel has kind of dropped off a bit.
Yeah,
He's still working on
make a lot of space early, you go Diffusal, so you don't scale as much, but of course he did help both Collapse and Yatoro a lot so far in this game. As Watson, they want this Marcy BKB before they start looking too aggressively here on the map, it looks like.
Yeah, very different game. Their first game was lost.
Yeah.
Won. Oriented very aggressive early. This game, it seems like they're kind of find a farm.
Yeah, it is a bit different just by nature. Last game they had DP. This game you have Puck. Obviously, those heroes play killing. I'll say Marcy, apart from the Tide as whole bad.
Atos hits him, dead shot off the trees, but Rue is here. Wukong's command on top of him as Ace gonna use the Primal Split. It's actually in a lot of trouble as Yatoro deletes Tofu off the face of the map. Ace, his Brewlings are extremely low. Gonna try to go for the Earth Brewling. They get him. They get the purple as well. Never remember that one. Void, of course.
Void Spirit.
The Storm does survive.
Oh, they're getting
Malady now
well.
getting chased down. Pops that Ghost Scepter. Attempted TP. Dagger at his disposal.
They have a TA trap onto Quinn, so they do see that he's there as well. But it was... Oh, okay, let's see. Should be fine. I mean, you have to Tumbler Toy in and get the Hex. As Quinn, he sniffs it out.
Rue's gonna try for it. Ooh. Oh, there's the
He
Hex.
gets
Into the Shackle. Big kill for Spirit. Very good patience from Rue, reading the map.
Tumbler Toy. Also to note, the Greedy Enchantment did a huge deal there in that kill.
Very nice.
Now, this is why like small itemization and choices like that, they matter a lot. Tumbler's Toy absolutely changing the game for him there to get that catch with the Aether Lens as well. Still, only a 1k lead for Spirit. And you have the BKB completed on Watson, so what can he kind of get done with the fresh BKB?
It's a 1k lead, and the entire lead. I mean, look at the TA net worth discrepancy. A lot of it on the back right now of Yatoro. See how much he can do with it.
Well, if you could choose one player to stack a bunch of net worth on, I would choose him.
Yeah, probably. I think Satanic would have some other opinions.
Self-proclaimed best carry players are not the best carry players.
I see.
I will have to
Is that how it works?
I will have to call them out on that one.
Okay.
I don't see Yatoro going around saying, I'm the best carry player.
So you're saying LeBron James is not the greatest of
I
all
don't
time.
care about basketball. He's a basketball player, right?
Yeah, that's very good. You're learning. Spirit, only 45 seconds on the Aegis. Not in too big of a hurry to use it as Collapse will tank up the tier 2. Serpent Ward's placed as well. Looks like Gaimin want to fight.
Yeah, they are
Silence initiation onto Collapse, just a little collateral damage to get the rebound as well. He's going to pop the pipe along with a macro fire. Gets disposed back into the fray as Watson popping the BKB. But Bushka looking for a target, gets the golem off. There's the coil. Is it not quite enough to take out the Tide yet? The Boundless Strike keeping him alive on the 2. Finally, Collapse is dead. And Spirit didn't look like they wanted to fully commit as the dash shot actually hits Laurel. Not able to get the full rebound that he wanted. Gets disposed. Gets destroyed. No, he gets the BKB and the Wukong's command. Trying to turn this around now onto the Marcy. Down goes Watson. A huge turnaround for Spirit. They still have the Aegis intact for Yatoro.
Aegis is dying now.
Able to tree dance away, and Yatoro and the BKB will blink. Looks like that'll end the fight as Rue will be the last to fall.
That without split. That was close to even Laurel going down, but the Solar Crest like helping him out.
Without Ravage as well, didn't pop it in the end.
No, that was really good from Gaimin. Collapse absolutely overplaying his hand. Like they poke him behind the tier 2. You force out their early Kraken Shell, their early Pipe as well. Because Gaimin, they can still look to play pretty aggressive. That was also Yatoro's BKB, I believe, in that fight.
Yeah.
Because here, like, Undead Dash, I thought this was going to seal the deal in this fight.
Yeah, that was sick.
Even if this disrolls, but he gets healed, Solard, and does stay alive.
Look, that was the Congregations of the Deep, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
From the old Crepe.
As Rue coming off the good old sucking channel.
All right, so after all that, it's still a 1K net worth lead for Spirit.
Let's see, we got
But they do have Ravage here. I mean, they are missing Wukong's and Chaotic Offering, so maybe they don't want to take a fight, but...
Yeah, it's still not, like, that super straightforward for Spirit to play the map, especially there's not any, like, greater objectives. You don't just want to, like, go ram your head into them and, like, oh, I have Blink Ravage. So it's more about what can you get done on the map. Maybe there's some TA traps you can abuse when it comes to vision. I guess they want to set up the top area plus the 28-minute Wisdom Shrine.
The BKB we saw already used for Laurel as his next item of choice is going to be the MKB to deal with the Radiance, to deal with the Brew in general.
Yeah, it's going to be, that's obviously a lot of damage, but I like the itemization. You have the Shivas complete onto Ace, as Tofu takes a little bit of a gush to the face.
There is Dead in the Water available, by the way. Oh, Atos, or
that shot.
Leipnir, in fact. Laurel in a lot of trouble. Shiva's going to hit on him. He's going to pop the BKB in retreat, but that's still a big item down.
Can they cancel?
Attempted TP, coil cancellation. Miposhka will be the sacrifice.
All right, Gaimin, very nice. Feeling good, feeling strong. Spirit, the moment they lose Miposhka, instantly go to the side lane. Yatoro's like, don't worry, brothers. Gonna put the map in a good state. Might just be about next Roshan here in this game. As Spirit, of course, having TA, have the advantage. They will know immediately when it will respawn. Greedy Psychic Headband on Miposhka.
Are you drinking? What? Could hear the slurp on the straw.
Are you sure? I apologize.
Like, was that an in-game emote or something?
The thing, I was enjoying the coffee, but then I read the greedy enchantment and I had to talk about it.
That's awesome.
We will keep tabs onto Miposhka's net worth, of course, and the GPM. Watch it tick up higher because of the GPM enchantment.
Ace, we've seen the Shivas, of course. AC is next. He is so tanky right now. Feels like an impossibility that they can get rid of his main body before the Primal Split comes off. Yeah, the Brewlings are way easier to kill.
Yeah, his split is not that strong. Once you have AC, of course, it's a lot better, but yeah, TA definitely can shred through those. But, I mean, I will say Ace had a very good performance in the last game until, like, the last, like, 20 minutes-ish.
Then there was
I think
a couple deaths that were... I mean, one of them felt like it was just a miscommunication with the team and not necessarily him.
Yeah.
But yeah, then there was a dieback afterwards, and that was kind of the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, because we did hear CY, of course, also talk about it. They know that, you know, they did good in game one, just a couple of mistakes. The way you go high ground, you get picked off alone. You need to pay some respect to Spirit. I like that Gaimin are picking up a gem. When you play against TA, you need it in the mid-game. Like, all these traps on the map, they just show you here once, this once, and it's like, Dota in mid-game is all about information. What wards do you have? What do you see on the map? Can you use it for, like, a good smoke around?
A slight variation to Watson's build. He went for a Crystallis. Not going to turn that into anything immediately.
He wants higher damage. I feel like when you play into this Tide that's in front of you, it's a good way to go about it. You don't need to bash the Tide that doesn't do anything. You need to kill him. So he has the Shiv when it comes to the neutral item. Very good. You pair it up with the Crystallis as well. Very good. Crystallis. I don't know why I call it Crystallis.
Yeah, people like to do that sometimes.
Keep it up.
Looks like an Aghanim Scepter is on horizon, or Tofu. Only 2,000 away from that. That
it's
is
a very good one.
It's such a sick Ags.
Probably a top 10 post-4 support Ags. The double dead shot.
Yeah, it's very good.
You can also use it to break the coil, which is kind of nice. And I will say, Quinn, he's getting stuff together. You got the full Octarine. He has an amplified damage rune like currently in the bottle, and he's close to the Parasma.
Yeah. Well, Tomato gets spotted. That was the smoke reveal, and they also got scanned, so the smoke won't turn into much.
Yatoro does it again. Sniffs out a little the smoke. To be fair, you can kind of feel it coming. Again, you didn't see much on the map, and the game is about Roche. So Gaming, also they know this, of course, so the top half of the map is fairly useless for them. As they're doing some little tower action here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is one of the funniest pushes I've seen.
Ace. Min-maxing to the highest degree.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So Gaimin do claim the tier 1. You can still see the net worth though, man. The Toro is just separate from the attack even more.
Both teams are getting a lot of like big items. We have a double MKB timing on Spirit against this Radiance. Really, really big.
Oh, yeah, that's huge.
We're going to have to pay attention to buybacks here also. If the fight is around the Roche pit or the outpost, Spirit will have the advantage, of course, as it is a daytime Roche. This is a big one.
Oh, yeah. Both sides smoked up. There's the double MKB that you talked about, because I was listening.
Yeah, keep it up.
Time.
This is an amplified damage haste rune puck, not to be disrespected here. Mr. Quinn Callahan.
I think both sides now know that they're smoked. The only question is, where are they? And in terms of scans,
well, neither are available. I mean, the thing is, Spirit could play the clock, because they, like, you can just put a trap in there, you know that they're not hitting it, but Gaimin don't have the best Roche on scout.
Quinn TPs as the Roche attempt for Spirit. Surely the contest is coming for Gaimin. They're going to put the Serpent Horns down as well. Roche belches. There's the coil only onto the Warlock. Glimmers away. He's going to be fine. He'll be able to cast his spells easily. Wukong's command from the south. They get the Hex on top of the Brewmaster. Very tank with the MKBs coming. There's a Ravage to follow. Down goes Ace. As Rue is the only one to fall so far. Very close to falling, at least for Team Spirit. Guitar using the Hurricane Pike, destroying everybody. Rue finally does drop. As now onto the high ground attempt as Watson attempting to get up, but he gets dead in the water. Surely that makes sense. Attempted TP is going to be successful for the Jakiro, but Quinn? Yeah, you see the Monkey King extremely low. Quinn is not going to go for it, knowing that it'll likely be his death. Ooh. Tap him on him.
Oh no, he didn't.
Orb away, Boundless Strike into the Melt Strike. The puck drops 70 seconds on the deck, and that means Roche is served for Team Spirit.
Oh, that's, yeah, absolutely free Roche. Did Quinn get like mini silenced by a trap or something? Because he messed up the orb out there. Well, let's see, because here, I think Ace did not expect a double MKB, because you're not running in like this into the TA Monkey King.
100%.
Oh, Rue gets the Hex, backs off. Just look at his damage. Ravage, even if you live, you have no mana. And then Watson, he needs the backup. Like him just going in alone against these heroes is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, he just can't stand there and fight against the entirety.
And the dead in the water.
Yeah, it is really, I mean,
it's a super good shot.
It is a, Watson,
dead in the water.
Yep, dead in the water again, onto the double-headed dragon. Will fall. The Marcy is one good hero against dead in the water, though, I will say.
I mean, that is one of the reasons why Marcy is not good against Tide. Like, Marcy doesn't want a long fight. You don't want to keep fighting after your BKB is over. You get anchor smashed, you're gonna get ravaged. Even just the anchor, like, you are stuck. And that's not where Marcy really thrives. Larl also nearly finishing up an entire basher off of the last fight.
Yeah, and with that last fight, Spirit now in pretty decent control of the game, which means Gaimin on the back foot, potential elimination. If they were to lose this, they would be out of the tournament in this single limb format. Oh, the Hex initiation from Rue. Shackle here immediately canceled thanks to the calling. Gleipnir on top is collapsed. He gets dead in the water onto the puck. Quinn, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to try to turn this around. They get the minus armor. Lots of damage coming from the turret. They do kill off the anchor eventually. But now Jakiro ult plays just to try to get away. And little to no damage dealt to the Spirit side.
Well, Gaimin, at least they do get to hold off any potential base push. I mean, if you're Gaimin, you need to wait for a couple of stuff. You are very close to the AC. Huge timing. You're also 500 gold away from Tofu's Aghanim Scepter, which, again, is huge. I mean, even Malady, he's dreaming big. He wants to go for an Aghanim Scepter in this game. I think he will get it. He has 2 parts. Did lose the point booster, and with the Gradient Champion, absolutely will get towards the Aghanims.
You have to look at me every time you say that.
I do.
Good.
It's so good. It is really good. I can't understate it. Everyone, if you play support, you have a good Aghs, you get that GPM, brothers.
That's right.
That's damn right. And a tier 1 item, Cobalt Cup.
All right. Yeah, keep it up. Get your tier list out there.
I'm keeping it up.
Yatoro We'll be able to get this tier 2, although Ace is going to create some distance. Swift Blink now online for Yatoro, getting to late game itemization. Tier 2 tower easily claimed from the Spirit side. Aegis still for another 2 minutes on Yatoro. And you can see Tofu just about to finish his Ags, and that's, you talked about the double dead shot. It's also the width of the dead, the girth, some would say.
The girth.
Just incredible. This is certainly one of the best Ags.
That's because, of course, like, Gaimin are down in goal, but honestly, at this level, like, of Dota, you can make anything happen. It's about execution, planning, knowing what you want to do with your spells, trying to bait Spirit into a bad spot. They have the Aegis for 2 minutes, so there will be a high ground push. So for Gaimin, it's about how do you stall. You have good spam, of course, with Tofu's Axe. You've got lots of puck orbs, you have ice paths, dual breaths and whatnot.
Yeah, Roche's banner though, Serpent Wards as well, along with a couple siege. If they jump in, they're trying to take out the Muerta, but pops the ult instantly. Collapse and company, they do get the tower. And of course, the creep's invulnerable for the time being.
This is annoying. This is a double siege wave with the banner.
How you get to it. The Hex on top of the Brew, already at half out. The coil onto 3 heroes though.
Brew.
As Brew will snap it, gonna survive for the time being. Getting extremely low. Yatoro and company still have the 2 siege units. He's gonna get dead shot. Very annoying to deal with, but obviously with that second life, not too worried. 1 minute left on the clock. They're gonna jump in immediately. A big Ravage comes out onto 3, but the BKB in time for Watson. He's trying to turn it around. To be able to claim life number 1 on Yatoro. The buyback now into the Jakiro. As Watson to the south he goes, looking to re-engage. Range racks was taken. Fortification comes out, so Gaimin might be able to hold this, although the siege is still alive, both of them. Ice Path just clips Yatoro. This collapse, very little mana to speak of. Yatoro with the Swift Link, able to find the connection he was looking for. Should be able to get the melee. Question is, can they get out without any casualties? Or they're going to try, they're going to get the shackle. They're going to try to destroy the Brewmaster. Ace is really low, does drop, no longer with the ult available. 2 dead for Gaimin. They're going to snap the coil immediately. That was the second coil of the fight. They're going to try to turn that into Quinn, was bashed up. Phase shift into the blink, will survive. Question is, the spirits stick around here.
I mean, absolutely. You just keep healing each other with the Warlock. You have Soul Aggressor, you have Glimmer. There's no Brew available. There's also no Marcio.
Yeah, 50 seconds of no Ace. As Brew with the Hex, jumping from Yatoro. Lots of damage on the Queen. He's going to survive the onslaught, at least for now. BKB pop from Yatoro. He's going to try to be pursued by the Marcy. There's the Dead in the Water with the Boundless Strike to follow. And now the Hurricane Pike. Watson killed from afar. 2 cores dead for Gaimin. And now Spirit in farm control, and Quinn will be the 3rd core dead, and that should surely do it here. As Spirit, the GGs come out, and they will eliminate Gaimin in the playoffs here at EWC.
Man, Spirit are just such a insane team. When they have to put it on, they really show up every single time. They play so cleanly from start to finish, the way you're moving your heroes, what Collapse is doing on the map, making the space, their itemization back and forth. And Gaimin, they're gonna be kicking themselves for this first game, which they had. And this second game, they did put up a fight for like, what, 20, 25 minutes, but this Roche fight, it just exploded this entire game for Spirit.
I hate to...
You're gonna talk about, I mean...
The Marcy carry in the first game did look a lot better. They had better synergy. This time, it felt like Watson just couldn't stick on anyone, ever.
It's so hard.
It was so hard to play for him.
There's even like later in the game, like Yatoro, he has Melt Bash. Like even when you run at him, he just stands his ground on a TA, which is not something you really want to be doing. So
yeah. See the disappointment in the Gaming Gladiator side. Obviously, winners last year here at EWC. So the first round of the final elimination playoffs. And Ace, apparently not interested, just chilling.
Might just be in his own thoughts. Let's not read maybe too much into it. It's all right, it happens.
Yep, it does. But Gaimin, of course, played extremely well up until this point, and that game 1 is gonna... feel like it just will haunt them.
They're gonna pick you off on the side lanes. If you give them the time, they will get the items to deal with what you have, which they did, the Nullifier, the Bloodthorn in this game too. I like that draft a lot. We haven't seen much Tidehunter. This was the 2nd time of this tournament.
That's true, yeah.
He's now 2-0. I think that was like a banger pick and an absolute banger performance from Spirit.
Yeah, Collapse just took off from the laning stage and just never looked back. And of course, just any space that you can give for Yatoro to farm away. If he's top net worth in the game, he has a good chance of just carrying the... In fact, his net worth was almost double of everybody in the game by the end of it. That's kind of absurd.
Yeah, it's just
even
classic.
for a TA.
Yeah, it's just classic Yatoro style. And if you try to smoke on him, he knows exactly. He scans, he gets out. So yeah, Team Spirit, absolutely impressive performance.
Yeah, really impressive, as they will move on to face the winners of the next series, which is P-Vision and Aurora Game. And of course, Gaimin have been unfortunately eliminated, which was not expecting them to be eliminated this early based on the fact that they won last year. I know they have some new members, but they have looked exceptional as of late. I mean, Spirit, they're the play. I mean, this is the lower bracket for them.
Yeah,
so they're powering up.
I thought Gaimin would do better, but that's just how it goes. It's single limb. You play against Team Spirit, you know, you mess up one game, you don't do so well in the other, and that's all, you know, that's it.
Yeah, let's hear more from Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Rue of Team Spirit, where you guys have managed to do it. You are surviving so far in our bracket, but that game one did not seem like it was going to go your way. Now, I've talked to your teammates before, and every time I talk to them about a comeback, they're like, yeah, no, we knew that. We knew it was going to happen. But you're the latest newcomer to Spirit. Whenever you're in those comeback situations, do you get nervous? Do you get stressed? Or are you just like your teammates and you're completely calm?
Maybe in first hard games it was a little bit hard for me, but now it's like everyday comebacks, so it's not a problem. And it's not a problem. Yep.
Yeah, because during Wallachia, we saw you guys do a bunch of comebacks. So when did you start feeling like, oh, this is like natural for me? Because, I mean, you have not been on this team for more than like a year at this point. So it's nice to see that it's becoming natural for you. But when did that start happening?
Yeah, it's just, you just know at every game you can win, like any situation, any situation on map, you just can win. So we play till our throne down.
And it works out very well. Now, Rue, as a result of that, you are getting the privilege of crushing the current reigning champion. So I'll let you take your position with your teammates, join them down the stairs. Go ahead, and you guys are going to be able to crush Gaimin Gladiator's key.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Spirit. They get the honor of not just crushing any key, but crushing the key of the defending championship. Champions.
I thought Rue was gonna do it, but Collapse is like, nope, I'm the key crusher. I am the hydraulic press
He's
guy.
the 3, Rue's the 4. Rue's just there supporting him in lane, making sure that he gets his last hit on the key.
That's true. He just hands it to him. Hang on, he solo zone the support.
The key is gold. It's the gold creep, so they all get gold bounty for that.
Yeah, that definitely is how that works.
That one feels special though, because that had like that champion little logo on the front of it.
Yeah,
it like moved the machine a little bit when it finally went through. And they have a cover on it this year. It's been upgraded. I like it.
I love how with all the players, like you can see that their eyes light up when they get to do the crushing thing.
Heavy machinery. Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
They're like, what does this have to do with gaming? Oh, I get to crush a key. Oh, cool. Like everybody loves a good hydraulic press.
That is very true. I will say, I think Effie, your prediction kind of came true here in game 2, where we talked about how the teams would adjust and how when gaming won the draft, they still lost, and so Team Spirit was going to adjust, and it was going to be a harder game for Gaimin. But this was like harder than I even thought.
It absolutely was. I mean, the difference between game 2 and game 1 in terms of draft for Spirit was night and day. They had the 5-man, they had the objective taking, they had the lanes, and they had the aura. Like, they got the early pipe, and that definitely helped them a lot. Whereas for Gaimin, I mean, it's very hard to recover from the game 1 loss that they just had, because Spirit are a very momentum-based team, and potentially if they hadn't clutched that comeback, maybe game 2 they wouldn't have played as confidently, and we could have seen a 3-game series on our hand. So sometimes it's just a matter of letting your guard down for 10 seconds against this team, and they find the window, and then they find the next 10-second window in an hour-long game, and they just keep doing that over and over again, Jenkins.
I think even, you know, Spirit is very good at coming back in games. Like, this is what they're known for. This is the narrative. But another thing that they're really good at is adjusting in the middle of a series. And that's kind of the scary thing about the team, is that if you give them a win in a game where essentially they lost, you're giving them the ammunition to like be resilient and fix their problems while also only having 1 life against them instead of 2. Because even if Team Spirit loses the first game, I still think that they make the exact same adjustment that they did and then win game 2, and we go to game 3, and who knows how that goes. So this is arguably the worst team in Dota, Liquid maybe is up there as well to lose a game like that.
Yeah.
I think looking back, everyone will look at that first game.
Yeah.
And just speaking about this game in its own little bubble as a game, I think that the carry Marcy just did not look as good as in that game one. And a big reason was the carry to carry matchup for Marcy versus TA is just not that good. But also, Marcy's playing against so much stuff on the ground compared to last game.
Yes.
Right? There's golems on the ground, there's upheavals, there's a Wukong's arena,
How do you
there's
kill a
serpent
Tide?
wards, so even if you're like expending BKB, committing your unleash onto a target, you're getting hit by so much stuff on the ground and just not doing enough damage in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I think also that Tidehunter should be talked about more. We heard our commentary team say it already. This is only the second Tide this entire EWC, and it looked very good.
Yeah, it was a really good game for it. It wasn't just the fact that he got 2 points Kraken Shell, basically takes 0 damage from Marcy in the lane. It was also the fact that he couldn't be disabled. He could anchor smash the Brewlings. TA could AoE deal damage to the Brewlings as well. Like, how many Brew splits do we see where he just ran away? It felt like at least half of the fights that hero was not as impactful just because of the AoE damage. So the Tide pick was excellent. The Fast Vlad's also amps up his team. The Monkey's going to lifesteal from it and do more damage. The TA's going to lifesteal and do more damage. It was just a really good pick.
And I feel like there's the elephant in the room we have to address as well. We saw the opening. It was Team Spirit that had first pick, Gaming had second pick, and Team Spirit is like, we're going to get the Monkey King. And then Game is like, well, how about the puck? Didn't work out very well.
This is not the first time in this tournament that a team has had a read that regardless of Monkey King winning that matchup on paper, they can play the puck. I think the one exception to this that we were talking about in the green room is GPK, who picked puck into Monkey King and owned.
Yeah.
But every other mid player who has picked puck into Monkey King has not won the lane. And maybe their concept is that when they get the coil that'll stop Monkey King's movement and they can follow up with damage from their supports, or maybe they think that the way that puck pushes side lanes negates a lot of Monkey King's side lane pressure too. But ultimately, like, you do want to start with the lanes, and Quinn did not get off to the start that he needed to win this game.
Yeah, there's 100% some idea there. I actually feel like that this is a big impact from GPK on this tournament that is like very good for BB team going forward, is that he has, I want to say, tricked a lot of teams and a lot of mid laners into thinking that like Puck does win some of these really hard matchups for Puck. I was talking to XM and he said the same thing. He said, I asked him, like, do you think Puck has any losing matchups in the current patch? Because it looks like it just doesn't lose. And XM said, no, it doesn't. Like, Puck will do fine against Tiny, Monkey King, DK. But I feel like this is because everybody watched GPK have like one of the best tournaments of his life, which was the previous major tournament. So I don't know. We'll see if BB team does the same thing going forward, or if looking at a game like this, they think like, okay, maybe it was just GPK.
I think they will have to experience it once, as in BB team will have to experience once that they can still do it. But I do think that maybe GPK is just on a different level. That might just be the conclusion that we are gonna have to take from this. But of course, there's a downside to every victory. If Team Spirit move forward, but we are going to have to close the book on our defending champions, Gaming Gladiators, and for that, we are going to head over to Nomad, who will get some final words from the team. Oh. Yeah, sorry, this is not the final words.
Can you give us some final words on the team?
Nomad, you look very different today.
What can I say? And was my mic? Yeah, it was working. I do look different today.
Yeah.
Hey, Nomad. Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ready. Okay, sick. All right, I want to look at some of the team fights that they performed here. Here's 10 minutes into the game, trying to kill Tide so they could push the tower. He ends up ravaging. They use Monkey ulti at the same time. Huge team fight for momentum because Team Spirit was already a little bit ahead at this point in the game, and that's what I wanted to focus on, just because team fights were something that they really lacked in the previous match. So the fact that they took a lot of good team fights on their side gave them some really nice advantage. Here's basically a similar setup here. Team Spirit is looking for team fight setup. They land the Monkey ulti, the stun, the golem comes, but unfortunately he ends up getting the jump off. So this is basically the battle that ends up progressing throughout this game, is that they are looking for the right circumstances to take a good team fight against both of their opponents. And Gaming Gladiators even end up re-engaging, I think, after that one, but I missed it. Here's another example of a team fight jump here where they're hunting each other. They end up finding Tofu. He ends up being almost an easy killer. Here's one of those Bruce splits, for example, that ends up doing nothing but running away. He ends up disengaging here, and then they decide to try to defend Maledicт as well, and that doesn't work out so well for them. So the jump, not so great for Gaming Gladiators. Here was their better example though. Still only 2k behind, which is really not that bad. Gaming Gladiators put the damage into Collapse. He's quite deep behind the tower. They put a great macro power down. They keep him longer. They end up committing the Dream Coil as well, because it looks like he's about to get away here due to having the pipe and the heal from the Warlock. He does end up falling, and they're going to end up using this opportunity to look for a chase, because it looks good, right? A lot of resources were spent. They even landed the stun on Laurel, but his BKB, the Wukong's command, the Marcy, who didn't have a BKB anymore, ends up falling, and this ends up being another lost fight here that gives Team Secret a nice little advantage as the game continues. So the name of the game was truly just pick off team fights, and despite Gaming Gladiators being able to neutralize the net worth at this point of the game, it ended up not being enough as the game continued.
My question here, Purge, is I could see that adjustment that Spirit made with the team fight that they brought. I mean, that they got the Warlock, they add the Tidehunter to that as well. Did Gaming, do they even, if on an even playing field, is there about a team fight with the Jakiro and the Brew, and I guess the Muerta in there as well? Is that team fight matching up to the team fight of Spirit?
It could be, but it's difficult, right? TA is a very far range hero. She's not going to want to be up in the front. They're going to put Tide. Tide's extremely good frontliner. Yeah. So he's very deep. Monkey's going to be sitting on trees. The Warlock's going to be hiding. Like, if you know where your opponents are, yeah, Brew could be good. You get in there, you get the Brew split, you're throwing stuns at the supports, so you're lifting some core in there. But the fights weren't able to start that way because it's Tide being such a good frontliner. So actually taking the team fights in a straightforward way was going to be hard for them. Maybe Puck had to like find somebody, but he also could get hexed by the Shadow Shaman. So they had solutions against what the Gladiators needed to find the backline heroes.
Yeah, they kind of, I feel like then in that case, Gaming might just miss a vision hero as well. So if you do go for team
something
like
to give
that,
like backline jumping, right? It's like, I agree. Like the answer is like Quinn trying to find the Warlock who's hiding and like find the backliners, but
that's a lot of pressure.
There's a hero that's got to go in first to do that. And it's hard against Shadow Shaman. Like, this is one of the reasons low-key the hero's busted. It always gets through. Like, he has Hex, no matter how farmed you are, like, he can always Hex you, and he has a Hex breaks talent at level 15. So a lot of these heroes that are otherwise, like, unkillable because of a passive are not anymore.
And another thing is, the supports on Gaming couldn't really comfortably navigate the team fights because, as Purge illustrated, there were so many, you know, back and forths, looking for the opportunity, dodge the Wukong's arena, wait for the engagement. But when it came down to it, when it came down to the make and break fight near Roshan, there's Serpent Wards on the ground, there's a Golem on the ground. If you're a support trying to walk up and spellcast versus Serpent Wards and Golem, you're just getting zoned by the ground targeted abilities and these summons. You can't really get rounds of your spells out comfortably. You have to take weird angles or just die.
Yeah, it was a rough fight or a rough attempt to fight for Gaming Gladiators. They could not pull everything together, and now it is time for the final words coming from Tofu.
I'm here with Tofu from Gaming Gladiators to talk about this match. Tofu, obviously not the result you wanted. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, kind of just processing and a bit of disappointment also. Like, I mean, yeah, generally, like, I thought we're the better team coming into this and playing these games. We also threw the first game, like, real hard at multiple points. I wouldn't say that, like, negative energy or anything from that carried into the second game. Like, we were able to, like, reset pretty well. Also kept the game, like, very even throughout this whole series until they're, like, pushing high ground later. There's, like, some, I don't know, like, things we could have done better in draft, which I think made this game unnecessarily hard. But overall, I think still a winnable game. And I think, I mean, we could have done it, I don't know, towards the later half of the game. It, like, just kept feeling harder and harder. So, like, in that sense, bit sad. Like, I thought we can win this tourney overall. Like, I think we're in really good shape. It's, like, a bit weird on format with, like, breaks everywhere. So it's hard to keep momentum, but, like, it is what it is.
It is what it is, of course. But yeah, you mentioned the breaks there. I mean, how do you think that affected you having so many days off before playing?
I mean, it's also not too many games, right? With like very small group stage and no lower bracket plus break days. So it's hard to really build momentum. Like, I think we still came well prepared into the series. But yeah, I couldn't get the ball rolling, I guess.
It's how it goes sometimes. And of course, I do want to talk about that game one a little bit more as well, because, it was a long game. You guys were ahead for a really long time, but you couldn't quite close it out. Why was that? Was that a communication issue, or was it something else? What was happening there, in your opinion?
I mean, game was very long with like some engages where not everyone is ready, or like we got picked off, especially when he had this platform. We didn't really have a good counterplay or save, so you could kind of just blow up one guy and we need to take the fight from there, which is a bit hard into global also, but like manageable. We also had a very big lead, but we approached a high grounds fight rather poorly, I would say. And yeah, I don't know. They just like played it out pretty well in the end.
All right, well, obviously not the result you wanted here at EWC as the defending champions. You will go down to Team Spirit. However, there's more to come, and I think you've learned a lot here to bring forward. So how are you feeling about the future of gaming and the obviously next big tournament coming up?
I mean, we're just gonna keep on playing. There's a lot still to come. It's kind of just one tourney. So I don't know. Life goes on.
Life goes on indeed. Tofu, thank you very, very much. Loved watching you here at EWC. Unfortunately, go, but thanks for coming.
It's okay. See you guys. Sorry for the fans and if anyone is coming, but we'll see you soon at another tourney.
Life goes on. It's very realistic at that point. Indeed, Gaming Gladiators will be left behind on 7th, 8th place. Top 8 still here at EWC is not a bad result here, Jenkins. It's not what they were hoping for, and we did think that they were coming in with a lot of momentum, but overall, it's a stacked crowd. Also, our tier list is saved.
That's true. We did get a personal victory with the defeat of Gaming Gladiator, Shiver. Thank you very much for that. I want to say, number one, Tofu is like the chillest gamer on the face of Earth. I don't know what his parents are like, but congratulations. You have raised the most chill child in the universe after losing the game one like that. Like, that is a tilting series. This man is absolutely zen. I agree that coming into the tournament, they looked really strong, but top 8 here is, I mean, these are some good teams.
This is a stacked field.
It's like teams that have won TIs and won tournaments for the entire last couple of years, and then a team like Aurora and P-Vision, these like new teams that are like the most dominant teams in the last few months. Like, we have a incredibly competitive top 8 in Dota right now.
We do indeed, and as you can see, Team Spirit moving to the semi-finals as the first team to do so. They're gonna need an opponent. Effie, you want to make some quick hot take predictions for Aurora P-Vision?
Doctor's notes. The doctor orders it.
The doctor's notes?
The doctor. You know the doctor.
I think that Aurora has looked incredible this tournament, and P-Vision have looked weaker, but I think that they've had enough time to kind of think things through, and we've seen some of their cheese as well with the last pick Meepo coming out. So I'll say 2-1 for P-Vision here.
Heard.
I agree with that. I think Aurora has still more potential to grow, but I feel like P-Vision's going to recover, and I just think they're the better team. They have way more winning experience at this point. I just think they're going to pull something out. They're going to do some crazy stuff, and it's going to get them at least one win.
I'm gonna say this so that way when they win, it will be clipped and played in the documentary next year. Aurora Gaming is the best team in the history of Dota. They are going to smash through and win the grand finals of this entire tournament, ESWC 2025.
Do you want to say the opposite one as well,
Dota.
Just in case?
That's a good strat, actually.
Go ahead,
That's not a bad
go
strat.
ahead, take the camera.
No, I'm gonna stick with my boys.
Okay. We're gonna have to find out. Of course, that is the next series here. There will be a fresh panel to take you through Aurora and P-Vision, and it will be coming your way after a break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
not gonna ask who's better at Dota because I don't want to create problems.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Alright, hello everyone, this is Seb. I'm here with two legends, Yatoro and Collapse. For now we're gonna play mini games, the mini game World Cup, as we call it here. So guys, we're gonna play up to 5 games. It's the best of 5 between you guys. What matters is the score, okay, in each of the games. Have you played these games a little bit before? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are experts. Let's see. So we're gonna start with Bat Racer.
Nice, nice.
Okay,
Nice.
pressure is on. Okay, 5.3 on my left. No pressure.
No pressure.
5.3, no pressure.
Okay, I'm on.
Oh, you didn't want to continue?
No,
You
no.
just wanted, you're just here for the win.
Yes.
Okay, so 1-0. 1-0 on my right, Yatoro 1, Collapse 0. Second one we're gonna go for is Zog's Lair.
Oh no.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more technical, I guess. And I think to maximize the score, you need to collect some of the stuff, no? Or
Yeah.
there's something like that. So who's better at games in general between you two, you think?
I think Magomed.
You better?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask who's better at Dota because I don't want to create problems. He's the last one.
Мага,
But he's-
сколько у тебя?
Somehow he has much more score than you.
Сколько? Okay, I'm good.
You're actually speedrunning this. We did this with other players, like this is the fastest it's won. Wait, that's it? Or you give up?
Yeah, I don't. He's killing me.
Okay, anyway, it's a clear win. So what we're sitting at 1-1. Now we're gonna do something a little bit more tactical. It's called Spoon Man. We have 2 different styles. Vitoro is dropping bombs everywhere. And Collapse, you're like being more chill with it, you know? Which one of you can multitask? Can you do like 2 things at the same time?
I try hard.
If you try hard.
Okay, what? Aha. Okay, now I know.
Okay, just
more.
You were sitting at 1780. What killed you in this one? The flying thing? Oh, your own mind.
My good boys. You're the ones. Вместе с ним умирай.
Okay. Anyways, 2 for Collapse, 1 for Yatoro. Now we're gonna go for the 4th one, which is a Spleen Sweeper.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Okay, both of you are calling GG at the beginning.
I already lost.
You ready?
Man, I won. Nice. Toto.
That was not impressive from both sides, but it's okay. We're just playing for the win. So the last one we're gonna do is sand fishing. There you go.
Golden. Nice.
Table.
What
Oh, okay. Actually, not bad this one. Easier or harder than last hitting in Dota? Okay, what you get for this? Okay, you're ahead now. It depends what like whatever you're gonna catch last is gonna define who wins for each. That's a pretty good one, I think. So.
Yeah.
2.3. You need to get more than 2k for this one. You got.
Yeah.
Great games, guys. I'm very impressed, very inspired. Thanks for being with us today. And thank you for watching. Bye bye.
wasteland.
Welcome back. I hope you guys are excited for some more Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup. We've got a little bit of a change over here. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. I'm Nat T, and joining me on the panel is none other than BSJ, Lacoste, and Fear. Fear, I'll start with you because I haven't worked with you yet here at the Esports World Cup.
True. I mean, how am I doing? Is that the question?
Yeah, that. And are you excited to work with me?
Yes, absolutely. I had to think there for a second. No, I like working with everyone. Everyone's great, and I think as these games,
I noticed how you locked eyes with me when you said that.
I mean,
yeah, they're all really great.
So basically, last time we're here, Lacoste was my partner. Now this time, BSG
2 years in a row. Don't forget
2 years in a row, and now. I don't know. You hosted me last time, so we're good.
That's true.
We're back in square.
That's right. We're back in business there. Lacoste, I've seen you a couple of times, but how is the vibe so far for you today?
Really good. You know, we are having some elimination series as well. We're seeing some of the comebacks as well, some massive comebacks from Team Spirit, and I think the next series we might be seeing the same thing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole year, the top 8 teams have been very competitive. So I'm super excited to have some crazy back and forth. Even though that last series was 2-0, it was still probably the most exciting, the game 1 was the most exciting game of the tournament for me.
Yeah, I like that you said that we have this top 8. Maybe some people might be able to argue a top 6 as well, where it's very interchangeable. Who's going to win? Who's even going to make it to the grand finals? It's not as clear cut. That previous Spirit Gaming Gladiator series, we saw it right then, just how easy it is for anything to change at any moment. And of course, we can expect very similar for our upcoming elimination series. It's Aurora against P-Vision. That's right, a lot of fun there. Similar colored logos, but Aurora, ever since making the change for their org and what region they're representing and player-wise, upward trajectory. It's looked really good for them.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very interesting narrative for this series because P-Vision's had Aurora Gaming's number pretty much all year, but P-Vision's been on the seemingly downtrend for the recent past, while Aurora's been on the uptick. So the time to find out if they've eclipsed them in regards to finally reaching that gap.
Yep, ever since the new Aurora team did form, they never managed to beat P-Vision in 2025. So they are definitely looking to, maybe get an upset here. And I gotta agree with Brian. I'd say that P-Vision, they are a bit on a downward trajectory compared to the Aurora, who is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, really strong, but they're definitely looking a little bit more mortal. So that's always good to see.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing our team here, Aurora, thanks to Jamil Motorsports, arriving at the venue at the Amazon Arena. With this roster, we've already said it, they're on that upward trajectory, but what exactly has helped them in that upward trajectory? What is it about them that we're seeing it?
I feel like this team's dichotomy of Nightfall being the most stable carry while Kiyotaka being the most insane mid laner. I think they've kind of learned, maybe both of them have balanced it out a little bit. We don't see as many Nightfalls, BKB TPs as we did before. We also don't see as many crazy plays from Kiyotaka. I think both players toning down what they do a little bit too much has been instrumental in their success. Not taking away anything from the other 3 players, but those were the 2 play styles that I felt like clashed throughout the course of the year.
Nightfall has some insane numbers in this tournament. He is the one who has the least average deaths of the tournament, sitting at 2 per game, which is pretty insane to think about. And also the highest KDA, over 9 KDA with every single game. And you can also see the Toronto Tokyo in the top 5 when we're talking about the least amount of deaths. And this guy, I mean, he is playing Undying. He did call himself the best Undying player in the world.
What a claim.
Yeah. I mean, we have the other claim. We have the claim on the other side as well.
Can you just prove it, Theo?
I mean, the thing is, like, being the best at Undying isn't really something to brag about typically, but it's fine. I think Toronto Tokyo is a player who has matured a lot in his position in the offlane, and I think Kiyotaka's Kiyotaka. You don't want him to play any other way than the way he plays, and I think that fits really well for the team. And his successes are generally why they win. So, and why they lose is usually on him too. So he takes like the whole team, and kind of his performance dictates how they're going to do.
I do like that you guys did bring up Toronto Tokyo for a moment there because, yeah, he likes to say a lot of things. He loves to have those self-proclaimed best Undyings in the world, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more insight on just how Aurora have been over the last few days as we have an interview with them.
I'm here behind the scenes with Toronto Tokyo from Aurora. Toronto Tokyo, how are you doing? How's Riyadh?
I'm good. What can I say? Good, pretty good. Enjoying the tournament.
Good stuff. I mean, what do you think of like the boulevard? Have you got to see up and down on all the different venues and all the different things that are going on?
Yeah, one time we went to local McDonald's. It was the burger was good. I liked it, and by the time I was looking around and it was good. I wanted to go there like in our break, but I was too lazy. Yeah.
Want to check out the venues, but a little too lazy. That's okay. You got some Dota to play. Let's talk about the Dota. I mean, why have we seen so much domination coming out from the Western EU and Eastern Europe squads and nobody else really being able to hold their own?
I don't know. Maybe because the politics of our other countries or something like that. For example, I heard, like, maybe I'm wrong, like China, like young kids cannot play too much computer, so maybe it's because that, and also like Dota in Western and Eastern Europe is super popular, so you have more and more players coming, but other regions, like it's nobody new is coming here. That's why.
Absolutely, yeah. But, you guys looking great. And, I mean, it's so close amongst the top 8. Like, I mean, why is it so close? Out of these 8 teams, and who do you think is going to be able to come out on top?
Yeah, like all 8 teams are strong. Like anybody can win against anybody. Like it depends on what day, what form in this day will be the team. What was your question? Who is gonna win or what?
Who do you think is going to come out on top? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna say is of course us, and maybe second team will be BB, and it will be hype match in finals.
All right, EU finals then, is that what it's going to be? Cool. And what do you think it takes to be the top here? What's going to be the big factor which helps a team win? What do they need to do better than anybody else?
Eat chicken and rice, maybe. Yeah.
Is that a secret meal?
Yeah. It's like secret.
I see. All right. Well, Toronto, Tokyo, you better stock up on your chicken and rice and get ready for your games. Thank you very much and good luck.
I'm hoping this man at least had chicken and rice before he's serious, because he's going to have to switch it on. He's already, made the bold claim of the best undying. He's going to say, of course, he has belief in himself and his roster that they're going to win it, but it's going to be a grand final between them and BB team. That's it, just straight up. He's already called it, Lacoste.
I could see that happening. For sure, considering how well they're playing, but they need to go through a very tough opponent. They're going to need to playing against P-Vision, who I'd say is the best team that utilizes auras in the game. We saw it multiple times. DM just straight up playing these auras from the offlane. We're talking about Undying, we're talking about Ogre, and I think these two heroes are going to be heavily contested coming into this series, because he's buying Crimson, he's buying Pipe, and then you have Satanic buying Vlads from the safe lane. You have them playing Chen, which they're undefeated with, and then you have another Aura. So one of the best teams to utilize this early strength. Like, they want to be able to close out the game 25-30 minutes in.
I want to see if 9 class brings something new to the table. I feel like his hero pool has been very mellow, right, for him as a player. So I'm curious, over this little bit of break they had, did he find a new hero that he can bring out? Because if you always look at the P-Vision from the past, there's always 9 class doing something unique or having some type of flex pick that really caught teams off guard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because of the fact that these are single elimination games. These teams have had 3 days to plan it. We did see the carry Marcy coming out from game, and it didn't work, but it was something we had not seen, the Helm of the Dominator helping his farm. So this is the time where the value bang for your buck of spending all that time theory crafting to win one game is going to matter the most, and that's why I generally only see this type of stuff rear its head at TI as well as EWC.
Yeah, it's those big tournaments, everything on the line for themselves. And we heard a little bit from Aurora already, so I think it's only fair that we hear from P-Vision themselves.
I'm here behind the scenes with no one from P-Vision. No one, how are you doing and how are you enjoying your time in Riyadh so far?
I'm doing great, trying to enjoying Riyadh as much as possible.
Absolutely. And what do you think of the Boulevard, the Esports World Cup area and all the stuff going on? Have you got a chance to check it out?
No, I don't check it out because it's too hot outside, and I just don't want to go on the street. Honestly, it's like 50 degrees or something, so I'm enjoying the hotel.
Very, very reasonable. All right, let's talk about the Dota then. I mean, we've got 8 teams at the moment. Could be a few less by this point, but why is it so close amongst these top 8 teams? Everybody is so evenly matched at the moment.
I mean, I think everybody just understands that they need to, I don't know, put so much effort right now, and they're doing it. So that's why is it close right now, I believe. And the meta as well. Nobody exactly knows how to beat everybody in without chance. So everybody just play really close games.
Yeah, they have been close. They've been very entertaining as well. What do you think it's going to take for a team to get that top position, to stand out from this crowd? What factors will be the difference maker? Is it creativity, hard work? What's it going to come down to, do you reckon?
You mean for our team?
For any team to come out ahead?
I think stability in first place, and really good ideas and execution.
Excellent stuff. So compared to, for obviously yourself, you were, you've been a tier 1 player for probably the longest here, maybe, in your days of VP. How does this compare to your VP days?
It's really different right now because cybersport became really big thing, and back then you could not, I would say, not waste or not so much time through the year, but now you playing like non-stop tournaments all the year so far, and you need to be in the shape like basically like 9 months, and that's the difference. Because back then I would say we was like playing some qualifiers without even preparation as VP, and some tournaments we could not bootcamp or like, because like Dota was so different, and I believe whole cybersport scene was really different. Right now it's just like sport, the real sport.
Just like the real thing. Alrighty. Well, finally, what would it mean for you to win this tournament, to win a major title after all this time?
I mean, it would mean a lot to me. I don't know how to describe it like other words, but it would mean really a lot.
No one, thank you very much, and good luck here at EWC.
Thank you. Bye.
Of course, it would mean a lot to a variety of different players to be able to get a win here, to win EWC overall, for no one even more so. But, you know, it's got to start now. Playoffs begin, and we want to head on down to our arena to welcome the teams to the stage.
Welcome back to the stage. Yes, indeed, panel. We're ready for more. Our first matchup ended only a few minutes ago when we were getting ready for our second and final quarterfinal for our first day competition here at the playoffs. Tsunami, game one was still a banger. We have two ex-champions here in Riyadh that are playing in this first opening game, and yet match one looking cool. Unfortunately, a complete flip halfway through it.
It's a terrifying nature of single elimination to think that just 2 games was all it took to get your champion's key crushed. The Gaming Gladiators are out of the tournament now, and Spirit need to find an opponent because they have moved forward in our bracket, but we've got 2 more teams ready for that next step.
And we should absolutely be introducing them right now, starting off with Aurora Gaming. Now, they topped Group B with only Tundra forming a small bump on the road. A little bit of a tie and a map loss in the tie breaks in that group. We already said EWC is meant to be their biggest test. And from now on, with this single elimination bracket, there are no second chances. A loss means your key gets crushed and you're out of the running.
We had mentioned it earlier, this team had come by as a Southeast Asian club last year, but this roster has now been finding their footing here in the latter half of the season, and now we'll have to see if they're able to conquer their opponents. So why not bring them out? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome P-Vision! These guys have been terrifying on the entire circuit. Lands have been no issue for them whatsoever. Sure, maybe you look at the group stage and you think that they'll have some demons in the form of Liquid, but they won't have to worry about that right now. These guys are incredibly intimidating whenever they're in the booth and able to stare their opponents in the face, which they can do here on this stage in just a matter of a few inches here and there. Now we'll be able to see if they're able to do it here. Gentlemen, please place your keys in the slots and get some Dota on our screens.
Yes, I cannot wait to see what these two teams are going to draft for themselves because, as mentioned there by both our handsome stage hosts, there were tiebreakers. Obviously not between Aurora and P-Vision themselves, but they both had to go towards that tiebreaker. For Aurora, they did come out on top and were able to top their group. They missed that first elimination phase. They didn't have to worry about it. For P-Vision, though, of course, that win was still important for them. However, it wasn't to top their group. They still had that little bit extra of going into another best of 3.
Yeah, I think the manner in which these teams took 2 games out of 3 was really interesting because for P-Vision, their 2 wins were in Game 1 and Game 3, and they both had the same opening of Chen Willow. While on the other hand, for Aurora Gaming, they picked 4 of the 5 same heroes in Game 3 as they did in Game 2 after losing it. So they, against Tundra, in effectively a best of 5 between the group stage and the tiebreaker, they effectively did a run-it-back situation where you were like, we just need to tweak one hero in this draft and we can take it down. So seeing that, it feels like Aurora's much more, I guess, like their strategies are diverse. Like Game 1 to Game 3 was a very different strategy, but they were fine to run it back with the confidence even if it didn't work in Game 2.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of contest for these offlaners that we did mention. This Undying, I think, is becoming kind of a key hero. I would say even off the tournament, people realizing that it is a super strong offlaner that can build. Like, the value that you get from Crimson Guard is much more higher compared to the other offlaners. That's why we see Ogre, we see Centaur as well later when you pick up the Shard, get that extra strength, and then be able to turn that into higher barrier shield. But also, I would say that the P-Vision, they did run one of the best strategies I've seen so far in the tournament when they were playing against Extreme Gaming. The double saving support with Oracle and Ringmaster with the Meepo on 24. There was like literally nothing that Extreme Gaming could have done that game.
Yeah, I mean, can I move on to Aurora, I guess, since we said a lot about
I feel like it's only fair. Please, Pio.
Sure, I mean, I think for Aurora, like, the one thing that they've done very consistently is, well, Kiotalk is playing a flashy hero where it's either the puck or the Shadow Fiend, making plays on the map. That's what he does best. But I think you do need to target Nightfall more. He likes that safe approach. He likes playing these Lifestealers, Abad, and Ursa heroes. Pretty much having a get-out-of-jail-free button type of hero is what he really likes. It was punished one game when he did play like the Abaddon. We saw like the Hex Breaks talent. So we'll see what you can do to Nightfall, but I think he is a key player to keep an eye on because he is the rock of the team.
Yeah, oddly enough, he has a pretty small hero pool, like you've mentioned, and he's also almost always given last pick. So I'm curious how P-Vision's going to go into this draft knowing this. Are you going to respect ban effectively Nightfall, even if you don't think his heroes are good in the particular match against yours? Or are you going to allow them to go through and basically call the bluff?
Nightfall is the best carry of this tournament. You know why? Because he's the only guy that managed to get dub with Phantom Lancer. Everybody else, he's been played 7 times so far, and only Nightfall did get that dub.
Absolutely terrible hero.
What percentage of that win was because of Phantom Lancer?
0%. He just had to survive, and he did.
Okay, well then maybe not 0, at least 5%. He didn't keep dying, so...
I know we joke about, him BKB tipping out, but I legit think you need to be able to have a BKB piercing tools when you play against, at least one. I think Beastmaster, Bane, these type of heroes are going to be contested on side of P-Vision just to be able to stop him, because when he plays Lifestealer, he builds into a BKB, so he rage BKB, then another rage, and then maybe he can TP out with the third one if necessary.
This is why he's uncounterable, right? Like, you're going to build all these BKB piercing heroes against his hero pool. Then he's going to Phantom Lancer last pick. Doesn't build a BKB.
That is true. I don't know.
Figured it all out.
I thought you were going to say, like, Kiotalk is going to pop off, because you're too worried about Nightfall.
That might happen, too.
Is that how many layers actually go into these drafts? I know you're memeing a little bit, but at the end of the day, you have to imagine they know what you're going to do, so you assume that they're going to prep for that. So then are you going to prep for what they prepped for what you prepped?
I mean, yeah, it's classic in like a pub, right? Like, you spam a hero, but if someone takes that hero for you, you just play the counter to that hero. You only need a 2 hero pool.
And have in mind, Aurora, their last game that they did play was 5 days ago. So they had plenty of time to figure out what P-Vision is doing with these early game-oriented strats with the 24 picks that could potentially come out.
I mean, I wanted to mention that as well, because like all these teams, they wanted to go into like that last chance gauntlet, right? They really wanted to because they didn't want to have that 4-day break. But we saw Spirit. Didn't really matter too much for them. They looked good. I'm curious how much preparation there was for Aurora during that time and how much P-Vision like evolved in that last chance.
And there's also one thing I want to talk about, because this is something no one did mention in an interview about stability. And I think we're seeing 2 opposites from the mid lane, where we're seeing no one being super stable as a player. And then on the other side, you have this chaotic, very explosive player that is going to be pushing the limits. Kiyotaka, sometimes he is a flip of the coin. Like, let's just be real, because he will overextend. Sometimes he's going to be super duper. We're talking about him getting godlikes and stuff. He's undefeated on Shadow Fiend. These type of heroes, he will take control of the game, but if he's playing into unfavorable matchup, he makes one of these 2 more mistakes. I think going back to Valakia, when he's playing some Pango into unfavorable matchup into Queen of Pain, he goes for Hand of Midas. He wants to recover, so need to be careful about that one.
Yeah, it's interesting when you consider Shadow Fiend, because he's been a flex pick throughout this entire tournament. Both these teams have utilized it, but on the side of Aurora, it's purely been for Kiyotaka, and on the side of P-Vision, it's purely been for Satanic. So both of the teams utilize the hero very differently. And I will say, I think Shadow Fiend basically embodies everything that Kiyotaka represents, because we've seen some he likes to make these solo plays on the map with whatever hero he's playing. We've seen him feed Divine Rapier 65, 70 minutes into the game in seemingly free games. We've seen him solo kill people for the win at 45 minutes plus when most teams are running around as 5. I've seen his Shadow Fiend. He'll make these random Requiem plays, juking with illusion runes, effectively just BKB TPing out afterwards. And every time I watch this guy, I just think to myself, the other team must be thinking to themselves, what the heck was that? And I just love that aspect of his game, and I'm looking for Shadowfiend to be potentially coming out here.
I mean, Aurora is like completely aware of that as well. If you kind of look like their past drafts, like there was a game where they had a Dawnbreaker, a Tusk, a Bane, and a Baden, and then Kiyotaka. And then all they do is just like make sure when Kiyotaka goes in, they can follow up. I think this is probably the best Dawnbreaker team at the tournament for that reason, because you can't be afraid to go in and use that Dawn ult. And Kiyotaka is not a player that is afraid to go in. I didn't even see that they picked Dawn there, but this is a team that will utilize this hero. Toronto Tokyo is great at it, but it super enables Kiyotaka's playstyle.
It definitely does. And we also seen good amount, I would say, of carry Dawnbreakers as well. So this is potentially a flex, most likely
Nightfall.
for Aurora. Nightfall, I mean, it is a easy way to get out of the fight as well. So you have a shard. It is a BKB as well. It gives you debuff immunity, but most likely this is going to be played from the off lane. So far, P-Vision, they haven't played Dazzle at all. This is DM's hero. If before the tournament, if we haven't seen too much of a Dazzle coming into this meta, becoming a position 5, we mostly seen, like, I would say this is DM's hero, without a doubt, because this is something that he plays really well, but for now keeping it as a flex, but we'll see where it's going to end up.
The hero I'm really curious if we're going to see is Silencer, potentially, from either team, banned or picked, because it's the only hero in the game that can silence Dazzle's ulti, and then it's the only hero in the game that can reliably cancel Dawnbreaker ulti, so even though I don't think Silencer is exactly a meta pick, I am wondering if the hero's on both of these teams' minds, because it's the literal hard counter to both of the heroes we've seen so far. But the Dawnbreaker, you know, we mentioned the meta heroes of the patch, or at least we heard a lot from Jenkins last panel, which is these spirit heroes, these mobile guys. A lot of them pair very well with Dawnbreaker. I'm thinking of the Storm Spirits, the Pucks. So I'm wondering if we're going to... I'm predicting we're going to see a Storm versus Ember matchup in this game. I'm just wondering which team's going to pick which.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. The other hero that's still in the pool would be, like, Queen of Pain. If you ban a Puck and you want Quap, that is something you could possibly look at. Shadow Fiend's still in the pool too, right? So there's a lot of routes they could go, but I'm curious as well on, like, if they're going to do the Silencer approach, or if they're going to stick to picking more saves, maybe pick a Bane, something like that they like to run as well. A lot of options, and I like how P-Vision also banned out the Baden and the Tusk. This is heroes that previously Aurora did play.
Yeah, they played from the safe lane. You did mention Nightfall kind of playing these, not cheesy heroes, but heroes that can't die as easily, playing Lifestealers, Abaddon. Like, you're not going to be able to kill these heroes from 100 to 0. And also removing Tusk. We've seen the combination with the Dawnbreaker being way too powerful. I could see Silencer for Aurora, but I don't think P-Vision is going to be picking up Silencer and Dazzle as a support duo unless this Dazzle goes to the offlane. And I'm also a big fan, you did mention Queen of Pain, big fan of Dawnbreaker plus Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain with Bondage, she blinks in, she has a Blade Mail, nobody wants to focus her. Then on another blink, you could get that Dawn ulti, so pretty much being invincible in most of these fights.
I think it also depends on what the damage type is coming out from the opponent team. Earlier on in the tournament, yeah, we were seeing Quaps first rounded by some of the teams in the early stages of the group stage, and I would then see Pango, SF, Dazzle, Tusk, you know, literally 4 physical damage heroes in response. So Queen of Pain for me is almost a cheese pick nowadays, because she has that element of she will reflect and lifesteal off of magic and pure damage, and if you're predominantly reliant on that, then she is nearly unkillable. So I'm curious, like, if there's a hero like Queen of Pain that's effectively considered in every one of these drafts, even if it's like never seen. Marcy again.
Yep, we'll have to see. And I think the Morph ban makes a lot of sense. It really just shows you that's their lane. They want Bat, Dawn to lane, and Satanic Morphling. Don't need to say any more there. He's really good at it. And there's going to be a lot of mind games, as we're talking about, I think, for this mid matchup. There's a lot of options you can go. Puck is still in the pool, too. This hero's really popular. You're not going to pick Quap versus Puck. Shadow Fiend's in the pool. As you mentioned, Storm, Ember. There's like a huge mid pool right now. Nothing got banned.
This is a lot of healing. This is a lot of sustain. We're going to be seeing some longer fights as well. You have Dawnbreaker to break the fight on one side. You have Chen, which they are undefeated with, picked 4 out of 4 games. Dookie looks very, very good every single time on the hero. Brings in all these auras. I think he did go for every single time did go for drums into like Solar Crest or drums into something that is needed for the game, but pretty much bringing all these auras, and now you have also this Dazzle, which most likely just going to be their offlane duo with the Marcy, but also keeping this Marcy as a flex.
What's a good carry here, Brian, against the heroes you see? Anything pop to your mind?
I was thinking that you might pick a stable laner that deals with summons like Gyrocopter. That's the only one that I would feel super comfortable picking blind if I had to pick right.
But is there another hero that's really shaping up here?
Are you talking about PL?
Yeah, we are.
Are you really baiting me this? I thought that was a genuine question, Fear.
No.
I see what's happening. Okay, so they go for the Pugna. That's
Leave it open though, right? Maybe. Because
yeah.
If you're last pick and you,
it is a very good PL game.
Heroes, it's really because like you're showing Dazzle's probably offlane in this situation, maybe mid. So,
and if it's offlane, it'll farm because of the Shadow Wave, but the Poison Touch is effectively useless against any hero with a built-in Dispel, like PL.
Yeah, so just pick your puck here. You have your initiation. Last pick, maybe you get it, maybe you don't, but there's a couple of good options you can go for.
There isn't much control on both of these sides. For now, it's very difficult to start a fight. You have P-Vision who can group up, get all these auras up, and try to, force a fight with all the sustain that they do have. But I do like this puck on 17. It does allow them to maybe skip some of the heroes, blocks Storm Spirit, blocks Queen of Pain, even though I've seen Queen of Pain's also getting picked into puck if there's not enough follow-up.
I think Queen of Pain's honestly pretty nice here just because of the fact that almost all of Aurora Gaming's damage right now is magical. So with the Blade Mail plus any lifesteal item later on, you might get lassoed with Blade Mail on and just not die.
I mean, I would love to see the confidence of that, but unfortunately this tournament, most mid laners have not wanted to play the mid matchup, right?
Yes.
So like do you have the confidence to pick it in the puck? Is like the question.
I'm down for some Kunkka or I'm down for some Void Spirit here on 18. Monkey's still in the pool. Maybe not the greatest against
I like the Void,
Batrider, but this is the matchup that kind of has risen over the last month, I would say, ever since the changes to Void Spirit, even though people will still blame, Void Spirit innate ability whenever they lose the matchup, but if he gets off to a good start, you have heroes who can rotate to the 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, even give him the upper hand in this matchup as well, give him that Aghanim Scepter timing as fast as possible.
So what was the exact change to Void Spirit that makes it better? Because I remember back all the way in like Arlington Major, people thought Void beat Puck in lane, and the stats just never showed that. Void was consistently losing to Puck. That then became the normal and the expected, and now it's back to the inverse.
Yeah, just in my experience, it usually comes down to numbers. They buffed, I believe, I know they buffed at least the damage on 2 of his nukes, maybe 3.
He wasn't universal back then either,
and I don't think he was universal either.
And
but
the build
then
was like Yules
and there was a period of time where, because when he got initially changed to universal, that you would go like Echo Saber Manta, like all stat items, and then it felt like the matchup no longer favored Puck because Void Spirit wouldn't die in a coil, and then he gets the second or third item Ags and kills you. In this case, I was wondering if either team was going to buy a Spirit Vessel because you're looking at a bunch of heal. One side you have Chen plus Dazzle, the other side you have Pugna plus Dawnbreaker, and not only is it an Axe hero, but it's also a Spirit Vessel hero in the Void Spirit that could help you burst these single targets.
Even though there's like so many times that I've seen, it's a good Spirit Vessel game, seems like mid laners, they don't really want to go for it, except for TI qualifiers in China. I've seen good amount of Void Spirit going for Spirit Vessel because it's an item that does give you good stats. Now you have Diadem, and you being Universal Hero, you actually benefit a lot from it.
Okay, well now we're looking at our last few phases, and because both teams have opted to just have that mid matchup as their last picks coming out of that second phase, it leaves a lot of bans open for the carry pool. Something you guys said you weren't confident on who has the bigger pool when it comes down to Satanic or Nightfall, and who's going to have the advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, Satanic might already have a serial, to be honest with you. We don't know where this Marcy's going.
No, that is true.
So, I mean, we saw in the last series, it was picked twice as a carry, so I mean, it didn't win, but it's on the up and up. People are thinking about it, scrimming with it. But I did want to talk one last time about this matchup mid, because Kiyotaka did play this, right, in the tiebreaker.
I feel like it's going to be a funny story.
Yeah, I mean, he got absolutely exposed game 1, and he was just like fed 5 times in like 5 minutes, right? It was really bad.
He was the Puck.
He was the Puck, yes. And then in the next game, he was also Puck against the Void Spirit. And then he won the game and had a much better performance. So I think this is a matchup he is now, he did his runs on it. He's very confident in it now. So I think he's not too sad to play this matchup. And I'm looking at the bans here, and like Nightfall's hero pool other than PL is gone now. So, and he banned one of them.
And they covered it with Sven.
You kind of cover it with the Sven. And those are actually really good bans if you want Sven.
What about good old Troll?
They banned it.
They banned. Okay.
Yep.
That's why I said those two bans are really good. Lifestealer's banned as well. So some of like the best counters to Sven are gone. I mean, do you go for it anyway? Maybe. I don't know. It's good for everything else potentially, because you know this is an offlane Dazzle now. You kind of have to address that. That's a problem.
I think you could also lean towards TB as like a safer pick. I don't love the hero. It hasn't had the most success this tournament, but it is a good carry matchup against Sven. And even though you don't have a Dispel in lane, you do have the Pugna 5, which I think partially was picked because they did anticipate the Dazzle 3 to decrep. Oh my goodness, that's a hero I was not expecting.
Well, that kind of like, no matter what, like my Weaver senses were tingling. I was like, is it a good Weaver game? Like, you want some mobility hero? Because like when you play versus Dazzle offlane, if you don't have this kind of like jump or disengage, you can feed very hard, especially against a Marcy. So they were definitely looking for that type of hero. And, you know, PA we haven't seen in a long time just because she no longer has, like, you have
her
to
shard
level.
is Ags.
I mean, her innate is now an ability you have to level, essentially. And that's kind of like really bad for the hero on how it plays.
It's not only that you can't level stats anymore, but you also have 15 to 20% evasion level 1 just built into your innate, and now your innate is blur. So in the laning stage itself, like against heroes like Dazzle and Marcy who do anticipate right-clicking you a lot, especially to keep that poison touch applied, it may significantly alter the favorability of this matchup for PA. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to play it very defensively, just throw daggers and save the blink strike for either sure kills or disengages.
Both of the teams opted to go for like more explosive damage, so you're not going to be able to get the saves with Pugna. Maybe Dazzle, you get those big crits out, but I do like what P-Vision drafted for themselves. I think this type of a lineup comes online super quickly. Satanic on Sven as well. These Eastern European carries, they know how to make this hero work, and you might not be, like Dawnbreaker ulti, you might not get the value out of it when Sven gets to his like 3rd and 4th item.
And what about yourself? Fears in that you're slightly more towards the conditions of rule.
I mean, Nightfall PA is a classic. It is one of his better heroes when it was popular, so I still believe it if it can get there, but it really depends on the mid matchup for me.
All right, very quickly, Brian.
I'm going to go for P-Vision in this one.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you guys are siding with P-Vision because just luckily enough, we have their coach with an interview.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Astini from P-Vision. Astini, what do Aurora do really, really well at Dota, and how did you answer that with this draft?
I don't know. I don't learn anything with them in this sense. Like, I try to focus in our best. It's not that I don't respect them. I have full respect. It's just I try to focus on my strengths. It's not just focus like on inner self instead of looking to the opponent.
Excellent. I mean, that's a great mentality. It's taken you so far. But what do you think about this game? I mean, what have you given yourself here to take them down? What's the strongest thing that your draft does?
They don't ban Chen because they can counter it. We pick Chen. Game 2 they'll ban Chen because they cannot counter it. That's what I think.
Excellent stuff. All right, so a high-paced deathball draft. That's what we've got going on here?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, let's see if it works out for you. Thank you very much, Astini. Good luck in game number 1 as we'll send it over to our casters for Aurora versus P-Vision.
The Golden Boys of P-Vision. They have had a very successful year. They have had the most first places of any team this season. They have a slew of podium finishes and have never placed outside of the top this year. But it really doesn't matter, Avery, unless you get the gold at the end of the season. And that's what we're here for the Esports World Cup. And their matchup against Aurora, kind of the exact opposite story, right? This is a team that has just been consistently 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th the entire way.
That said, they're on the up and up. I think anybody who's been watching this team, particularly in this tournament, they are on the rise. They have improved the team gameplay a lot. They've shortened the amount of games that have been thrown. They've increased the amount of games that they've been able to consistently pull out. I think the panel's discussion about balancing the consistency of Nightfall with the inconsistency of Kiyotaka is a big factor in this squad. And you should not underestimate him. We saw in the interview with Astini, he wanted to focus on his team, not try and counter what Aurora were doing. I think that's a fine approach, but at the same time, if you're not looking at what Aurora are doing right now, it's going to catch you off guard because this is not the same team even exists. So, yeah, there's a lot to deal with here. And it's a team that can play really fast with their timings if they get to them. This is a game, though, it's going to be a challenge to get there because they did give P-Vision the Chen. This is not a hero they've lost on. It is incredibly strong in their hands, not only because of the individual player skill and playing with it and around it, particularly for Ducalis, but these guys know how to hit that mid-game timing really hard, punch together, use all the sustain to just pump up that timing. Even if you're a little behind off one lane or someone else is having a rough game, it brings everybody together. You get the Roshan, you get the objectives. You just close that out at that 35-minute mark, and no one can even hit late game against it.
I like that you pointed out that Aurora have been looking better over time, and so have their results. While they have placed 5th, 6th pretty much the entire year, their most recent result at Dream League, where they got top 4, that was a change of fate. Now them coming into this tournament and topping out the groups, like we saw them consistently get better over the year, but the results weren't changing much until right at this moment. And now, I mean, that's the perfect time to be peaking, right?
That said, Kiyotaka is going to face his inner demons here as he gets a little too aggressive on the rune. Pays a big price. That's a first blood into Void Spirit in this matchup. And I like how we brought up the fact that he has played this matchup twice before in this event during that tiebreaker.
Yep.
We casted some of those games. Game 2 did not work out for him at all. Game 3, he ran it back. He showed up. He dropped, I think, like 9-1, 9-0 in that game. Was an absolute beast. He went the early BKB build both games for this matchup to deal with the Void Spirit Ags timing. It's a give and take, right? The 50-50 lives on in this man, and giving first blood to no one of all players in this matchup, not going to help him try and get that first. See if he can make it up elsewhere as this game goes on.
Yeah, that's the part that is particularly concerning for me, is it's about the player you just gave that first blood, you know? I feel like no one is the scariest mid laner in the world right now.
Well, I think there's some mid laners who would argue with that, but
yeah,
you know, every mid player's got a little bit of an ego, so until you're eliminated, you can argue it anyway.
Nightfall toss back into the Dazzle. Rough matchup so far. Dazzle always known to you know, take it to these melee safe laners. They were talking about the matchup of, like, you know, the PA, you know, innate having some evasion. Do you think that's possible that Nightfall can ever win this lane?
Unlikely. You can get through it with dagger spam. You have a Pugna support. You can definitely just commit for the range creeps with the blast daggers, play for the pulls. This is a lane you can survive. You're not going to stop DM farming up here, though, and that is a concern. Really hard to stop the Dazzle farming in this laning phase.
Burst it down. Just
That's
too much damage coming out of that Shadow Wave. The combination of the repositioning of Disposed with the poison and the heal, putting him back into the creep wave, that's nasty.
It is a really tough lane to deal with for a melee carry. I would not be surprised to see Aurora give up on this lane earlier than maybe they want to, particularly with the early kill here. Going straight in onto Panto. He's still level 1, no Decrep available.
And that means he's like, oh, got the level 2 off the creeps dying, so he does get out the Decrepify. He'll live as a result. Damage still done, though, by P-Vision.
Yeah, no glyph to put out there because we're still too early in the game.
Aurora need to equalize a little bit, and it's a good thing that Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira are on the case. They bring down Satanic, keep the pressure on the safe lanes.
That is a really nice find. This Bat Dawnbreaker lane has a lot of all-in potential. You really have to be careful when you're far up in the lane like this. Ducalis not able to get pulls off early. It's been blocked up. He did get the D-ward, but this Equilibrium not that's been any favors, and that is a kill Aurora desperately needed here. They were falling behind on 3 lanes. Not a recipe for success against the Chet. Again, you have to at least go even in this early 10-15 minutes so you don't get snowballed.
Fighting for Lotus Orbs. Tough fight, trying to toss Nightfall out of the AoE. Nightclass is getting low, and they might be able to pick up that kill. Panto with the Decrepify, just trying to make sure that Nightfall's okay. Doesn't take too much damage from the Dazzle, as they do claim the life of Nineclass.
Nightfall looked for the last hit, but underestimating the base damage on the Skelly boy.
Kiyotaka getting dangerously low. Looks like he, I think he was trying to do a little tower play there, you know, get some of his HP and mana back through the phase shift off of tanking tower aggro. And I think no one caught him with an Aether Remnant. That's a crafty little play.
He's definitely winning this thing hard off that first blood, winning the regen trades. He's even going to buy a raindrop here, just boost up his tank ability, win all the trades. You get the level 6 first, you rotate a support here. Could be an easy gank. This puck is low and doesn't have full resources up. Feels like Aurora just trying to survive this laning phase right now. They do have some rotation potential with the Batrider if they want to bring Mira into any of these other lanes. And definitely some potential before some of the big ults come out. I mean, ideally you'd love to get a kill on no one if you can get the coil going.
Sure.
You shut this hero down early, you get a lot more momentum going to that mid game, because there's going to be a lot of EHP in this lineup. I mean, you look at the amount of heals they have, the amount of saves they have, the amount of repositioning. There's so much to back up this Void Spirit when we go into this mid game that if you don't get 1 or 2 kills on him early, you might never kill him this game. This could easily be a 0-death game for no one. I would say Take-Two that had that lead us, so minor setback for him.
Same time, Aurora been making this lane really difficult for Satanic. Toronto Tokyo was tanking the creep wave, trying to keep the creep equilibrium on their side as much as possible, which would enable the Bat Rider to chase down the Sven like they're doing now.
Amir's done a nice job blocking up a lot of these camps. Is this ward? It's a self-blocking ward from Ducalis? No, it's spawned. Never mind. He'll get it here. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was on the edge or not, but gotta give him benefit of the doubt here. Mira's just done a decent job body blocking that camp. That's like the first small camp spawn at 5 minutes. Pretty rough for a Chen.
Satanic getting low again.
It's gonna be a rough matchup for the Chen against this Bat Rider. It's not a support you trade well against. You can get some mana burn creeps going. You can maybe get a purge creep, but in this example, he got the ice armor. Not too useful here, even though that spell is always broken in the early game.
Yeah, I would have thought the Mind Stealer would have won this lane for them over time, just because they're all so mana dependent on the side of Aurora.
He also just never took the purge creep.
Couldn't quite get him. No one taking a lot of damage. Flame break back into the tower, and he's dead. Ooh. An overextension from no one. He had the advantage. He had the first blood. He was winning the lane, but he tried to get too greedy with it. Attempting to kill on a Kiyotaka under tower goes wrong. Now fighting for the power runes, ends up being bottom. Kiyotaka living the high life now.
He forced that a lot. He took 800 damage from the tower. That is a lot to take with a puck who has no coil.
Yeah.
Just a bad overextension from no one. We don't see it often, but he gave away a decent amount of his lead there. Go straight back into it, of course. Still in absolutely a fine position, but that's going to give a little bit of extra XP to the supports here, who could definitely use it as we head into these Wisdom Shrines. You're also not afraid of this Void Spirit Wisdom Shrine rotation if it was ever in the cards anymore. And this gives Puck a coil. A coil he didn't even have to use on the Void Spirit kill. So now you have it available on the map for some counterplay or maybe an aggressive move of your own to one of these side lanes. Could definitely see Kiyotaka go bottom off the TP out of Fountain.
Panto, as he's running around the map, it does leave Nightfall alone in lane. He's just having a dagger spam largely to get CS. So probably means our Phantom Assassin is going to be a bit under farm coming out of this laning phase, though that was to be expected considering the lane matchup.
I think it's okay. You didn't pick this PA to snowball the game or come out guns blazing. You just picked them to scale, carry the late game. Classic Nightfall position. This Sven PA matchup can go either way. It's super dependent on who jumps who. If the Sven can land a couple of hits on that PA, you can just absolutely delete him later on, especially if you have Bloodthorn/MKB. At the same time, this PA can kite you around. The evasion can be really annoying for a long time. You're both heroes that can farm massive Ancient stacks, so I would not be surprised to see these two teams prioritize the stacking in the next 10 minutes or so here. Particularly for Satanic. I think you want it for the Sven here. Accelerate his game. Get him into a position where he can join these fights early. I would love an early Blink Dagger on Sven this game.
What about Silver Edge for the break?
Another route he can go, for sure.
Kind of have to choose one or the other, right, in some ways. Mira does get caught trying to take the power room, but it is lucky days for Kiyotaka. Once again, spawns to his favor. It's a haste rune top lane, so he's going to use this positioning, see if there's an opportunity at the top area of the map.
Yeah, throws a little curveball in there, and DM not too happy about this position being taken away.
They're going to spot Night Class hiding in the corner here. The curveball follows him all the way through, trying to use the rebound, but now it's just going to be double coil into the Toronto Tokyo ultimate. Over the top, no one. He doesn't break the coil, now freed from it, gets on the offensive, tries to go after this Toronto Tokyo kill, but Grepify, it bails him out for a little bit. DM does what damage he can, but most of it has already been dodged thanks to the save from the Pugna. Panto coming in very nicely with these Decrepifies. He's doing a great job so far.
Really strong spell this game for Aurora to play around. If you can Decrepify the jump from any of these cores and just put some healing into them, really stalls out the fight for P-Vision.
Where's Satanic off to? Is he actually here to take some stacks?
Oh,
he
yeah.
is.
He's got ice armor backup. This is a tanky Sven in the early game.
Yeah, and he's got no one, after that team fight, or little skirmish, I guess, in the mid lane, he was pretty healthy, so they knew they had the advantage on resources. Very nice. Take a little, 4 stack?
Have to think about stacking this game on both sides, because both these carries just want it so bad.
Well, apparently Aurora needs to maybe rethink their stacking. Maybe these stacks aren't safe on their side of the map.
Already posturing around this river. 20 seconds for the rune. Generally not the best place for the Marcy to fight, especially against the Batrider. You get kited out in this river, it's going to be a rough time. They're going to try and take the rune fight anyway. They want something for no one in this early game.
Kiyotaka having used his orb. Got another one coming up. He does manage to jump away. No catch from the Aether Remnant.
He got another rune.
And another power rune. Man, 3 in a row for Kiyotaka. An arcane rune to boot. This one, the most powerful of them all for a puck early on.
Yeah, he's got some good runes here early, and when he needed them to refill the resources, these are completely salvaging his early game after that bad first blood. Got a threatened DM up here, but this guy is tanky, man. He's already got Overclub, Treads, Burn, Full Wand. This is a almost 2,000 effective HP Dazzle.
You get some rotations out. No one. Seeing if he could actually get a kill out of this rotation. Goes after Panto. Not good enough. Now the puck comes back into play, scaring them back underneath the tower.
He just wants an Arcane Rune Coil. But we're already seeing some of the difficulty Aurora are going to run into this game, which is, where does the damage come from to bring these heroes down? Puck is generally a mediocre damage hero on his own compared to something like the Storm.
Yeah, and all this attention up the top lane means Satanic is freely farming this bottom lane. Mask Madness is up, and one of the nice things about Sven, you've got that Ancient Camp. As long as you keep your safe lane tower, keep this side of the map. So it's very efficient for this guy.
If I'm Aurora, this is the guy I wanted to attack in the early game. That's Sven. I just think it's awkward because that's also the lane where the Dawnbreaker's in, who's kind of your global damage follower.
Right, yeah.
And she would prefer you attack somewhere else so she can come into that play. But I think the smoke had to come down here if it existed. It's just so hard. I mean, again, you look at this guy sitting in the safe lane, 1,500 HP. He's got Warcry. He's got extra armor from the Chen. He's got potential heals and counterplay from Dazzle TPing in. Diving behind this tier 1 sounds impossible. I think you have to just play this game straight up in the early game if you're Aurora. And
the smoke's going to come too late from Panto and Nightfall. The Ancient stack already cleared through.
This is too late in the game for this play. This had to happen 2 or 3 minutes earlier. It will get them this tier 1. So this is why I still think the smoke play is good, because you are going to kick Satanic out.
Oh, that's awkward. The smoke, it's a blight on Kiyotaka, but they'll still find an opening here. Toronto Tokyo, a little unnecessary, feels like, with that ultimate.
They have Hand of God, Lotus, but yeah, get the job done, I guess. Use both your ults, get a Chen off the map, slow his game down. Aren't getting damage on that bottom tier 1. It's kind of the downside of committing all these heroes into that jungle.
Yeah.
However, if Nightfall gets to take it for free down here off the PA rotating bottom, that'll be a big win for Aurora. This is incredibly efficient for him, because there's nobody going into top tier 1 for P-Vision right now. They're just all clumped around mid. Did get a power rune, though.
They did. They finally got one.
No one on the board.
We heard from Astini talking about the Chen. They think they can counter the Chen. They're going to find out that's not the case, and they're just going to have to ban it out in game 2. Feels like laning phase-wise, Aurora did pretty all right for themselves, but there's more to Chen than just laning phase, right? What's the next step of all this?
The second the auras start coming up, the second your tier 1s start falling, and then to me, it's that first Roshan into tier 2s into second Roshan. That period, you have to contest something for what this hero brings to the team.
Mira, he'll die in the top lane through a gank, and Nightfall has now abdicated his bottom lane spot. Going top and not
here.
wanting to be here.
I'm surprised he came back up here. I don't think this was a power you were ever defending this game, unless you were already planted here with Puck with Solar Guardian to defend it, which I just don't think Kiyotaka is ever going to go up here and do that.
No Puck, no Solar Guardian, so
exactly.
Both options were off the table there.
You rather just attack. I mean, one of the things you can do against Chen is when he pushes you, you just trade objectives on the map. Because he generally is bad at attacking one place and defending in response. He can't move him and his army that freely around the map.
Sure. So this is where some of the counter is coming from Aurora with the Pugna trying to pressure this mid tower.
Yeah, exactly. Panto can even it out, right? He pushes pretty fast on this support Pugna with 4 points in Blast already done. And you're seeing the chip damage going to these tier 1s. Like, mid and bottom tower for P-Vision is already under a third. That doesn't take much to just put these towers over the edge, and then you at least feel like you're evening out the map control against the Chen. You relieve some of that mental pressure.
Yeah.
Another big factor is having supports that can match the farm rate, which in theory is where this Bat Rider comes in. Because Chen just out-farms a lot of support duos. This hero gobbles extra net worth off the map. The map's so big now that he can freely do it without taking it away from his cores, and he just outscales you.
I mean, as much as we say, oh, got the deny, 9 class popping the ultimate to quickly snatch that away from Panto. As much as we were saying Aurora could push this tower, they've only just now, in near 15 minutes, taken their first tier 1. Can't feel the greatest. And meanwhile, there is just a steady flow of gold coming in for P-Vision.
Oh God, no one's courier. That's a decent amount of gold. No one not too happy about that as he was trying to finish up the Ags off it, so it might delay that item a little bit.
Mira?
That's a lot of creeps to feed away here.
To call us nothing. He's paying more attention to his creeps.
Yeah.
He got ganked by Roshan there in the river.
Not the finest moment of micro for him.
It's a good thing he didn't get thrown into the tower area. Otherwise, certainly would have died. Aurora, we're sweeping in. Defend their tower for now.
They don't want to deny it. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I almost feel like Mira should deny it. He's so close to his Blink Dagger.
I mean, you also have Panto just blasting mid. This does get killed in that Blasphemous Catapult, so no chance to deny that one. They actually get the tier 1 mid first.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Dazzle. Aghanim Scepter almost done for the Void Spirit. Big timing coming in for P-Vision soon.
Yeah, this is when the damage is going to start to pick up. The control against the Puck in particular. You have these double silences going out into the Hex from the Dazzle, stun from Sven, an extra stun from the Marcy. That is more than enough lockdown to catch and burst this Puck in the fight. You need a really clutch save on him, either from the Decrep or Solar Guardian is maybe enough to bail him out once the Ags is done. That part will be nice for Aurora, the fact you can just get this Ag Solar Guardian, and if the Sven jumps in, you counterplay with the Solar Guardian, instant jump in, stun him even through a BKB. Not much Satanic can do to itemize through that.
Sure.
Can absolutely bail the Puck or the PA later on out from that Sven burst if you're quick enough.
Well, a mid tower that was not denied will be taken now.
I cannot believe they didn't deny that.
Yeah, that was crazy. You're matched up against a Chen. You know he's going to take it. It's just a matter of time, really.
Kiyotaka, he's going to show in mid, all these heroes off the map.
He's got to be careful, he might get caught here. Got silenced up. There's that Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit. The counter, though, from Mira. Got the lasso. Now they're Toronto Tokyo. The ult's coming in. It hits the stun. There's a Shao Great, though. Too much sustain coming out of P-Vision. As good as Aurora played it, they're just simply not strong enough to be able to take this. A toss back away. Nightfall came in, quickly got the Chen killed. Night Class tried to get a little punish there, but they got to beware of the Dazzle ultimate. And what a stun from Satanic in from the right side. Gets a two-man stun, kills Kiyotaka, and now no one to clean up the rest. He'll run the rest down rather easily. Him and Satanic, a two-pronged attack that just tears into Aurora.
Why stop? Just get them all here. You had an amp damage on no one. You had an effective amp damage on Satanic with the God Strength. You're fighting with more damage, more sustain, and you couldn't ask for more here if you're Aurora. You got a lasso on the Void Spirit to save the Puck. You get a three-man coil, right? Nightfall, he's trying to contribute here. He's trying to pick up the backline, but he's a Battle Fury PA. This is not the timing in this game where the hero shines.
Yeah.
I think you had to kind of get out here at this point if you're Aurora. And if you linger too long, Satanic shows up. I talked about the early Blink Dagger. This is why it's so good, because you can just come in these fights and turn these plays so easily. When Aurora overextend, you can find the backline, you can clean these saving supports up like the Pugna, and man, that just blows this game open. You can't afford to give these kind of team fights away to the Chen lineup.
Yeah, we heard about the philosophy of just focusing on your own draft. P-Vision clearly focusing on their own timings here. Double Ags, Blink Dagger. They just were so strong in that fight, and now they've got a net worth lead. Now they're going to take Roshan. This is the kind of thing that begins to snowball a bit. Building up pressure like a dam.
They're going to have BKB on Sven by the next fight as well. And you have the Solar Guardian, you have Lasso to throw into him, you have Decrep. But all these cores are going to scale, and they're going to scale really, really well into this early mid game.
Aegis for no one.
This could be a scary period for Aurora.
Satanic spotting Mira. Who's jumping who there? Panto, what are you up to? Just running down lane, trying to collect some creeps. Unfortunately, there's a Marsu nearby. Stop at the TP.
Yeah, throw the Chen on his head. Goomba stomp him back to the fountain. There is a risk that P-Vision feel they get ratted in this period because their lineup is pretty ball heavy. Their catch is not the their catch / map mobility is not the greatest with this lineup.
Yeah,
especially compared to what we normally see out of them, where they have some Darkseers, Nagas, whatever it is. There is a decent shot Aurora can rat this game and keep the net worth fairly even if their base doesn't just get straight up pushed.
And you combine that with a little single target pickoff of like coil lasso, pull them out of the coil, snap that.
Yep.
Right, you get that. It's always a dangerous combo.
I think that is one of the biggest strengths of Puck compared to a lot of the other Spirits mid is you feel more comfortable and confident ratting these maps out. You have an incredible scaling core going into the ultra late if you can get there.
Yeah.
The later Parasma Ags nonsense, this hero does, and the level 25 talent as well with the coil piercing debuff immunity. These things add up in the very late game, and Puck is a hero that can usually get you there because his rat action is incredibly consistent. Chen just overrides that though because he just goes high ground.
Yes.
And you have Dazzle for extra sustain. So P-Vision, if they feel like they're getting ratted in this game, they are not going to try and catch you. They are going to force your base, and they're going to do it quite early here.
Add one more aura or buff to the mix. Got a, because of the shard from the Chen, we now have a Thunderhide, so he's going to be using that Frenzy on people. We may see at some point the Golem come into play. I mean, this lineup, he gets a Golem. This lineup is, Aurora simply will not have the damage to kill anybody.
Nope. No way. Maybe a high ground base defense with a Lasso Dragon is your best bet, but that's asking for a lot. Do get a God Strength out of Satanic, but I don't think he minds fighting off two heroes for control this mid wave.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's able to do this solo, he's got a BKB if he needs it, clearly does not. Meanwhile, Mira's just trying to get away from 9 class. With the lasso, managed to get a blink away. Back to the river fight, though. Reinforcements coming in to help Satanic. No one gets the extra catch, helping Satanic claim a kill.
This chase is still going on, huh?
Mira's messing with them. I mean, best you could do, I guess, at this point in time. Anything to dissuade P-Vision from a 5-man march down, I think, potentially into the base, right? I feel like they go, Satanic, there goes that BKB, but still got the stun on him. Got a little extra follow-up damage. Can they get the final bit required to get the kill? They simply cannot. Again, not enough damage in the pool. And that was a fight where you took that because there was no Dazzle. If the Dazzle's there, it's not even close.
No, you might even just sit there, fight him back if he has God Strength up as well. We're trying to take advantage of those small openings. The fact your Batrider was the one getting chased to create the space hurts you there, because if Mira is in that play, that's a really nice kill on that Sven for sure. But of course, Satanic knows where this bat is, playing his limits pretty well. That was the BKB on the Puck. That was the first pop of it. This is the same build-up we saw from Kiyotaka in those tiebreaker games against the Void Spirit. Pretty much a necessity here.
Yeah, gotta do it.
But
Silence is way too good.
Also helps him rat on the map. There's no BKB piercing stun in this game. Now there's overwhelming damage to just kill you when you try and Nightfall out.
Yeah.
He's playing with him.
Yeah, Kiyotaka has made himself the target. He doesn't have BKB now, so he's got to be careful. Cole gets laid out. He's going to be silenced. He's gone.
This is the downside of delaying the blink. Your escape is not nearly as consistent.
Well, Mira, got him on it. Well played, DM. Using his ultimate to get the disable onto Mira, stopping his TP out. It's funny, they were distracted by Kiyotaka, and the Mira's like, oh, this is my opportunity, I'm going to cut that wave. Clearly, Aurora have a game plan here, but they are getting caught around the map. It's not looking great for them as Panto gets cut down on the other side. 3 dead on the side of Aurora. You can cut waves all you want, but these death timers are going to start getting longer and longer, and P-Vision will have a better opportunity and more net worth behind it.
Honestly, it feels like Satanic is the one playing with some global bailout here. He's been playing alone for most of this game, pushing waves out, contesting multiple heroes from the side of Aurora for map control, while the rest of the team just groups, catches rats, takes Tormentor, whatever it is. Incredibly efficient gameplay for him. He's not getting punished for it. Aurora have to pick something here, right?
Satanic's a little alone. Probably takes too much to kill him, though.
Nightfall's committing a little bit. Gotta find a lasso here soon in this game. You do have Blink Force Staff on this Bat Rider.
Trying to find a way to isolate one person away from this Dazzle. Slowing down these heroes. Mira's chasing. Drops Sentry, gets grab onto Marcy, pulling him back. No one at the same time. He jumps in, and this is not a pickoff. This is a fight, and Satanic and no one had just routed you entirely. They caught you from behind, straight to the back, and now they'll run down the front line. It's Nightfall in the front, they'll die, and in Toronto, Tokyo, and Kiyotaka on the high grounds trying to chase after DM. It's just not going to work for you. P-Vision, they lure Aurora outside of their base. They lure them into thinking that this is just going to be a one-off, but no. Instead, it's going to be a team wipe, perhaps, as Kiyotaka trying to outrun 5 different heroes. Satanic will close the gap, they got the stun, and that's it.
I do not think Aurora should be trying to take any straight-up fight at this point in the game. Your window to win this game is like 35, 40 minutes plus. You had to rat this out. You had to negate the net worth advantage. You had to maybe get Testa a Roshan if it came down to it, but these fights, there's no chance. We saw the entire backside of the fight with Dawnbreaker Puck trying to kill a Dazzle, and they got him to half HP.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Like, there is no way to combat this timing on the Chen right now. And when you take that fight, you lose it. The door is wide open for P-Vision to use their strength.
Yeah. You also, there's like, I think literally zero way they can kill DM because he has his shard. So they've got the silence of the puck, and that's kind of it. You know, like it's just not going to work.
They don't have the big damage items yet.
And it's Blink Dagger and Silver Edge. Satanic will go back for the Silver Edge in the matchup against the PA. Also great for hunting the rats around the map.
Oh yeah. I like you went for the Blink and the Silver Edge here. Why not? Especially when he's snowballing this hard. You don't need more survivability. You need catch, jump, damage. Close this game out before it goes ultra late. If you're Aurora, you need to split them up. Like, that is your best chance to find a teamfight victory, is when you can start with a lasso on a group that is not together on the map. Find an isolated target, particularly this Fen, who again has been the guy who's playing alone most of the game. If you can make a quick smoke into him, pop Satanic off a lasso jump, you have the capability to do that, but you cannot kill P-Vision when they're grouped up on the map. He just continues to find isolated targets.
Trying to get out with the Axel.
Oh, man.
It's not fast enough.
You're just getting routed.
Yeah.
Game accelerated way too fast for what Aurora were expecting.
Well, what do you think, Avery? They gonna ban the Chen in game 2?
Yeah, I think even if they win this game, they will ban the Chen. I don't think we're gonna see it again. It's too fast. These teams are not ready for the pace it brings.
Yeah, I feel like the Chen wasn't some incredibly overwhelming force, but it is just kind of a sign of what Aurora can't seem to play against, which is, as you said, the speed, the tempo that they're bringing with this lineup. That's going to be tier 3 gone.
I mean, I will say this Dazzle is offering this lineup similar things and has also been a major problem. Like,
yes.
He got an early shard plus Locket, and the amount of sustain that comes out of this Locket Ags build, you're going to have Octarine soon as well. It's insane. You have guaranteed Grave. There's no real way to power through it. I think Aurora just thought they would have more time to get the damage online in this game. Maybe they thought the lanes are going to go better. But either way, now you're stuck in P-Vision's world. And it's not a fun one for you. Down almost 20K.
One lane of barracks left, so all that's needed for P-Vision. Patience. Wait for the next Roshan, claim that one, march down the top lane. The game's pretty much done. Aurora, I don't really know what they do from here. Like, now cutting waves isn't going to do it for you.
You need AC Dawnbreaker, and you need Satanic into Divine Rapier for Nightfall. And that is your best chance to win a high ground defense.
Yeah.
Ramp the damage as much as possible in the next 1 or 2 items.
Any chance that you forego the Satanic?
He's already.
I don't know if he can get. I don't know if he buys out the Satanic, if he can get the Divine Rapier in time.
Oh.
Okay, this time the Axel does manage to go off fast enough, only because Mira with a clutch lasso.
Oh, nice play. And not going to stop the progression here.
I was about to say, P-Vision, it's not like this is terribly inefficient for them. They're right outside the Roshan pit.
They got another amp damage for no one as well.
And look at Satanic. He's just leaving the Roshan to the rest of his team. He wants to end it by himself.
There's absolutely no fear for him on this map. He knows he cannot die.
Ridiculous. Well, Panto pays the price for that high ground ward still being there.
This is one of those games where you feel like there's people behind the Sven, even though there isn't.
Yeah.
And you're gonna go watch this replay and go like, what was this guy doing? How did he get away with this? How did we let him get away with this?
It's the arrogance of youth.
That's true. Doesn't know what a decade of playing this game can do to you.
He hasn't been broken like so many other players. Well, very defensive wards that Aurora are trying to play around, hoping that some random hero P-Vision walks underneath the ward, gets lassoed, gets killed. It's not going to come. They're going to have to take matters into their own hands. It's a 4-man smoke to the other side. But Satanic, he's already out. Aurora's too slow.
Just no map pressure to get a move like this to work. Like, P-Vision can group. There's no punish right now. They're waiting for Satanic on Satanic. And no reason not to just push when that item arrives. You have a lot of auras to play with. You have a banner from that Roshan. You have sustain to force the high ground.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Like, he doesn't need the Aegis. It's hard enough to kill him once. You give him the Satanic, he's not impossible to kill. So give yourself 7 lives to close out the game in this next high ground push.
Potentially more if you can just buy back to the outpost.
That's true.
You might not need any of them.
Well,
tank, you know.
And then you throw in some heals from the Chen, a Shallow Grave from the Dazzle. The sustain itself might end up being a few thousand in HP points just by itself.
And you're just not getting the lanes out aggressively to stall this game.
No.
So that push is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. 3 minutes still left, plenty of time. P-Vision, they're going to strike now, and it's both supports who are going to pay the price, perhaps. No more stuns. Okay, so Panto gets out. Mira, not so lucky.
Wave is coming in top. Can definitely just go high ground with the end of this God Strength.
They're not even positioned to defend this. Panto, he teleported back. He survived once, but he won't survive the second go-around.
You should have died the first time. Your respawn timer would have been more favorable.
I mean, they do still have one building left in bottom lane, I guess. They want to play for that instead. Pulling into the Aether Remnant. Kiyotaka does manage to get a coil onto the jump onto the Dazzle. Gets him about half HP. That's about it. Now Toronto Toku hits it. Stun. Kiyotaka trying to run away from Satanic. Well, Nightfall, they're fighting in the middle of all this, so they jump back to the Dazzle, trying to get it out, so he's still got Shallow Grave on himself. They just can't kill him, man. The DM's gonna live forever. Look at the health going up, and the health is dropping on the side of Aurora. No hope of winning this game one.
No chance, really. This is feeling like a straight out draft. Unless you pulled out some sort of laning miracle. I feel like you were always going to be in this situation where you lack damage to follow up on these coils. It can be a big problem with Puck against these sustain heroes. This is a lineup that P-Vision has played 1,000 times. It's not that uncharacteristic for them. They're extremely comfortable across the heroes on everybody. I honestly think you could have removed 1 or 2 heroes from this game and they might have still won it. Like, they could have been able to maybe play that 3v5. I don't think 9 Class had to do anything, which is not a slight to him. I think he just existed in that game, helped win the Dazzling. Satanic is controlling half the map on his own. The Dazzle or the Void Spirit's controlling the other half. Aurora have no easy targets to smoke into, no easy hero to jump. That game just feels impossible.
And all our hard questions for Aurora looking back into this game one and looking forward to game two, right? What are they going to do about this? Is Kiyotaka willing to take the Void Spirit again in the matchup? Or the Puck again in the matchup against the Void Spirits? Are they going to ban out the Chen? A lot of questions, and our panel, I'm sure, has many answers.
Well, hopefully they have a lot of answers and a lot of things to say about this game, despite how rough it was for Aurora. You know, there's a lot of lessons to gain from it. You always have to look at the silver lining, but I feel like the biggest props to be P-Vision here to come in and be so dominant, to feel like they win pretty much every matchup, give every call the best game they possibly can, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is another great executed lineup. I think they just won the draft with the lineup that they did have. Plus, they also executed it pretty much perfectly. When they're going for a push, they are getting the pickoffs as well. 2 solo kills happening at the same time. It's just that this team does know how to utilize auras, and they knew how to utilize heal. Seeing that there's nothing to reduce the healing on one side, you have Chen, you have this Dazzle coming out from the offlane with the Holy Locket. There's just way too many things. If the game starts well for them, and it did, they got the first blood, and they just got the ball rolling from there. Another 30-minute game from them.
Yeah, and I think the map awareness this team has is like a step above any other team. Like, they're making plays on Roshan, while Satanic is getting kills on the opposite side of the map. And same with the 9 class. He's getting solo kills on the side of the map. This team doesn't just group up and ball up as 5 like you'd expect. They're also always looking for kills at the same time while doing big objectives. Very scary team to play against when they're ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to highlight going into the series, I wasn't sure how the Nightfall seemingly limited hero pool was going to play out during the series. He's played Ursa or Lifestealer 6 of the last 7 games or so, and those 2 heroes are banned out. You have overall last pick for Nightfall. Despite his limited hero pool, they've been giving him last pick pretty much throughout the entire group stage, and I feel like it fell flat here. It was a reaction to the Dazzle plus the Marcy lane. It made a lot of sense on paper, but there's also, I believe, a reason we're not seeing PA very much. Yeah. And a large part of that is the fact that she's not a carry that can play these 15, 20-minute fights. And that seems to be part of the recipe for carries that are viable right now, is that they have like 1 or 2 small items that they can buy and participate in the game, such as with this Sven that we saw there. And overall, like, I just wanted to highlight why I felt like that was a P-Vision draft win, because it felt like they were on the back foot on the side of Aurora with their reaction to the picks. And on paper made sense, but when it actually gets played out, you just see how P-Vision had a really clear understanding of what they were trying to do.
Yeah, the other thing is you're picking this carry, like you just said, doesn't really want to join in the 15 to 20-minute fights. You want to really stall it out. Yes, Aurora, they are playing the side lanes. They are trying to play that split push. They're trying to stall that game out. But the Ducalis, Chen, Lacoste, you already pointed out how good it was, and now it's
undefeated. 5 out of 5 games now, and for a good reason. He knows how to utilize the Twin Gate, some of the rotations that he did so far, not just in this game, but also throughout the whole EWC, is just way too good. But I'm also was a little surprised that they did go for this PA on 24, because you're playing into a lot of armor. You're playing into Warcry, you're playing into that Chen that you did mention. Divine Favorite gives you 20 armor on top of that, plus the Warcry. He builds into drums, he builds into Solar Crest. You have Dazzle with the Aghanim Scepter, all that extra bit of a sustain that they get from the Dazzle as well. Plus you're getting the armor from his innate ability as well, and then you're also getting extra bit of a heal because he did pick up the shard. It's just way too much sustain that they don't have enough damage. I saw them trying to go for a couple of these pickoffs with the Coil and also Dawnbreaker ulti, but it was not good enough. They were definitely lacking that carry damage that they could pump in.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to. I think these lineups for stacking auras are very hard to difficult if you let it get off the ground. And you are playing a PA lineup, and if you're behind, it's going to be really hard. If they can just group up, take every Roche, take every Tormentor like they did in this game, eventually it's going to get to a point where we're just so far down that this PA is not going to come online. There's no hard carry in Dota, unless your draft is really bad, that's going to just 1v9 a game.
Yeah. I think we're going to take it steps further back, right? Because yes, they're taking those objectives that you're saying, the Tormentor, the Roche, but also there's other objectives that your supports can make for you on the map as well, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you referring to the stacks?
I am referring to the stacks.
That was a really good segue. I was just making sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so I had a few clips that I wanted to highlight where P-Vision was able to effectively punish the lack of cooldowns as well as the Nightfall hero being able to participate. So right now we're loading into the game at 8:50, and it's important to note that the Dawnbreaker ulti and Puck ulti are on cooldown from a 5-on-5 mid-game fight, and we see that Satanic has utilized his ulti in the bottom lane to push it already as Mira is stacking this big camp, something that Bat Riders tend to do. And one thing that I'm surprised about is Satanic as a carry invading at a level 6 Sven, but you've got 4 members of P-Vision here helping him take this 5-stack hard camp, which is a huge gold swing at 9 minutes into the game. So then we have to factor in when P-Vision's taking their own stacks, which is going to be at 11:30 into the game, as we get to the bottom half where Ducalis has used his creeps to stack the Ancients of Bunts for Satanic. And I want to point out that they are going to scan their own Tormentor area right now, as you see on the minimap, and the side of Aurora, they have PA and Pugna about to smoke up, going through the Twin Gate to invade this exact stack that we saw in the manner that P-Vision did. But instead, as we see, they complete it because Ducalis helped Satanic out, and they're going to retreat, and Aurora's just a bit late to contest. And now, how does that play into this game is the question. And during this fight breaking out, if you look at the minimap, Satanic is going to be all the way in the bottom lane, and he's going to utilize his Blink Dagger to connect to this fight. A fight that was seemingly even after both teams were utilizing all their ultimates. It's going to come down to which carry has more impact throughout the course of this fight. And now Satanic, he's connected to the fight. His Blink Dagger's off cooldown again. And compared to the PA's impact, you're about to see it here, where he's going to blink in, get a two-man stun, God Strength going. And this is the fight that basically blew the game wide open. As you see at the net worth, it was about even before this. And I felt like it was just smooth sailing for P-Vision from there.
I was about to say the same thing. Like, this fight pretty much changing how the fight's going to be played out. If somehow Aurora managed to win that fight, maybe they would be able to play another, 15 minutes of the game, but this is a really strong timing for P-Vision. They got Aghanim Scepter on their Dazzle, they got Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, plus they also got the Blink Dagger on the Sven that you mentioned. So 3 pretty big items, understanding the timings and seeking them up and managing to get pretty much the full team fight, to getting the full team vibe out of it.
Look, Fear, I know that you love to play carry, and if you're a carry that gets your stack stolen, do you immediately go to the team, let's try and invade, let's try and take theirs? Or was that wait and that delay from Aurora the right call, and unfortunately they just weren't ready?
I think if you can see an opportunity where you can get in there and take the stacks, it's really good. You're playing Sven, right? And if your offlaner makes a rotation to help secure the stacks, you're going to be very confident to do so, right? And I think that call had to be made as a team. You're not going to go there solo and try it. That's just incredibly greedy. But they made a team call. They brought their offlaner, and it paid off really well.
Okay. And now when we look towards what Aurora kind of need to do, are there any voices amongst the 3 of you that have that faith that we're going to be able to see a comeback for Aurora, a reset?
I really think it boils down to fitting Nightfall's hero into the draft. I think that was the biggest problem in Game 1.
They need to enable him, because he was left in with kind of no options. I don't think any of the carries that were still available in the pool would be able to give them that win condition. They try to go something that we haven't seen in a long time for a good reason, and it didn't work out. So maybe put a slightly more focus on it, not put yourself in a position where you don't have that, where you don't have Nightfall on a hero that's going to be taking control of the game, which he did. This is why they were so successful so far at EWC.
Maybe don't ban your own hero either. If you have a small hero pool, that could solve the issue.
Okay, I like it. I feel like it's 3 different takes. Quickly, Brad, what were we going to say?
I was just going to say that we saw Dazzle Marcy as the first 2 picks on the side of P-Vision, and the fact that they still held on to Nightfall's pick at the very end, and it felt like it was meant to just survive the lane. I'm not really sure what, obviously there's a lot that goes into these drafts. Aurora has so many permutations they have to think about, but there's just something innately wrong with that you're also putting Kiyotaka in an unfavorable mid matchup so that he's struggling a little bit. Even though he got all 3 runes, he was still losing in the net worth to no one. So yeah, I think it's so important in these drafts to respond immediately to what you see. Maybe the Dazzle Flex is what was so powerful, but I believe Fear was the one saying the whole way that it was going to be for DM.
Yeah, I mean, the Marcy could have been a flex too, right? We saw it in the last series, so he wants to see his lane no matter what. So if you can put in a situation where you have a couple flex picks, make him feel uncomfortable, seems to work pretty well.
All right, the mind game's kind of working out for P-Vision at the moment. Let's see if Aurora are able to come back with some mind games of themselves, because after this break, we will have a game 2 in this best of 3 elimination. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. P-Vision, they are one game away for themselves on making it to a top 4. On the other side, Aurora, one game away from elimination here. It is a single elimination in our playoffs for Dota 2. And there's a lot of questions that we had coming out of that draft, going into that game number 1, and it leaves even more open for us for game number 2. We would love to see the priority of Nightfall go up a little bit more for Aurora, but on P-Vision, how do you stay that step ahead? You know there's going to be adjustments, so Brian, what exactly are P-Vision going to be doing to not get too much in their own head?
Well, if I'm P-Vision in this series, I'm thinking that if I get Chen, we're probably going to win.
Okay.
Just based on what's happening. So I'm going to ask myself, are they going to ban Chen? And if that's going to happen, what's the next layer of the draft? Like, what hero is normally banned and taken out against us? That's no longer the case because Chen filled its spot. Or if they leave it in, Aurora better have a plan, because I think that P-Vision has no reason to change the formula that's clearly working.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is something that they've been doing probably the best. We've been saying it ever since the group stage 1, the phase 1, where they were dominating with all of these auras as well. And I also got to point out that 9 class, he is very, very, like, I would say selfless when it comes down to him itemizing. This guy's never, like, he has no items. Like, he's just, like, going around the map being very annoying. Builds Glimmer Cape on his position 4 Marcy. Like, other players were not going to do that. They want to scale. They want to be having that, you know, position 4, maybe a BKB, maybe some Basher Nullifier. He builds Glimmer. He builds Lads for the team, another aura that he can bring into the fight, just buffing up the damage and sustain for his teammates. And he's always outside of the map. Like, he never plays with the team pretty much. We saw him getting a solo kill while the rest of the team is pushing. And also just being on the other side of the map, collecting some of the information, and being the lowest net worth means that if you kill him, he doesn't care too much about it because you're not getting the gold out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's really held on. He made a new position in Dota, essentially.
Pretty much.
And he's been doing it for a while now with the Slark, the Terrorblade, whatever he plays. He's just a human observer ward. He's just in spots that are really annoying, given vision. And if you kill him, as you mentioned, like, he's so far away from anything happening, it doesn't really matter. You're farming on all your cores. And I think when you do have these players like Satanic as well, who are really good at utilizing the map, they play heroes that farm the entire map, it's really nice to have that pressure off of them and making pressure elsewhere on the map. And it's something he does better than anyone. When it looks good, it looks really good. But if you aren't ahead, sometimes this type of play doesn't look so good.
Alrighty, very quickly with this game 2 draft starting and underway, the first change up that I could see is Aurora having first pick this time around, but also the fact that they might actually have felt the Dazzle was the bigger issue. There's still one ban left in themselves. It could potentially go to that Chen. It does. Yeah. So 2 of those heroes that P-Vision had in game 1 are going to be banned out.
Yeah, the heroes that are now in, based on the heroes that have replaced them in the bans, are Magnus, Shadow Shaman, and Axe. I would like to point out that the team that has first pick, like you said, swapped, but both teams with second pick elected to ban the Naga, the Doom, and the Undying. So both these teams are basically saying they never want to see these heroes and expect them to be first picked. But now the question is, Aurora is effectively doing the thing they did in their best of 3 against Tundra, which is, we're going to pick the same hero despite losing to you, which is 1 or 2 different bans, and see how it plays out this time.
Yeah, I will go as far as saying Aurora, they only need to make 1 change. And it has to be Kiyotaka has to not feed this game. Like,
He's not even the hero, it's just the way that you play.
100%. This is how this team functions. Like, he got first blooded at level 1, gave it to Void Spirit, and I've seen this before. Like, he's done this many times before. The game gets ugly really fast, but then he gets into the next game, he just calms down a little bit, has a stable laning stage, the team starts playing around him, and then he pops off. So if you are Aurora, like, last game to me is like not an indicator of much, really. We all know P-Vision, when they're ahead, they're gonna stomp you. But if you do manage to get Kiyotaka in a position where he's gonna pop off, that's how you win as Aurora, and he was not put in that position in that last game.
They did manage to help him out to get back into the game. It wasn't enough. Nice flame break though coming out from Mira to be able to get the kill on Noan. We saw Noan on camera not being too happy about that one. But you did ask me a question, Nat, about Dookie Chen, how he is able to, you know, secure some of the stuff as well. When they had this exact same matchup, Void Spirit against Puck, they had the Puck against Heroic. They did use Chen creep, so he did put 1 creep in the mid lane, burned the mana on the enemy hero multiple times, did deny the rune as well. So these type of plays are what makes some of these matchups go into the other direction. Like, you get the kill, you secure the rune, you deny the rune, suddenly with the rotation you get the kill, and you make it even out of it.
I'm wondering what the deal with this Pugna ban is. My initial thought is that it's really good against Storm Spirit, who's really good with Dawn. I don't know if there's any other theories you guys have, because for this Pugna pick, it seems kind of random. Maybe it's the idea that it also plays the same way as Chen. Like, it helps you take these early towers, and it's hard to fight into with the ward. Is there anything else for this? Not a hero we've seen too often, not neglected in the meta.
No, both of these teams did play it. I remember one of the interviews, I believe it was Panto, who was talking about, or Ducalis, about playing against Pango, but in this one, it doesn't say too much, because Pango's all about that physical damage. We're seeing quite a lot of physical damage as well coming out from most of these carries, so having a bit of a save in the previous game as well. It looked good on the paper, but if you have the good backline jump, Pugna's not going to feel that great.
Maybe it is leading up to a Nightfall hero, right? That's something that potentially gets really hard countered if a Pugna is on the other side, being able to use the Decrepify. It could be something about that. They're trying to up his priority. They want to pick it potentially in this phase, and you really just have to cover what you can and ban out some supports.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose that last game, you're definitely looking at these heals and mitigation heroes, and a lot of them are banned. Like, you did ban the Dazzle, might as well ban the Chen, and of course Marcy has some as well with the Sidekick, and Pugna does it too. But that's not the only hero in the game that can do it. There's still more two Gaulless heroes that can do that, but out of what he's played so far versus Dawnbreaker, maybe it's one of the better ones. Like, I don't think Oracle is going to do too much, for an example. I guess you could Warlock, but outside of that, yeah, his hero pool for kind of like the sustain heroes is a bit limited.
I like this a lot. I think I talked about this throughout the whole tournament so far, about using that puck, and then out of the second pick phase, you get Shaman for yourself, which is overall a better version. We saw some of the teams, especially Aurora, try to make Lion work, but this hero is not nowhere close what Shaman brings to the table. So you're kind of taking puck for yourself. You have a band that you can protect some of the stuff with, and then you can also pick out of the phase, which does allow you to pick one of the counters for puck on 9.
Yeah, my only concern about this is Shaman's a bit too normal for 9 class as a hero. I mean, at the end of the day, I think
he's out there on the map on playing his own game with Giga Ward. You can definitely do that.
That's true, actually. I'm wondering, well, you're speaking of healing heroes and popular supports we're discussing. What happened to Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, this hero has like 85% win rate.
It's been completely ignored so far in these 2 games, and its global presence, it probably plays well with Kiyotaka, it plays well with the Shadow Shaman.
I mean, Liquid hasn't played yet, that's why.
That's true. And that's a hero that, despite being 11-14, I believe Aurora's 3-0 with it for Kiyotaka. Yep, they are 3-0 with it. Yeah, so far they're 3-0. It's been on Kiyotaka all 3 times, and it's likely to be a Kiyotaka hero, not only because of the statistics, but also because we see the puck, the mid matchup on the opponent's side. And I would like to see Nightfall's hero pop out in the 18th overall pick, which is the next pick for Aurora.
Yeah.
So Ursa's band, Lifestealer, and Abaddon are like his number 1 and 2 heroes.
It might just be Abba. I feel like they might just pick Abba on 18. It feels very good against all of these heroes, because you can still protect Abba with the 2 bands, but it's also very good against snapping the coil, great against Shadow Shaman as well. And to go back to your point about Pugna, like, the most success they had so far on Aurora were with these carries that are pretty heavy on physical damage. So Ursa, you have Lifestealer, you have Troll as well. This hero counters it pretty well, so I want to see something, maybe even Lifestealer on 18, depending what P-Vision is going to pick here, but I could definitely see what Brian suggested.
I mean, back to the Shadow Fiend, like, Nightfall's not going to play that hero. It's just, there's a couple of heroes that he just won't play, and Shadow Fiend is, so far from what I've seen, one of them. So I think it is just like Kiyotaka. Every time they just throw it into the draft, whether it's first pick or later on in the draft, he's going to play it. I like the idea of Abaddon just because Hanto can play it as well. And if they pick it on 18, you don't really know if he's going to play it or not. My only reserve is when you're playing against a team that has such good communication, like P-Vision, that they have this ability to just hex break, and that just destroys the hero in the mid game really hard. And maybe against some of the weaker teams that don't have that great communication, it can work, but you already know P-Vision is going to find those moments, if you are core Abaddon, to really just shut you down.
Here we go again. Ogre. They had a lot of success with the hero. I believe they were the first one to show it from the off lane. Even though he did play it with the learning curve facet, so that level 2 timing is very strong against most of the safe laners as well, with Shadow Shaman, gives you a lot of kill threat. It is still possible that they do run it as position 5, so I want to see if they are going to be able to maybe pick Satanic's hero, but for now it's just going to be Bane. I do like the Bane a lot because Shadow Fiend, especially if it's going to be played from the mid lane, allows you to jump in with the BKB when you're playing against the BKB piercing tool. Yeah, but I also seen like you can grip the Shadow Fiend, of course, but this is also very good against Abba. I do like Bane quite a lot against Abaddon because you can just sleep him during his ulti and then you can grip him afterwards, and they don't have many tools to deal with Bane's grip for now. Like you have Lasso, which is definitely not going to be used. Then you have Dawnbreaker ulti, which kind of is good, but it also depending if you're playing some of the longer fights.
Hey, I'm curious about why they picked Ogre in the way that they did on the side of P-Vision, because you mentioned they've been running it off lane.
Yeah.
And Ignite's the way this hero wins lanes. You get that level 2 Ignite at level 3 traditionally, and Abaddon just removes that.
Yeah, I saw him play in a matchup. Let me just double check that real quick, where he was playing with Dark Willow. They were playing against Abba when they were playing against Heroic, and he did put 2 points in Bloodlust.
I was going to say, that might be the play. Okay, so with this case, Shadow Shaman's a pretty good hero to Bloodlust in lane. Pretty high base damage, trades really well. That's a cool adjustment. I imagine that's why they're thinking Ogre offlane's viable, because you have multiple builds that can deal with your counters. So then the question begs, is this Abaddon almost certainly Nightfall's hero? Because they also just banned out one of his other heroes, Lifestealer. If they don't go for it, what are their options? Because they're banning out supports on the side of P-Vision.
I feel like this Abaddon has to be some type of bait. There's no way you pick like Bane, Ogre, Shaman, and then don't expect this to come out, right? They had to have seen this coming. I do honestly want to see Panto play it, because I feel like your main job in this game is just to dispel. And I'm still very worried about the Hex Break, especially going late game against a team that can use it very well. So if there is something else that Nightfall can play, I'd like it, but they're banning some of the heroes I would want to see him play. So maybe it just will be this Abaddon for him. I'm just not sure what Panto is going to play other than Abaddon that's going to have tons of impact, because I already see a lot of impact from support Abaddon just already.
Yeah, my concern with the Aurora draft is that when I love my Dawnbreaker offline, I love playing this hero, and I always wonder how do fights start. And right now, the only stun that they have is Batrider, which, yeah, you're against Shaman Hex, you're against Puck with Phase Shift, you're against Bane to sleep the targets. I'm wondering what the recipe for Aurora Gaming's fighting is right now, and whatever hero this is, whether it's for Nightfall, for Ponto, I'm hoping that it gives them another avenue to that aspect of the game, because right now, Puck as a hero always presents this problem of being so elusive, and your lineup hasn't really addressed that so far.
That's my issue as well. Like, them not having a way to start a fight reliable, because Dawnbreaker, she wants to be very active. Starting level 6, get into the fight, get a kill, go back to farming, get your Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. Right now, she doesn't really have a hero to play with. Shadow Fiend, he needs some kind of a setup. If this is going to be Abba carry, oh no. Oh no.
Okay, what do we like about this Rubik pick? Because let's just act like we like it.
Okay. I'll go as a Rubik hater, the biggest one here, probably in the world.
Yeah, I think you should go last.
I'll go last then, Fear, please.
Fia, please start us off.
The things that it does well this game is you can get the big spells, right? Like, all of Shaman's spells are great. Bane, free Fiend's Grip as well. So if you can get those, it's incredibly good. For the bad things, Lacoste, what are the bad things about Rubik?
Bad things are you have Rubik, first of all. Second, you need a very strong laner, which Dawnbreaker is, so that's something. But you also are Rubik at the end of the day. Like, this hero is not a strong laner by any means. For a good reason, you're not reducing the damage. I don't think they're going to be caring too much about their damage being reduced as well. You don't deal well with illusions at all. It's just a very difficult hero to make work with. Sure, you can steal grip all the time. You can steal anything you steal from Shaman's going to feel nice. But other than that, this hero is probably just going to feed in this game.
Yeah, theoretically, they were lacking initiation and disables. And if you pick a hero that can steal disables when they have a ton of them on the opponent's side, then that's the best initiation you could possibly draft. But you have Batrider, Lasso, and Rubik, and all of the spells that he can steal are single target, and you're dealing with a PL. So you've not only got a Puck, who's super hard to lock down and focus, but you've also got the elusivity of the PL, a hero that Fear has been raving about all tournament. I was really skeptical, but
I have a very specific build I like on him too.
What's the build? Go for it.
Like
Tell
Ags
us.
Rush, it has to be Ags Rush, right?
If I were
That's it.
hypothetically
That's
going to like a build,
Yeah, last time he played it, they
There's some
tried.
variants, but it starts with Ags first, always.
He did go for Ags, and he did try to push a fight in the mid lane to hit that big timing. They lost that fight because they dove tier 2 tower past tier 1 tower.
Right.
I don't want to see this happen again, and I also think this is a statement saying that we can also win with PL because Nightfall's the only guy who managed to win with PL so far.
Yeah, this is it, Fear. As the certified PL enjoy here on the panel, that's you. Is this going to be the game that PL wins and actually has impact?
It might win, but impact, I'm not sure
The
about
double
that
whammy, you need both.
Well, you can't always get both, Nat. Like, sometimes you have to pick.
Okay, so it's either the win or the impact. Ryan?
I haven't talked about PL much this tournament, but hypothetically, I would love to see like an Ags, maybe like a Mage Slayer hard type of build where it's just his job to run in and bait up a bunch of spells, because if they force cooldowns, like I think Aurora's going to be fumbling.
Okay, well, look, the PL, maybe not a lot of us were expecting it. Let's see, though, were Aurora expecting this PL? How do they feel about that draft going into Game 2?
Thank you very much, Nat. Yep, I'm here with Coach G. G, I noticed whilst Astini sits down, he likes to chill out. You are standing up, you're walking, you're pacing. Why?
I want to be in good shape.
Ah, I see you getting your daily steps in.
Yep. So I make 10 and it's okay. Then I can sit.
Excellent. All right, so talk to me about the PL. I mean, this Phantom Lancer hero hasn't had the best win rate. Are you scared of it?
No, I strongly believe that only Nightfall can win on this meme hero.
Meme hero, all right, strong words. So are we heading for a 1-1?
Maybe. Like first game was like kind of unfortunate because there was like a lot of heal amplification numbers and I'm bad at maths, so like no, not enough damage. GG. But now I think it's can be a bit easier.
Alrighty, G has done the math. Let's see how it goes. Game number 2 of P-Vision versus Aurora, starting right now with Cap at SVG.
Crunching the numbers, it does not look good for the Phantom Lancer. A terrible win rate for this hero at this tournament. As they have repeatedly said, only Nightfall seemingly can win on this hero. Satanic specifically can't seem to win on this hero. It's played it 2 times since the time he's joined P-Vision, 2 times at this tournament, and both have been losses, one against Liquid, one against Heroic, and both times he had a full kitted build. He had the opportunity in both games, Avery, to actually win the game with the Phantom Lancer.
The issue is this hero does not win a lot of ultra late games, and I think that's how a lot of teams have been playing him. They just want to scale, they want to get really fat, they feel like the game inevitably goes their way. I think this hero is a mid-game carry. You need to get the Ags, you need to farm really fast, you need to hit this Diffusal, Manta, Heart timing, and just run the game over and never give your opponents a chance to get to late-game items, because items do deal with this hero. The extra HP and everything from stats makes it harder to all-in supports. His damage doesn't infinitely scale, right? It's pretty dependent on Diffusal and how many illusions you get up. So the tankier your opponents get, the more Glimmer Capes they get, the more Ghost Scepters, the random Shadow Blades, all this nonsense. His impact in fights really falls off. That said, this is a very good last pick Phantom Lancer. There's no direct AoE counter to him in this game. The best thing you're looking at is the Radiance on the Abaddon and maybe a Requiem.
Yeah, I think Requiem, we saw it at this tournament,
It's okay.
right? I feel like Requiem actually does pretty well against this hero with the Axe.
I would consider more of a deterrent than a direct counter. You're not going to kill this PL straight up with it, but they have Solar Guardian, they have Requiem, they have a Lasso that can maybe find him, they have Rubik that can potentially steal Coil in this game. You have some stuff to throw in him. I'll also say this Phantom Lancer Ogre synergy, I never liked it.
Yeah, you don't like revealing the real Phantom Lancer with Bloodlust?
I never enjoyed Bloodlusting this hero. Obviously, you can play around it a little because you get multicast, and like you get Bloodlust illusions to mess with them.
Sure.
A lot of the time, you're Bloodlusting him to increase the jungle speed.
Right.
So I logically understand that the synergy is there, but emotionally,
it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I don't go in the fight and I'm like, I want to be able to Bloodlust my carry and he goes ham. And whenever I played with PL, it's like, I don't know if I want to Bloodlust this guy as he runs in the middle of the fight, right? So, you have a little bit there to think about. That said, this offlane ogre goes back into the hands of DM. You know my opinions on this. I'm not a fan of offlane ogre. I think it works best when you hit that crimson timing and you can just abuse it and end the game. So we could see a similar style of from what we saw game 1 for P-Vision, where they try and get this, either it's Midas, Crimson, or whatever. You're almost always going to go Midas on the offlane ogre, but the second that Crimson comes out, ideally you have your Ags, Diffusal, or something done, and you just go. Like, you just try and take the map over, end the game, get an early Roshan, maybe go high ground. The one downside for P-Vision this game in trying to do that is all the sustain heroes got banned.
Panto is, he's out of control, man. He's got a Fairy Fire,
he's chilling. It's Ogre level 1, he has no spell.
I mean, no doubt, but it's just crazy how aggressively he's playing this. Did manage to pull the creep wave directly into the range creep, so double deny right off the bat. That's going to feel really nice.
I think this lane is absolutely free for Nightfall.
Yeah.
You picked offlane Ogre, you gave them the Abaddon. This is basically the worst carry to play into because he has low cooldown Dispel against your Ignite, so you have to put more points in the Bloodlust and just try and smack him and outtrade CS, but this hero has an incredibly good passive for trading. Nightfall's going to free farm this lane, no doubt about it here, and I think the laning phase looks pretty strong for Aurora overall.
Oh, Dakalis, he's going to be smashed by Toronto Tokyo. Throughout the Nightmare, trying to push him into the tower, but Mira quick with it. Wakes up his ally to get the finishing blow, and once again, Toronto Tokyo and Mira, they may not have laned together on Team Spirits, but their time on Aurora seems to be doing pretty well for them. Their lanes go well.
They've looked good. I think Mira, honestly, he looked the best of everybody last game. I think he was doing work that game with that. That game was just impossible to win draft-wise. This time around, I like their draft a lot more. They have more damage, they have better lanes, and they have more ways to output early aggression and not let P-Vision get into this unstoppable ball timing. Particularly this mid lane. Already going pretty nice here for Kiyotaka as he tries to ramp up his control going into that level 3 to 5 timing where SF can sometimes get out of hand. And this is a hero that has worked really well for him. It's a hero that has good synergy with the Abaddon as well. That's another part of this draft that I like. You have this Abaddon to bail the SF out of a lot of spells this game, right?
Yeah.
The Grip, the Sleeps, some of the Shaman Shackles, Ogre spells, even a Coil Snap. Like, Abaddon Shield can do a lot of work for Aurora this game. So I like Aurora's position a lot more than game 1. I think we'll see a more competitive game 2 here. That's my early prediction.
And finally, the last eccentric pickup of this draft, a hero that you actually called, Avery.
Oh, yeah.
You said Rubik. You were calling for a 5-position Rubik. They decided to make it a 4, but
probably a better idea if you can play it on their respective roles.
Sure.
It's a really good Rubik game. So the reason I was suggesting is because, I was saying, like, if this were an unranked game, someone would pick Rubik here. Because it's too tempting not to take.
That was sick. You see that glyph usage?
That was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, Nightmare back at a tower, but nope, glyph.
Well, that's one way to dodge the damage.
That is pretty cool.
A lot of back and forth in this lane, but I don't think Aurora will ever really go down. That's what I was saying. If this were an unranked game, you're picking Rubik 100%.
100%.
Unfortunately, this is not an unranked game. This is an elimination game at EWC, so hopefully
Nightclass so close to death here. They threw the blood grenade on him, but thanks to the shackles, he out heals it, and they are actually the ones who Nightclass has just been toying with Panda this entire time, and now he's going to walk away with a double. A double for DM. Nightclass survives. What a massive win for P-Vision, where the lanes were going the way of Aurora.
It's just such a forced kill, right? Like, even if you kill this Shaman for how much it spends on both of your heroes there, while the enemy is getting stick charges off all these napalms, such a forced play. This is a free farm lane for Nightfall, and you are throwing kills away that you had no business throwing. The P-Vision, they had no business getting up here.
It's something about Nightclass, man. Just between the personality and play, something just always seems to taunt the enemy to going on to him.
He's the CIS Schofield, you just can't resist.
True. That's
you got to get that extra kill on the lane, and he baits you in every time. Doing work up here. Going to give Arcane Boots to the Ogre, much better time. Still, those stick charges coming out from the bat.
Yeah, that's quite the shame, because the way you were setting up, you were saying P-Vision need a lot of momentum on their side. You're saying Phantom Lancer, you need to play fast. This is a mid-game hero. You're talking about the Ogre, this Crimson Guard timing, mid-game, and hard to hit that mid-game timing when you lose all 3 lanes like they were losing.
Especially in a game 2 where you drafted more for the lane setup and it's going better for you. Like, you just want the mental momentum.
Sure.
You don't want to be coming in here with the mindset this is a free farm lane for Nightfall, and then you're losing kills. just does not feel good.
Again, Nightfall overly aggressive, bad trades.
And now he's going to get ignited after the shield. They just need to get this lane back. It should be posed for Panto. It should be tough for 9 Class to contest that far up against this dual lane that can chase him down. The equilibrium has not been controlled well in this safe lane for Aurora. And I mean, P-Vision are taking it all the way to the bank. This Ogre is just hitting creeps under tower with Bloodlust. He's happy, man. Look at him go. Living the life.
It really is. Kiyotaka's also continued his lucky streak. Gets Power Rune once again on his side. Not the best Power Rune for it, Invis, but who knows? Maybe he makes a TP play to a side lane. Invis is down the lane for a Requiem kill.
He already used it.
All right, well, there goes that.
Good try there, Austin.
That's where Invis runes belong, in the trash.
I guess so. He did not want to do anything with that.
Ooh, 9 Panto. You don't want to go up that high ground. You do not want to go up that high ground. He's got a scan on him, but he's still going to try.
Why didn't he napalm it?
Well, he's going to take a lot of damage. Possibility maybe Fireflying. Nah, he's done. He's done. Meanwhile, no one makes a play to bottom lane, so it's the Puck who makes the first rotation out of the mid lane and finds a kill. Both supports die in Aurora. And the lane's continuing to trickle away from Aurora into P-Vision's
weird
side.
exchange on this lane. Like, you scanned them up there, you could have been throwing napalms, and at least if they're sitting there, you get some stacks of lane. Maybe bring the Abaddon over contested, instead you just throw the life away again. This lane has not gone Aurora's way.
No, certainly not. And they're trying to force it again. They won kills out of this lane so badly. They brought Miro into it, and it looks like 9 Class, I think he's living.
This is brutal. I mean, at this point, just leave the lane.
Oh my God, Kiyotaka came over.
It's an Ogre. This isn't even the lane you want to put the pressure into, right? You want to put it into the PL, kick him off. You want to maybe gank the Puck if you feel like you have the stuns or the rune to do it. You kill an Ogre, who cares? He's an Ogre.
You got to slow down his hand of Midas timing.
You really don't. You really don't, man. Like, it's not doing that much. So
Kiyotaka gets another regen rune. No one's like, what is going on?
They're going back top. They're bringing 3 heroes top again.
Please.
And this got scouted on the ward.
I mean, they have Toronto Choke. They have 5 heroes that are being pulled up to this top lane potentially.
Yeah, Solar Guardian can connect. This is a lot of commitment to get something out of this.
Aurora, you need help, man. Stop this.
You're not even gonna. This is.
You're not even gonna hit the tower. The creep wave pushes it out. Oh my goodness.
Not really want to force the issue.
Yeah,
I think this should have been the lane where you could have left the core alone very early.
Sure.
This was a free farm lane for Nightfall. You could have left him here. You could have rotated supports to mid, fight around the runes. You could have put him bottom, just casually gank this PL once or get wards on his jungle to set up for later. Some very forced action. That said, I mean, you're still doing fine in this early game. It's not like it's throwing stuff away, but you're losing potential.
Yeah.
That's how it feels. Like, you could even just be stacking for the Shadow Fiend, right?
Yes. You could be stacking for the Shadow Fiend. The Bat Rider would appreciate the extra experience, and Network certainly. Another attempt on 9 Class. Another fail.
Back. We got to retreat again. And to me, this is a game where, if you look at both sides, they clearly have a hero that the draft is built around. On the side of P-Vision, you have this Phantom Lancer that is designed to be your big damage outputter, your big timing hero. You want him to get involved at some point in that mid-game. And on the side of Aurora, it's a similar case with this Shadow Fiend. Probably comes online a little bit earlier, but this draft is built to support the SF with the Solar Guardian, with the shields. Both cores can fight around him, and he's your big DPSer that they kind of lacked in that game 1. Yeah. So I wouldn't have even minded if they had just prioritized stacking for the SF here, because the fatter Kiyotaka gets, the whole lineup comes online behind him.
This time, you're not getting the power rune. No one makes the call. He's like, all right, guys, I need a power rune out of this one. And he got a fantastic one. Bull supports the mid lane, got an amp damage.
That is a really nice one to snag here, because it puts a lot of potential pressure on this tower as the catapults arrive. It's a really deadly 10-minute rune because of that catapult.
Oh, with Giga Ward 2, he's level 6. Toss it away, no one. TP comes in from Panto. Kiyotaka shows up as well. Can they deal with this ward, though? It's kind of hard to hit it.
Looks like P-Vision giving us
the
up a
Ruby's
little.
really out of position from that Nightmare. Get a 3-man coil, deal with the ward, but the damage is done to Mira.
I mean, that's an okay trade for Aurora.
Sure.
Particularly since they committed early. Like, you don't want this tower taking a bunch of damage off that play, and then you give up that trade. If you just go and trade Rubik for the ward, you save your tower damage off the amp damage plus the ward push, I think you're okay with that. That was a very well-timed play from P-Vision. You defended. That said, you're taking a lot of attention away from the rest of the map, which means Satanic has gone through this early game pretty unscathed. Phantom Lancer not getting abused too hard on the lane. He's pretty much just jungling the big camp to his heart's content, and he's in a solid position. This is the start you want with this hero when you go into this Aghanims build, because the sooner you get it up, your farm speed picks up. You can even join fights as the last hero in if they present themselves, which could absolutely happen this game with like an Ogre Puck lineup that can just force action.
Little damage thrown Nightfall's way. He's holding on to a point though for his ultimate, so P-Vision, no, there's no real chance of threatening Nightfall here. Let him farm away. Let DM do the same. Hannah Minus versus the Radiants. We will have a lot of early game AoE. The SF Requiem is going to be great for the mid to late game for sure, but we'll have Radiants and we'll have the Aghanim Scepter of the Dawnbreaker ults as well, right? So it's not bad.
I think they have a couple sources of AoE damage. I'm just worried they don't have enough AoE control to kind of isolate this guy at some point in the fight.
Sure.
Or control the illusions. Okay, round 7 on the Ogre.
We got him, boys. We got him.
They sent a message. I like DM's just like, what is going on in this game, man? I've been ganked 5 times.
No one dodges Aurora's gank 7 times in a row.
Well, the Ogre has been slowed. To be fair, that gank was actually at a very good time because he was about 150 off his Midas, so they delayed that quite well, if that was their goal. And if you take this tower, it might open up that Wisdom Shrine contest at 14.
Yeah.
Since there's not going to be the symmetrical tower taken on the other side of the map here. PL is just not going to do the same job as this Abaddon can do in this game. But no one, he defends it. And maybe that was the call. Like, we don't want to give up this tower. Lose Wisdom Shrine control down the road. Even if no one doesn't get anything off this play. Should get the Ogre to the Midas, and that's another reason I like the Rubik this game. The Bloodlust steal.
Yeah.
You almost always get it off this guy because when he waddles in the fight, that's going to be the last spell he casts 99% of the time. And they have good targets for the Bloodlust. I want to see Panto go down. I honestly thought maybe some of the reason that P-Vision took this Ogre in that second phase was to take it away from Aurora, so they don't get this Ogre
SF combo. Yeah.
But then you can Rubik them, and you get it anyway.
They have to have a.
And then they have Ogre.
It's like Lacan said, well, they have Rubik. Well, the counter is they have Ogre.
And I mean, Rubik is just better Ogre this game, in a sense, because now he gets the Bloodlust better targets. I think the SF and the Abaddon, and even the Dawnbreaker overall, is a better Bloodlust lineup than what DM has to work with.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Hand of Midas.
That is true. He does not have multicast Hand of Midas. And that is very powerful.
That's cool.
It is very fun, yes. Not so fun if you get eliminated off.
Well, the good thing is for P-Vision, they're not the ones in danger of elimination, being 1 game up in this best of 3. It's Aurora who riding that line and currently in danger of giving up both Wisdom Shrines. Meanwhile, call on 2 in the mid lane. Puck should be able to get away from that one. Nightmare to push him off the Wisdom Shrine. They steal both. Maybe even get a kill for it. Mira getting dangerously low here.
Those are just Ag's illusions. Not having fun against the PL already. Diffusal's not even up yet. That's a nice steal from P-Vision. I did not expect them to get both shrines here. Particularly with that offlane tower going down for them first. But the Ogre just sat up there, no one could test it, and no concentrated move here from Aurora to defend their own. There's a lot of stuns in this P-Vision lineup. You can't be lackluster on these objectives or how fights start. You're going to get Slept Walk in, you're going to get Hex Shackled. A lot of control to play with.
Yeah, both these supports are not super happy with the Dawnbreaker's ultimate coming in to save heroes, but they do. Flame Break, toss back, telekinesis, lots of damage. No more Doppelganger. He tries to run away to the side, spotting a creep to run to, but it's not good enough. That Phantom Rush will not outrun Aurora. Now an aggressive ward laid down to try and catch 9 class, still did not get a disable for it. So they give up on it, but they can keep the push going here.
Should get the D-ward as well. Then Mira showing up big again. Right place, right time. You get this massive PL kill in the early game. just off a casual lift back into that Kayasha Shadow Fiend. A lot more damage to play with this time around. He's just going to go straight Ag, Blink. You can definitely outpace the Phantom Lancer here in terms of him being able to join those mid-game fights if you get the items on the SF up fast enough. Much better position for Aurora in this game too. They have a lot more time to play with here. The ores are going to come online a bit slower for P-Vision. That said, they're going to try the old Shaman Roche Giga Ward steal. Not a play Aurora are probably expecting right now.
They're not in position to really contest even if they knew about it. So it's looking like P-Vision.
Of course, this is incredibly fast with the Ogre.
Right, the Ignite just so powerful here.
This is what's really accelerating this objective here. The offlane Ogre contributing as always.
Radiant's top tower is under
16 minutes for that first one, so you got to think about that, you know, approximate 25-minute mark or whatever. Yeah. When that second one's coming out, that's going to be the big Roshan in this game, especially for Aurora to contest. I don't think they care too much about this first one, but that second one means a lot for the SF.
Ooh, an Aegis and an Arcane Rune in the bottle. I mean, P-Vision are tough to fight. This is going to slow down Aurora a decent amount, unless they risk taking a team fight into all this. Nightfall. He's got an early use of the ultimate, and he may still be in trouble here. Being run down by Satanic. Oh, now they're drawn to Tokyo a little bit. It comes out, but they've already jumped away. Reset a little bit. Full heals out for Nightfall. He's good for now. No one fighting it out, though. Will be able to pick up the Rubik kill. Got a lasso under the Shadow Shaman. Pulls him back into Kiyotaka. Gets that kill, but now Nightfall with the Fiend's Grip on the high ground of Dakalis. Nice blink forward from Kiyotaka. Hits the Fiend's Grip. Trying to go for the kill onto Dakalis. Hits one raise. Needs another follow-up. They need to do it fast, because now Satanic and no one, they're done killing the supports, and now they run back to the Shadow Fiend.
Very aggressive play from Kiyotaka. If his Abaddon is alive while that sequence is going off, that long fight could go Aurora's way, but the second you use Requiem on supports, the PL still up. Satanic is just cleaning up the backline, and again, it is a fight before he has Diffusal, where the real damage spike is going to come. That was a very welcome engagement from P the whole way up no matter what, and then you basically burn the first life of your Radiance Abaddon for nothing.
I have no idea why Nightfall was being so aggro there.
I mean, he had his Radiance timing. I think he was trying to just kind of poke them and maybe soft force a little skirmish, but P-Vision, like, you have to use the Solar Guardian to bail him out. You don't get to use it on the SF. Again, you want the fight to be centered around Kiyotaka on the Shadow. You don't want to have to expend spells to help the Abaddon, who should be self-sufficient. Costly move for Aurora. Didn't even get anything on this tier 1 mid, which is still 1500 HP here.
This support duo of P-Vision is just bullying Aurora's support duo constantly. When it comes to these little fights on you know, around the jungle area, around the runes, not much they could do. Nightfall, his ult is back up, and he'll get a decent amount out of that.
Early Plasma for no one. Should not underestimate the damage from this lineup, especially single target.
Yeah, it really amps up the Fire Blast damage from DM.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Still working towards his first item in the game, by the way. Check that. Does get the 3x multi, though. That's a pro Ogre player right there. Don't try that out.
Wait, were there 3 creeps, though?
Yeah, it was the little Boglet cannon.
Yeah, okay, I didn't see the little guy. Coming through the gate. Panto might get spotted in the trees by the orb. Yep, spotted, coiled. And he is going to be killed. Well, he still has a Lotus, maybe. He actually has a chance. Nah, okay.
Just save it for the better fight. Close to that blink, but not there yet. Getting picked off around the map as Aurora. They are keeping the game even. But you'd like to be pulling ahead right now, because you know that Phantom Lancer is... He's coming.
Yep.
He's coming for you in this mid game. He's already got the Diffusal up. Having a very nice timing here.
Yeah, if you're not really winning fights with the Radiance plus Ag's Dawnbreaker timing, then you're going to have to kind of go back to the full Shadow Fiend Blink Ag's Kaya Yasha build.
Well, they got the Ogre.
He did indeed.
And I mean, don't commit ults for that. That's your offlaner. Just reminding you.
That's not a fight position?
Just reminding you, that is your offlaner. P-Vision have other plans.
Oh no, he's gonna die!
Sacrificing their support for a Bane shard.
For AoE Brain Sap. Mid tower will go down now. One almost snipes a deny there.
Not gonna lie, I feel like that sequence probably not that bad for Aurora. Get a core kill, support dies on Tormentor, you get mid tower in exchange for that shard, which is not the best shard here because the Bane's investing in Enfeeble over that Brain Sap. So you don't get a lot of extra farm rate from it. This Enfeeble can be really annoying in this game, though. It is worth noting. Like, you land a later Enfeeble on the SF or the Abaddon and just reduce their damage output. It doesn't get dispelled. You're going to feel that impact in the fight. So I don't mind the skills here from Ducalis, as we still have an even game. Look at that.
You think it's actually even?
Honestly, yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Okay. I feel like Aurora needed to get a little bit more out of the first 15-20 minutes of the game. I feel like P-Vision is about to, you know, hit their window. You talked about their mid-game window.
Missed another wisdom.
They
smoke
did.
is just too late.
Way too late. 30 seconds behind.
I'll get it though.
Still get the pick onto the Bane.
Yeah, level, and he has 4 point waning rift on this Rubik.
That's
one of the best spells he can get in this game. Not only is it good against almost all their lineup in terms of silence, debilitating, the spell casting plus the puck mobility. Nice spell to have against the Phantom Lancer in the fight.
Mira is not going to be able to catch the puck here. You could have gotten a telekinesis maybe into that waning rift silence. Uh-oh. Coil, and here comes the Phantom Lancer. Dawnbreaker Ultimate is going to bail out Mira a little bit. He tries to go for a waning rift. He hits some supports, but he's just going to get himself killed there. Aurora resetting, backing out, backing away from this Phantom Lancer.
Another awkward situation with this Abaddon up on the front line. Doesn't get punished that time, but then you lose your support with that really nice spell steal. And it's P-Vision taking map control against another one of your Aura timings. This was the pipe done for Toronto Tokyo. He has Ag's pipe, he's pretty farmed. Unable to use it to win a fight because this PL is such a large deterrent right now. I would agree that if you're Aurora, you would have liked to have been at least, 4 to 6K ahead right now off of a lane win into maybe some more snowball action with the Shadow Fiend. But this is still an okay spot to continue to scale in this game.
Sure, there's still plenty more to go for Aurora.
Yes.
More timings ahead.
You are worried about this next Roche fight though, because your ability to directly fight the PL in a 5-on-5 looks not that great. Unless you find him first. If you somehow manage to find him first with single target disable, of course, a lot of this assessment goes out the window. Your ability to do that should be pretty low.
Yeah. Somehow you catch that, then Kiyotaka can take full advantage of the situation. Hawks are going to come in from the side here. Support for support, perhaps. Kiyotaka. No, they're actually used the Dawnbreaker Ultimate, heal up the Rubik, but it does leave Panto a little high and dry here on the other side of the map as the Phantom Lancer continues to be a menace. Satanic, I mean, this series, he's just been a solo menace to Aurora.
He's playing really aggressive on the map.
Yeah.
It usually works out for you on land. People play a little scared and you play a little aggressive. You can take advantage of a lot of extra space. You can usually get a lot more farm on average. This mana burn's going to be annoying in this game too. Like, that's the thing, Satanic doesn't have to commit his hero. What makes a good PL game is just being able to create confusion, chaos in the fight, and be a nuisance, even if you're not a direct threat. He is definitely going to be a nuisance this game. These cores do not like having their mana pool burn.
Nice little kill squad between Mira and Kiyotaka going on here.
This SF is doing some work around the map.
He is.
He is absolutely massive.
Panto, he's going to find Satanic. Oh, okay. I thought he was actually going to go for that lasso. They had Requiem up, so I thought maybe they were making a play here, but the Shadow Fiend has already been escorted to the other side of the map by the gate.
Oh, he is almost level 20. This is an insane level timing for
That is insane. Wow. And
he's well ahead of the pack and
in position to defend Roshan. It's only 25 minutes in, but our second Roshan has spawned, and it's about to work its way to the top side of the map, probably why Aurora is playing up here.
Have to get a good Ags Requiem here. This is the backbone of Aurora's team fight right now is this ult on Kiyotaka. If he whiffs it, that fight is wide open for the Phantom Lancer. If he holds it, if he plays it well, he can force Satanic to think about when he commits to the fight. And that's what you want as P-Vision forcing the issue.
No one's going to make things a little difficult for them. got the Giga Ward out onto the Rubik. Kiyotaka is, he tries to go up the Requiem, but DM spots him, and now Kiyotaka's in a really bad position. He has to defensively Requiem TP out. That's the only option. Meanwhile, Lasso onto no one. Got him. Panto picks one up as no one gets a little too aggro.
Both mids on the opposite end of the fight. And somehow it works out for Kiyotaka. I don't think anyone would have taken that back.
I don't know. And what a massive killing spree they got for that. It did cost Mira his buyback. And P-Vision, he's going to leave this alone. No Requiem. What are they going to do to stop this Phantom Lancer now?
He's going to harass him with illusions. I don't think you can force this Roche. Even with 30 seconds on the clock for no one. There's just no way to do this with the Phantom.
Wait a minute, Nightfall, they're actually going to go aggro with it. Nightfall, he gets right on top of two heroes, and with the Dawnbreaker ultimate landing onto the two of them to cause an DM fall.
What a find right there. Going in, setting it up. Mir with the buyback, still getting aggressive. Well, that's one way to stop the Phantom Lancer span. Just take the solid position for him. A lot of damage coming out from this Requiem, almost guaranteed unless you can somehow put a grip into him. But of course the Abaddon can bail him out in this situation. You gotta start hunting now though.
Coming down the borders of the map, yeah. P-Vision, they're clearly going to be trying to dodge things here. And Aurora, now it's their turn to try and catch the rats around the map.
We saw the Lincolns pick up on the puck. No one's going to be hard to catch. This PL's going to be hard to catch. But these are the big targets to take off the map if you want to gain some map control here. So you got to get aggressive. Just start looking for stuff with the Bat Rider.
P-Vision just playing really defensively.
Ward.
High ground ward on both sides, but it's going to be Lasso into Requiem. They didn't stop the Requiem, and that's a one-team fight for Kiyotaka. Quick pick on a DM. Maybe it's not done yet, though. To go for more, but the rest of P-Vision are unsure about the situation. They call back. They take the ward. That's all they'll get for it.
Pretty hard to re-engage there when Aurora have everything up. Once more, this Ogre pays the price on the front line. He's your aura buyer. He goes down first. Takes a lot of HP out of the fight. Aurora just continuing to scale. They have a full refresher done on this Dawnbreaker, by the way, as we look over the items. That is a lot of healing going into the fight.
And he's almost level 20 as well, so get that extra AoE.
I was going to say, the two items I always talk about versus the Phantom Lancer, the Radiance and the Shivas.
Yep.
Radiance was always going to be really good in this game. The Shivas is going to be a little slower, but Toronto Tokyo, if he picks it up fourth here with this build, not only does it fit really well giving him the extra mana for all these spells, but he's going to have two Shivas blasts in the fight. A lot of extra spell amp, a lot of extra control for the Phantom Lancer illusions, and he's a tanky target to bring down in this game. This is where you can scale versus PL. This hero is not an end-all be-all like he used to be.
The next window for P-Vision, in turn, I thought was going to be Heart, but it looks like Satanic opting for more damage. Notice that about his Phantom Lancer. He opted for that one game. The first time he played it, he did the Revenant's Brooch build, and then now he's going Bloodthorn, just all in for single target damage, thinking about Scotty next.
If you're not worried about dying to attrition, the higher damage is better because you're just going to bring targets down incredibly fast. Bloodthorn is insane on this hero.
Negative 40. I don't know if it's that cold out on the stages, but
everybody's got hand warmers.
Yeah. Things heating up in this game too.
I mean,
nobody
packed their jacket for Riyadh,
That's true. That's a foolish mistake. Oh, 9 Class did.
It's a TI jacket.
That's right. Repping the colors. With a 4,000 net worth lead on Aurora, what do you give their chances here? Because you have said repeatedly that Phantom Lancer is just not that late game menace that he used to be. It feels like even if P-Vision do make a comeback at this point, we're probably pushing the game 40, 50 minutes.
Well, what
do you think he can win this one?
What do I think their chances to win are, or what do I rationally give their chances?
What do the numbers tell me, analyst man?
I think rationally they're probably sitting around like a 65%.
Okay.
Probably 60, 65.
Now, what does your heart tell me?
This game was lost when they picked Offlane Ogre, but I'm not biased at all, Austin. I swear I'm not biased against them.
It's okay to be biased against heroes.
No, I genuinely think Aurora is sitting in a pretty comfortable position right now. Like, I think they're confident to scale against PL. I think most teams are. Obviously, some weird stuff can happen in that ultra late, but going back to the fact they have an offlane Ogre, this offlaner is not scaling on his own. He's a little more dependent on the two other cores. Puck could be an X factor though. Like we've seen some crazy late game pucks, particularly from this man. No one. That I think is the real X factor in the late game that Aurora have to deal with, right? The puck just gets out of control.
Nightfall leading the charge, trying to find an opening for Kiyotaka. P-Vision clearly playing around another high ground ward. P-Vision have an MO here. We saw them earlier playing around a high ground ward, stacked as 5. Now they're doing the same around their triangle high ground ward. They're just waiting for Aurora to walk into them. And they're just playing full team spirit at this point. Oh, got through the Lincolns.
That was really greedy.
Got the lasso.
Really
and now the chain stunts, they're coming through. The Requiem gonna get dropped on him. There's no way out.
I can't believe he went for that rune.
Yeah.
And there's level 4 Shackle on Miro right now. This is another really good spell for him to have with the extra cast range. They can play aggressive. They can go ham. There's a reason Nightfall is forcing that. I think that's why this Rubik pick is good. It helps shut down that puck scale really well because he can just play in the back line. He has the instant lift, and he's likely going to get another instant stun out of this game.
Yeah, Fiend's Grip, Nightmare, Shackles, Hex, like the enemy supports offer him a wide variety of options against this puck.
Now we got to fly. It's too cold. What's going on up here, man?
Circumstances out of their control, it seems. The game rapidly going out of control for P-Vision.
Yeah, they are losing grasp of the map right now. And the thing is, Aurora can play the map really nicely because they have this global ability from the Dawnbreaker. Like a lot of these plays, they've been grouping up at forts. Tokyo just farming to his delight in the jungle.
30-second set on the puck. P-Vision.
That is a
high ground push coming in.
Not lasting long here.
And their chances of closing this out 2-0 swirl in the drain at this point.
Yeah, abandon the banner just like that?
Yeah, it's
feels bad, man. Traded banner for a snake, but one of those is harder to come by. The crazy thing is you still have a refresher to get on this SF in this game.
Yep.
And that's the scary part because you can go in, use single target lockdown, find this puck, blow a Requiem, or even just use a Requiem, openly at the start of a fight, catch multiple sports, and then if you have a refresher, just hold another one for some PL control. He's gonna have to fight into Shivas, double Solar Guardian, Radiant, double Requiem. That is a lot for the PL to just run into. If this were the old PL Ags, where you were like throwing out lances and playing the fight on the edge, it's a little different, but this one kind of has to get in there to deal with the Thieves.
The Bloodthorn is done, and P-Vision make a smoke around it. The single target damage that they offer is pretty intense. But will they get that chance to deliver that damage into the important targets of Aurora with a refresher done on the Shadow Fiend, a ton of AoE control. It's pretty much, I feel like they have to go Kiyotaka or bust at this point.
You have to land a grip on him at some point in the fight because he's going to have double BKB to work with.
His bottom tower is under attack.
And the problem is, you can get bailed out of the grip. Like, you have multiple ways to bail it out here.
Yeah.
This guy is a tough man to bring down. This is where you look at these two traps.
Oh, an Arcane Rune too?
Oh man, he's cooking right now.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Happy birthday, Kiyotaka.
Charging in.
This man might just find something beautiful. Double support kills, and the puck is on the run.
Guess what? That Requiem, it's up again in 40 seconds because that was an Arcane Rune. It's level 3, so you're not even going to need to pop the refresher here if you had to.
Another poke at the high ground, perhaps? Just
why not?
A little one.
I wouldn't mind it.
Just a little bit chip damage. Back out once the supports are about to be up. Oh, Kiyotaka really wants to. Thought maybe they just let Nightfall have at it, but Kiyotaka's saying, no, I want this tower now. Doppelganger for the Rubik. Not the most inspiring spell steal I've ever seen. But I guess he can dodge these Ignites.
I'm also still looking for these PL players to pick up the shard. I feel like the shard on this hero is pretty good. And I think they always want to get it, but there's just more important items to try and acquire timing-wise. But then it just gets delayed and delayed, and some of these games you just never get it.
It helps with what you were talking about, right? Which is, with this Aghanim Scepter, it's more so like in order to create the chaos, you do kind of need to go in, you need to commit. And one way to help you not fully commit is to be able to have an out, and the shard gives you that.
It's a lot of confusion. It can create some chaos. It can help you go in, reset, look for another go on a support later on in the fight. I think it's pretty cheap. There are bigger items to get here as we see Satanic eyeing up some sort of survivability. Your choices are usually Scotty, Butterfly, or Heart. He's opting for Scotty in this game. That's a lot of gold to get there, so I understand not wanting to spend the 1400, particularly if you can ever get it off Tormentor later. But man, it does feel like you're missing a little component of this hero in a lot of these engagements. It's that mental factor, right? Of like, if you ever isolate the real PL, you just go on it. Whereas if you have this shard, there's always this little second guess. Oh, did he go in Biz?
Yeah.
Aurora, comfortable with their position in this game, farming up the map and looking towards that next Roche. Potential spawn within the next 2 minutes guaranteed. No reason to force the high ground now with that third one spawning. That's a big Roche to get in this game.
And that Chivas is almost on its way.
That's prime territory here.
This always feels so good because like his team can suffocate parts of the map, take neutrals on P-Vision's side. And then Toronto Tokyo can play their side of the map.
Yep.
Still be able to join, makes it super efficient. As a result, 12,000 net worth lead for Aurora.
That's what's really ballooning this lead right now.
Yeah.
You're able to control where P-Vision are going, and Toronto Tokyo just farms up half the map on his own. He is going to be fat when he comes into this fight. I mean, you almost have all 3 cores above the Phantom Lancer here. That is usually a recipe for success against this hero. P-Vision smoked up here, looking for some sort of initiation around the mid lane that would lead them into stealing away this third Roche from a dominant Aurora right now. But I don't think Aurora are going to give him the opening. I mean, no reason to play too aggressive right now. You just play as 4, Toronto Tokyo on his own. Don't give up a pick off, and you can try and force the Roshan. Make P-Vision fight into you. Almost level 25 on this Shadow Fiend already. Whew. Very clean game from Kiyotaka.
A Scythe. There's just so many options here for Aurora. How did P-Vision win a fight? Break it down for me. They're sitting on Vision the entire time, so let's say that fight does come to them on this high ground ward.
It's got to be Puck probably going in, getting a coil, creating some confusion. There's PL illusions going in, and then at some point you're able to land a Hex on the Bat Rider as a counterplay and a Grip on this SF as a counterplay. Like, those are kind of the 2 focal points you're looking to get in all this confusion.
So the supports have to come up clutch.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're looking at 9 class and you're looking at Ducalis, like, the big control spells have to land here.
And that's why they're so adamant about if the fight comes, it has to be on a high ground ward because they need a bit of helping hand for these supports. They need as much information
100%.
as possible. But do they know what's wrapping around behind them right now? They're just about to, they're going in! And Aurora, they make the jump! Kiyotaka, it's a massive Requiem! A Titanic explosion ×2 that easily wins the fight. But the second part of it, the buybacks onto the outpost, this is still dangerous. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, it's going to stop that Shadow Shaman. They go for the Shadow Shaman, but meanwhile, oh no, he got the Scythe on him, and Satanic's gone, and he doesn't have the buyback. One fight is all it takes, and it looks like P-Vision are just out of here as they are going to get run down by Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo, and failing that, Aurora still have 5 to go high ground.
No buyback on this Phantom Lancer. He was 80 gold short. He has it now. There's a bounty rune picked up from no one, but it's not going to be in time to help you win that fight. Even if he comes back there, I don't know if you're cleaning up.
No.
Just so much in the tank for Aurora, and those Requiems demolished them clumped on that hill. A perfect aggressive go there from Kiyotaka, not able to grip him in time. That's all she wrote. Even landed the clutch Hex on the PL later.
Yeah, that was nasty.
That PL got Hexed into the Bloodthorn Nullifier. Like, you're gone, son. There's nothing you're doing there.
Aurora just basically kind of looked at that Phantom Lancer and he fell over.
They're going to get another
and just pick off after pick off. I mean, you're already limited on heroes for the next minute.
That might be the game. They're going throne.
Yeah.
Give another Requiem up. The cooldown's so low on this spell.
I think Satanic was making the call that he needs 2 lives to be able to defend this, but at this rate, the throne's going to explode before he's up the first time.
Gotta buy the PL
He has
here.
to use the buyback on 12 seconds. even if you somehow pull a rabbit out of the hat, pull some sort of miracle, gets hexed again, Bloodthorn, Nullifier, now the Requiem over the top. And Aurora. I mean, that's just very clean play from this time around for them in this game too. You could see the draft difference. They just felt so much more comfortable in this one.
1000%. I think both teams I felt had the draft advantage ended up winning this game. So if you're going into this game 3, you really need to be on point with these picks and bans. You really need to make sure you get something you're comfortable with and is built tight. Because in this game, Aurora are just all around this Shadow Fiend. You can't use your control against them because of the Abaddon pick. I think that pick was just way too brutal for P-Vision to deal with. And they kind of like, we got you with the ultra last pick PL. You know, you don't have some big AoE clear, but this hero is not what he used to be. He needs more openings in that mid game to take it over. You can't just farm and get in these stalemate wars where heroes outscale you. Items win Dota 2 right now. And this hero just doesn't use them as well as a lot of the other cores in the meta. So for me, P-Vision, they might try and go back to getting some of these sustain heroes earlier in the draft before they all get banned out, right? We saw like 4 or 5 sustain hero bans from Aurora, and I think that was a really big component in slowing P-Vision's game down. And they got forced into this position where they had to go for some ultra cheese carry to try and even out that draft. I don't think we're going to see the offlane Ogre again. I meme about it a lot, but I'm telling you, like, this hero is incredibly difficult to make work in a professional setting. I don't care what its scrim win rate is. I don't care what its pub win rate is. It's a tough hero to make work.
And it fails to work again in this game too, which means we are going to game 3.
Yeah, I'm very excited. At game number 3 here. It's been a while since we've been able to see it go the distance at the Esports World Cup, but Aurora and P-Vision, they're doing it for this series. Aurora having a great one. It wasn't a fantastic start to it, right? It wasn't that seamless, flawless play that we would have loved to see from them, Fear, but it still was an amazing game when they were able to get online and have much more of an impact with their heroes.
Yeah, everyone got their signature hero, right? Like, you had the Shadow Fiend for Kiyotaka. He has to pop off for them to win, and he popped off this game. The Dawnbreaker, I never really questioned it. Sure, it lost game 1, but Toronto Tokyo is incredibly comfortable on it. And Nightfall, we talked about him playing the PA game 1. We weren't sold. He went back to his Abaddon, one of the 3 heroes that he likes to play. So, yeah, very much a comfort draft from Aurora, where P-Vision, they kind of wanted to try something that they've done before, but all these heroes together just didn't look like they meshed very well. You have a lot of single target with the Ogre, the Shadow Shaman, the Bane. Like, how do you team fight with this lineup?
Yeah, that offlane Ogre, right? We saw it 3 times already from the side of P-Vision. Those 3 times, Brian, had great success. However, it was against the same opponent each and every time. It was against Heroic. So was it just a little bit they already had answers here on the side of Aurora to Ogre, or it's not really a hero that fits into the archetype of what the game state needed?
I feel like the Ogre did look lackluster, but I also think that both teams had a clear win condition in their draft, and you have Puck PL on one side, elusive poke damage heroes. Ogre kind of fits that bill, where you have the Ignite and the Fire Blast, where you're just spamming it on them. And the way that I felt like Aurora Gaming's win condition was to burst targets, and once that's the case, where they're able to do that with their Batrider, with their SF ulti. When you look at Ogre's items, they're all AoE defensive items. You have the Crimson Guard, the Pipe. So it really boiled down to, can Aurora Gaming pick them apart or not? And when Ogre builds all of these AoE items and they're just blowing no one up at the start of the fight, or sometimes there's the supports all at once, then the hero is going to look absolutely atrocious. And I personally don't know enough about the hero to exactly say why it fell short, but for me, it makes sense why it looked pretty useless in this game, and I can see why in other games it might be far more impactful.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like Ogre, like if we compare the offlaners, what they were able to bring to the table, you don't have enough damage to initiate it. Counters the coil with the Dawnbreaker ulti. He also did go for the play just to make sure that he is not going to pop off on no one. And also, he had the refresher, Aghanim Scepter Pipe 28 minutes into the game. So playing into double ulti is very, very difficult, and I'm just going to throw it out there. I think Aurora Gaming might be the best team in the world. They did manage to win with PL, the only team, and this is the second team other than Extreme Gaming that did manage to get a dub with Rubik as well.
Are you ready to talk about the Rubik Lacoste?
Yes,
because when you saw it in the draft, you did not want to say any kind words
about it.
about
Not going to change
it.
my mind in 100 years probably, unless Rubik gets some really big buffs. But like, he didn't steal any of the big spells. He didn't, steal the shackles, the steal Giga Ward in multiple situations. He was pretty much, I'm going to lift this puck when he goes in just enough time so Dawnbreaker ulti can come through, maybe we get the Requiem off, and that was enough a couple of times to be able to kill no one on that puck, who was very slippery. They were lacking that bit of a lockdown, and with him lifting it, he got the job done.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the last two bans from the supports on the side of P-Vision, they knew that they banned Disruptor and Lion for Aurora, which screams, we know they lack initiation, we're afraid of that. And Rubik effectively filled that poor man's Lion, poor man's Shadow Shaman. So I will highlight that all of the Rubiks I personally saw in the group stage just seemed like a casual Rubik. It was like third, fourth pick in the draft, decent lane duo, didn't have any impactful spells. But whenever you pick a hero, even if it's off meta, if it has a very clear role in the game, and he did accomplish that role on Mira, and it's also a specialty hero for him, and he's Grandmaster tier on it, that's when it makes sense to me. And so that, if you compare that to like Ogre, for instance, which was kind of a generic pick and maybe just something they've been utilizing this tournament, it's much easier for me to analyze, oh, that made a lot of sense after seeing the game play out and utilizing it accordingly.
Fear, I got to ask you a little bit more about this PL as well, right? Because you said you either get one or the other. You either get a win or you have impact.
Well, you actually get one of those two. You either get a win or you lose. The impact usually isn't there one way or another. I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately. So I want to revise that a little bit. So, I mean, it didn't get the win. And the impact also wasn't there, unfortunately. This hero is just really hard to make work. I think you are a little bit greedy in this game picking it too, because you're playing for Shadow Fiend. I feel like this hero has most AoE in the game by far. Like, maybe if you get a perfect doppelganger, you can survive it, but we saw in that last fight, that didn't really happen. But there's a lot of things to look at. I think this is Aurora and their comfort zone. They looked amazing there. But P-Vision, maybe 9 class on Shadow Shaman, as you mentioned, a little too normal for him. Ogre, a little too wild. PL, maybe not the best hero, not their best draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. I think, because PL, he wants to play the longer fights. He wants to go in and out multiple times, but Dawnbreaker, Shadow Fiend, especially when they get to their refresher timings, they're not allowed to do that. And a couple of times we did see Abaddon blanking in and then followed by a Dawnbreaker ulti just to be able to break that fight, kind of showing that they trust each other, and this is what I want to see from a team.
Okay. And Brian, last game, you had some specific areas that you wanted to point out for us. Is there anything similar in this game too that you can point out that Aurora really had that one-up over P-Vision?
Yeah, I was talking about the win conditions for both these teams, and I wanted to highlight basically the use of the Dawnbreaker ulti and the targeting coming out from Aurora. So this is early on where they do have the advantage, but what's going to happen here is you're going to see no one pick up the Arcane Rune before a fight breaks out. Nightfall is actually going to get sleptwalked into the enemy tier 1 tower, and then what's going to happen is Aurora is going to have to utilize their Dawnbreaker ulti to help Nightfall escape, because he's going to get coiled by no one here. And during this Dawnbreaker ulti, you're going to notice PL is just going to exit to the north side, or sorry, to the south side, and Puck's going to exit to the north side, effectively accomplishing nothing. And when they're not getting these single target lockdowns at the start of the fight, you're going to see what happens. Despite having a 2k lead on the side of Aurora, they're going to get slowly poked down. They're going to get slowly chased down by Satanic and no one, because these type of chaotic fights are absolutely in favor of P-Vision's draft. And we're going to see them effectively wipe them 4 for 2 and turn the game in favor of P-Vision. Now, if we look at the later clips in the game, once Aurora's got those blink daggers online, and we're actually going to see the initiation this time around, the one that Lacoste was highlighting, we are concerned, where is it coming from? Nightfall, the hero on his team without a stun, is going to be the one that says, I'm going to do it for us, as Puck has already been bursted previously about 30 seconds ago. It looks like the fight's just going to be over, but no, Nightfall blinks straight in, allowing for the Dawnbreaker ulti to be used aggressively, much more in line with what Aurora was originally intending with this draft. And if we go later in the game, we're going to see the same thing at the Rune, where no one goes for a, I would say, courageous snatch of that bottom shield rune, and Aurora sees this, so they're going to try to contest it themselves. Nightfall is playing kind of that distraction game rather than the hard initiation, and when they manage to land any single stun on this puck, he's going to get followed up by the Dawnbreaker ulti, by the SF ulti. He's got a shield rune for this. That's why he went there in the first place, and as we can see, no one's not too happy with this one, as we're going to have to get that Scowl. Where is it, buddy? Oh, there it is. That's what it looks like when you burst no one's puck full to zero. And last but not least, this is when they now have the AK lead, so all of them have not been quite this smooth up until this point, but Aurora sees the supports from P-Vision walking up. They're smoked up, and if this is not the most convincing one-sided engagement ever with the lasso into the Requiem, into the Dawnbreaker ulti. Every time they managed to land this simple combo, the fights were just completely one-sided, and we see like what they were going for with the PL pick, what they were going for with this puck pick, or not like with the puck pick, but they're playing into a specific archetype of a draft, which is elusive, hard to target, with all of the single target stuns coming out from Aurora. But once that part of their draft fell apart on P-Vision, you see like every team fight just complete wipe by Aurora.
The first clip that we saw there was obviously that great fight from P-Vision, and it felt like Nightfall had a really rough lane, right? Obviously, this Ogre had a good start, got a double kill. Nightfall just really struggled, and then even at the start of that fight, popping his ultimate early. How on the side of P-Vision, Lacoste, with the power of hindsight, could they have transitioned that into more momentum? Was there too much space on the map that they were giving for Aurora? Overconfidence?
P-Vision played first 10 minutes of the game really well. They managed to get the double kill on Ogre relatively early on, really outplaying them pretty heavily. And also these 7.5 minutes in, you will see 4 guys from Aurora trying to make a move to kill Shadow Shaman, to maybe kill Ogre. They failed to do so. A minute later, they will go for another attempt with a 3-man rotation to kill Shadow Shaman. Nothing happens. So at that point of a time, they were doing really well. They kind of got lost on the map, but with the draft that they had, this global presence, because you can always have Dawnbreaker on one side of the map farming, and she can always connect with the rest of the team, and they managed to find those openings. I like how Nightfall was like, you guys want to initiate on me? I'm fine with that, because I'm not going to be dying. Even if I do die, the rest of the team is still going to be able to clean up.
I'm loving the insight that we're getting here, but of course, there is one way we can get a little bit more insight from these players, and it's having a listen in with their team comms.
I'll break SF. I break SF cast.
Yeah.
He's fucked up here.
I kill bad.
SF is here. He wanted to out.
I'm running, guys. I'm here.
He is stuck.
Oh. I fucked up.
Oh. I think that was no one getting caught by the lasso. I mean, that's one of those situations on puck where you're either going to die full to zero every single fight, or you're never going to die. And the one fight that we saw that they didn't initiate onto him at that 16-minute mark, and he had the Arcane Rune going, he wreaked absolute havoc in those fights. And going into Game 3, what I'm thinking is, yes, P-Vision's win condition was clear, but arguably Aurora's was much simpler to execute, and once the factors line up, the stars align, it's just going to play itself out. And I do think ease of execution is something worth considering, and why, for a fact, like Nightfall's hero pool has been Ursa, Lifestealer, and Abaddon. Like, these are heroes that just have room for forgiveness, and I think that's going to play a pivotal role in Game 3.
Yeah, when Nightfall gets these heroes impactful, that was it. Aurora, whilst they did lose that Game 1, they brought it back for a Game number 2, which means a Game 3 is on the cards for us here. It's elimination. Either team could go home. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see exactly who it is.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you Shame, what a shame Shame, what a shame If I heard that you Shame, what a shame Way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It is our final series of the day, and after 9 best of 3s, all going 2-0, it's finally arrived. We finally have a game number 3. We're seeing a competitive series. P-Vision, they took game 1. Aurora, very quick to bounce back, had a great mid to late game in that game number 2. Feels like the team that is getting the draft advantage is able to close out the game for themselves. So in a game 3, single elimination, everything on the line, I feel like you just can't put your faith in Phantom Lancer anymore.
Yeah, Fear, just give it up already.
Yeah, I mean,
it's dead.
Stop trying to make it happen, bro.
Seriously.
We've been trying many times. It hasn't worked. However, what we have been trying that has been working is the Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend. A lot of teams, they'll pick this early. You don't know where it's going. It's a flex pick. Nope, that's Kiyotaka. He's going to play it from the mid lane. And so far, every time he's played it, it's looked like his absolute best hero, bar none. However, I do like the approach that Vision is taking here. They are going for more of the, let's shut down Toronto, Tokyo type of style. Get rid of these Dawnbreaker, potentially Undying. This is one of his favorite heroes when he played POS 5. He moved it to the off lane. He's still incredibly good at it.
I don't know if you know, but he's actually the best.
The best. He is the best,
Put some
self-proclaimed.
respect on his name, come on.
I'm respecting it, but giving someone the title as the best is too much respect for now.
Gotta agree with that one. One of these two teams, so far we have Kiyotaka winning 4 out of 4 games on Shadow Fiend, and we have Ducalis winning all of his games on Chen. That's 5 out of 5. So one of them will have to lose, and whoever loses is going to be eliminated from Esports World Cup. So I think Fear had a really good point about the previous one where Aurora did play their heroes that they feel comfortable playing. Even though they did run this Dawnbreaker in game number 1, in game number 2 it looked so much better, and they realized that was the issue, not allowing them to go for this for the 3rd time in a row, so swapping things around, which does leave some of the other heroes in the pool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool when you end up in these single elimination playoffs and both teams have a reason that they've made it to the final 8. They've had their successful heroes, not PL on the side of P-Vision because that hero's 0-3 for them. But for Aurora, like you mentioned, undefeated SF, undefeated Chen, something's got to bend and something's got to break. I love this type of crunch time, end of the year, crunch tournaments or clutch tournaments, excuse me.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, whoever wins this game has the potential to win the entire thing, and whoever loses is just completely out. And for me, it's always hard to just fathom how much goes into like maybe individual plays that go on in the game that tilt the tides one favor or the other. But yeah, I'm just excited for this game is what I'm trying to say, but I'm doing it in a very long, drawn out. Just go ahead, Nat.
No, I was going to wait to see how you finish that one. I actually wanted more absolutes from you. You're like, oh, whoever wins this series has the potential to win the Esports World Cup. I want absolutes. Will they or won't they, Brian? You got to put it all out on the line.
I think this is the best Aurora has looked all year. So I think P-Vision will get knocked out next round if they win this, but Aurora will win it all.
That's what I like to hear, Fia. You're going to go on the same bandwagon as Brian?
No, I have no opinion on these teams winning or losing
Right.
the tournament.
You're the least opinionated person I've ever met.
I think these teams are both good, but they have a lot to prove. I think P-Vision was on... after looking at Game 1, you feel a little jebaited, like they're back, right? They're back to that form where they're the best, and then Game 2 happens, you're like, nah, they're not there yet. Where Aurora, you know, flip a coin, you don't know what you're getting, and that's always been their issue, and hopefully they land on the right side this game.
They do. And also in the previous game, they had Bane, who was kind of a counter to Shadow Fiend when he blinks in with the BKB Requiem. With Yashikaya, it doesn't like you need to be ready immediately, but there's also Dawnbreaker that can break the combo. So I think this time around, it's going to be a lot on 9 class to be able to try to pull that off, whether he gets the blink initiation immediately or he needs to be ready once Shadow Fiend blinks in. There is Tusk, which doesn't save you against the snowball, so that's a bit of a downside, but this hero pretty much gives you everything else.
Wait, what do you mean? Can you not snowball people out of Lasso?
No.
Oh. I didn't know that. I learned something today.
No, you can't. And also to go back, you know, I'm pretty much all out because I literally said Gaming Gladiators are going to win this tournament. And the
Oh, you
last
had already
chance-
put your
Yeah,
absolutes on someone else.
So I'm all out of this one.
Lacoste, who's yours then?
Sorry, what? I zoned out for a second.
Who's going to win the tournament?
Who's going to win the tournament? I did say, I believe, P-Vision to win the whole thing.
Okay.
But Aurora, they're powering up, so I'm a little afraid. I also don't, I think we have seen enough of PL. I don't think we're going to be seeing this hero for the rest of the tournament. These
Wrong.
teams, no. There's going to be a situation where somebody's going to be like, yeah, this is it. This is the
Both
one.
of these teams will pick it. Last pick again. It will happen.
It is inevitable.
It will, yes.
I'm curious if we're going to get the Ursa or the Lifestealer for Nightfall on 18. I will say last draft, Fear, you called it out. They must have had a plan for that Abaddon because they picked 3 heroes with single target lockdown with dispellable abilities in the laning stage, and they allowed it to be picked anyways. So I hope they've given a little bit more credit to Nightfall's hero puddle that he has been having immense success with. It's going to be the Ursa or the Lifestealer. They've got the Disruptor with it.
That's
or no, because it's not overall last pick, right? So
True.
I also do think Aurora functions better with first pick overall, because by the time you get to last pick overall for Nightfall, there's a lot more heroes banned or picked in the pool. But when you get to 18, which is where they're going to probably pick Nightfall's hero here, you've still got the Ursas and the Lifestealers.
Right.
Well,
yeah, but they're prepping for it.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to see coming into the series where we're talking about having enough BKB piercing tools, having double for now. You're playing into Shadow Fiend, which is what you want to have, and potentially also shutting down some of the heroes that you guys were mentioning, especially the Lifestealer.
But what about the Ags Ursa?
That
to
works.
deal with this.
I mean, wasn't Troll always a pretty big
Troll's
counter
very
hero?
good here,
That's
yeah.
another hero he plays. And I don't think his hero pool, like, he has a massive hero pool. He just has a small hero pool that they're picking for him. And I think there's a good reason for that. It fits with their playstyle. So while they could pick a lot of different heroes potentially for Nightfall, it's even whether they know it or not, it's probably best they don't. Right?
I have a theory on this. If I'm a carry player, I've played pubs with Kiyotaka before. You really never know what you're going to get, and I think it would just mess with your sanity over time, and that you have to have a very stable hero pool
for sure.
to work with this player. Like, I think there's a reason that Nightfall is now sticking to the Abaddons, the Lifestealers, the Ursas, even going for like Omni Knights in previous tournaments. I'm not even kidding, to the point that I think his hero needs to offer stability to the draft and overall basically allowing his team to play around the other heroes, because even when he was initiating last game, so Gyrocopter, a very standard counter to Beastmaster in lane, mentioning that the Snowball does not save from Lasso, I was a bit concerned for going for like a ranged frontliner, effectively, that should present himself as an easy target. So now it's going to boil down to the classic gyro play, I believe Fear always illuminates, which is he going to stand in there and kill everybody, or is he going to not be able to man fight and effectively be useless?
And now those two heroes that you did mention, these Ursas and Life Stealers, they do look good to be counterpicked against this gyrocopter.
I do wonder though, last game, that felt like kind of their game plan, is that Nightfall would be willing to be the one that takes it. He kind of takes a lot of the attention so that Kiyotaka can have better positioning. He's able to get off these Requiems because everyone's so focused on Nightfall. Maybe the Gyro is a little bit of a play into that. The only difference is they had the Dawn last time in the off lane. That offers a lot of sustain, a lot of backup as well. Is that really going to be able to come out in the last pick?
I'm thinking that you're, based on what you just said, maybe they get like a Centaur or a Vengeful Spirit, perhaps, in the offlane as a good way to pair with,
like
the Tusk. I think if you give some way to break this combo on the Gyrocopter, then it's going to enable Nightfall to play the way that he likes to play. I just don't know what Toronto Tokyo has cooking. What has he been practicing in his pubs? Does he feel comfortable on this type of role in the game? It's a little less straightforward than the Dawnbreaker.
I did mention Lifestealer, Ursa potentially for Aurora, but also there's a very good game for Morphling. Like you're playing into Gyrocopter, Static Storm can cause you some of the issues, Shadowfit as well if he gets on top of you, but you also have a good amount of sustain as well, providing that you have a Chen. They're going to be building into these auras as well. This is offlane Beastmaster, so he gives you another creep that you can play early on. So the tempo from them is very, very good, and so far I've seen them play very well whenever they have Morphling with this Vlads, paired up with other auras, paired up with the Chen. They just don't seem to be losing the games with it.
I mean, it's really good. They just have to see the lane first. That's going to be the big determining factor for wanting to pick Morph. I do, however, like the direction they're going on Aurora here, because you are playing into this Chen Zoo strategy again. He hasn't played Gyro yet, his first time playing it, but this is the type of games that Aurora need to win if they're going to progress further into this tournament. You're not going to win this tournament by forcing heroes on Nightfall that aren't good for the game, right? So I like to see that adaptation. And Toronto Tokyo, some of his best heroes are going to be removed, and I think what they're really respecting right now is the fact that you are going to play against a Death Ball like Game 1 at some point. You need to come prepared for it. I do want to see some auras on Toronto Tokyo, whatever he does play. Ideally, some team fight on top of it. That's why you do see heroes like Tide and Mag get banned, or team fight, but they really need like an aura type of hero. Like Centaur could work. I think it's okay, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough. Like maybe these Underlords and stuff like that, something that can allow them to get these mid-game timings versus this Chen Beast, they're very brutal.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you don't give yourself an answer to the lasso at some point, that just feels really scary. So that's why I was suggesting Centaur, because it gives you the cart. It's a nice save for the Gyrocopter. Yeah. It's an amazing hero to be dropped down to 10% HP, carted, pop Satanic, heals to full.
You buy auras too, which is nice.
Yeah, the Crimson, the Pipe. You're going to go for that early Blade Mail. I would honestly love to see him potentially delay his Blink, play around the playmaking potential of the Disruptor Tusk, and know that your job in the game is to just be a durable frontliner, because Gyrocopter doesn't do that for the first maybe 25, 30 minutes of the game.
How early could we see Centaur be left alone in lane as well? Like, when do Aurora want to break the lanes with this lineup?
Depends on what they pick here for their carry, right? Like, you have quite a few options on what you feel comfortable playing against. You're going to want the win condition, but it's not so simple. Like, Centaur is a very strong laner, or at least he can be, and you're playing for Shadow Fiend, so you probably want a BKB hero. And
is
ideally you want to
not
outscare you. I mean, you could Morph, but Morph is scary.
He's slamming the table with the papers, these Dota buff printouts, serving a good purpose.
I mean, Morph is fine, but it's not the perfect pick, I don't think.
So you're thinking of like a first item BKB type hero because of the nature of this game?
Maybe not first item, but it's got to be like a natural progression. I mean, this hero can do it, but like it can be exploited very easily by this Disruptor as well as the Tusk with rotations from Shadow Fiend. Like the build up on Morph is typically Vlad's, Manta, and then Butterfly BKB. That might be a bit too slow. So there is a timing here where if you can survive the early game from Aurora, you can actually put some pressure on, especially some gate rotations from the Gyrocopter. It's going to be all about Kiyotaka. At some point, you can get like this Hex with Requiem combo on the Morph. You have a lot of options against this Morphling, so I don't think it's completely free, but it is very strong, especially when Satanic plays it.
Yeah, stacking the auras one more time. You have Ducalis on Chen, Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dom, Vlad's on Morphling. If they get the ball rolling, like, this is pretty similar thing that can happen as it did happen in game number 1. They get that one big fight between 15 and 20. They turn it into Roche, and then they take over the whole map. But if Aurora manages to survive in this fight, I feel like this is the type of a game where Aurora is going to be able to punch back, especially if they're bringing these auras, if they're bringing the numbers to the fight. But slight advantage for me on P-Vision in this one.
Okay. I want to ask the question again, then, Brian. How early on Aurora do you break the lanes, try and be more proactive, rather than just trying to survive and putting yourself in survival mode for the first 20 minutes?
What I actually think benefits Aurora in this game is they win all the 1v1s in terms of just nobody really kills Centaur. Like, Morphling doesn't threaten Centaur, Gyrocopter counters Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend's a great 1v1er, so it's gonna... I actually think they should leave their 3 cores on their respective parts of the map as long as possible and play around the support playmaking potential of the Tusk and the Disruptor, and I think they can quite realistically get a 3 to 4K lead by 15 minutes on the side of Aurora.
Wow.
And I think the skills, like the hero skills on the side of Aurora, or on the side of P-Vision, naturally scale better. But I'm thinking that there might just be this period of time where you have 3 of the top 4 net worths on the side of Aurora, then they just ball up and you don't have the damage to bring down an Aegis Gyrocopter, and that's going to be straightforward from there. So I'm actually going for Aurora here.
Okay, I like it. It's a game 3. It's a single elimination. One of these teams advancing, the other one unfortunately going home, having to be content with just simply a top 8 performance for themselves. But either way, let's get on into it. Let's head on over to Cap and SBG.
The first game 3 of the playoffs, and it sounds like our draft is very even. Panelists being split on both sides, whether they're backing P-Vision or Aurora. Both sides sounded like they weren't like all in on a team. Avery, you break the tie. Who you backing here draft-wise?
Well, I know who Astini was backing.
Oh, yeah.
And not because he's on their team. He was in disbelief that they got given the Chen in this game 3. I kind of agree with him. Like, why did you need to ban Queen of Pain over Chen? To me, that's a whatever. I don't think it changes it too much. I'm going to give a slight edge to P-Vision just because they got the Chen again, and I think this Morphling looks pretty scary to me. Unless you land some big spell casting between the Disruptor, Tusk Punch, and the Requiem going into him before he potentially goes for BKB timing, looks tough to bring him down, and we've seen what Satanic can do on this hero. That said, Aurora have a lot of confidence in this Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend, and for good reason. Like, these are 2 undefeated heroes going up against each other. They built around it a little bit again with the Tusk Snowball save, Stampede, Cart later on, plus some of the buffs that the Tusk can give you with the tag team going in. There's a lot of DPS coming out of this SF once again. The Gyro's there to help him a little bit, and I think they have more damage to play with this time around into the Chen than they did in that game 1.
Yes, that was a big problem, for sure.
Also, their laning looks good. Like, I think they are poised to potentially win 2.5 lanes on average across the 3, and that's a good setup for them against a Chen lineup if they can pull that out. So I think there's a lot of potential for Aurora to even out this slight draft advantage to P-Vision if they step up their laning, step up the playmaking, and continue to play aggressive like they did in that game 2.
Do you feel like P-Vision have answered the Shadow Fiend better? If you feel like Aurora deals with the Chen better, what about the other side of the table?
I think they did. They absolutely knew it was going to come out. Both these teams basically gave the other team their signature hero for this event and tried to deal with it. And I do think P-Vision dealt with the SF better than Aurora dealt with the Chen. They got really solid BKB Pierce, which is really important against this hero. You do not want to give him free BKB channel Requiems or entryways into the fight. And you just need some initiation disable on him so that when he goes in the fight, you can grab him or you can start the fights on him. I think Batrider's really good at that. The Beastmaster Roar is really good at it. And ultimately, you have Morphling as a hero that can go in with his own BKB.
What is this move? They are chasing each other around the map right now. DM does not want to be in this matchup against the Gyrocopter. So we are just having gate rotations all around while we saw that bit of action from the mid lane. I mean, one thing they're doing to answer the Chen is apparently the Satyr Mind Stealer early on, draining the Shadow Fiend of all of his mana. So his puck matchup is not exactly a fair matchup.
Yeah, that did some work against Kiyotaka. I mean, he'll be able to get some water runes later. He still has mangoes to play with, but this thing is really annoying. It does make the Chen lane itself weaker. And for the Gyro, it's a lot worse in the off lane because you're pushing the lane in with Flak. So Beast just gets to sit under his tower, potentially play with pulls. and you're way happier than getting forced out of that off lane where the 5 position can pull forward the gyro and you can maybe get some extra farm off stacking or Ancients later or whatever.
Yeah.
So even though you get this lane matchup, I think P-Vision are still happy with this outcome. Like, you're just going to sit DM down here, he's going to farm. As long as you don't feed too many boars away.
And Flat Cannon's going to do significantly less if you're sitting underneath tower. You get that 3 armor on you.
Plus some Divine Favor armor, yeah. It adds up. Downside is you had to put your Morphlin in the offlane. And this is maybe where Aurora can re-even out that advantage because, man, Morphlin in the offlane feels bad. He's one of the carries who really wants that tower or who wants to sit under there, be hard to pressure, free farm. When this lane goes deep up here for Satanic, you're a little worried about getting run down the lane. There is a glimpse set up on this lane as well if the roam comes through with the Tusk, for example, later on.
Yeah.
And you're not a carry that contest pulls very well either, so the small camp ever gets opened up and Panto can go in and abuse it, Satanic is going to feel the pain. So far, though, he's doing very well CS-wise and taking advantage over the...
Sounds like to me it overall favors P-Vision a bit more. This whole lane swap scenario.
The way it happened, yes. I mean, a lot of it's dependent on the execution, and so far they're getting a lot more CS on the more early, who just hasn't been pressured. He basically bypassed level 1 and 2, is always nice on hero, and now he's cruising. You should get the Lotus up here as well. Yep, so Lotus delivery for Satanic could be huge on this wave. We'll get the glimpse back. I mean, this is where the Morphling kind of gets out-traded, but it's a Morphling, so the man just don't care.
Tokyo's the one to die instead as the trades come through, not even requiring the Lotus. Aurora, just complete misread of the situation. Don't really get that good of a glimpse back, not that much added extra damage, and the burst wasn't anywhere close to killing Satanic. And now he's going to be back up to near full off of this little Lotus play.
He's cruising up here. If they ever get the lane back, they're going to be super happy with this outcome. And then you just have a safe lane Beastmaster who's basically free farming down here and dodge this bad gyro matchup. Nice lane swap for P-Vision. They're definitely getting the better of this exchange and negating a big advantage for Aurora in this draft, which was in theory the solid lane setup. This is kind of thrown at askew. You're left wondering where that advantage is going to come from, and the only other place is Kiyotaka on the mid lane, who, by the way, is just straight up losing this lane to no one early.
A lot of damage back on a DM, blocked in by the shards, but they're able to stand their ground. Nightfall is the one pushed away as the combination of creeps between the Chen and the Beastmaster is a bit too much to fight into. Panto, he's going to try and get a neutral tonight. He does not get it. And now that leaves Toronto Tokyo in a 1v2, which he's not going to be terribly happy with against a Bat Rider in a long lane.
And 9 class doing work up here. Securing Satanic free farm, 1v2ing on the side. Out trading this Disruptor. Not a hero you want losing early fights. Nightfall finds himself behind the tower into a Ghost Creep. Not the trade-off you were looking for here either.
Yeah, Mira being really slowed down between the Hawk and the Boar and the Ghost. It slows on a little entangle. It's too much.
This is a rough laning phase start for Aurora as the question mark from Ducalis comes out. There are not going to be a lot of people who like that, I will say.
Ducalis has been a little loud in this tournament. Kiyotaka, he's got bottle charges. Is that enough to keep him alive? It is not. Oh, wow. I can't believe he actually died there.
Died to the smoldering resin. Forget about that little innate debuff.
Was he not able to get any? He activated 2 bottle charges. He'll get the kill on Night Class.
Yeah, he had another bottle charge. I think he could have lived. Either way, he's sent back, and 9 class doing mad work in this early game.
I guess the one upside is he was been so successful, he had a killing spree when they killed him. So, bit of extra gold.
I don't think Kiyotaka minds getting the refill and coming back. It's not the worst for his game considering how mid was going, but you're going to have to contest this puck.
Snowball to try and control the power room. Good idea from Mira. No one dodges it. Now it's going to be Mira's death for it.
P-Vision are playing really fast this game. Supports are just getting so much done right now. This is a concern. You gave him the Chen. You set up a strong laning phase. You got a little outmaneuvered on the lane setup. Had to adjust. It cost you a lot of early CS. Now you're falling behind with the cores. The supports are out-rotating you around the map. This lead isn't crazy, but it feels like there's a lot of momentum going P-Vision's way. We're not even to the Wisdom Shrines yet, and this Chen is level 4.5. That is an insane start for Ducalis here.
Yeah, that's a good question. What are we going to do with these Wisdom Shrines? Any invasions? Since we've got level 6 on both the mids here. Looks like both lanes are pushed in too much.
Panther rotating bottom. They're looking for anything with this Disruptor in the early game. I don't know if this is the place to find it. This Beast has already got Wand Charges plus Lotus plus Helm.
Yeah, and this is a 3-on-3. 9 class followed him through the game. He's going to go for the Wisdom Shrine. Oh!
There's no
okay, Mira, he's going to go there. It should be fine.
Is it really a 1v1 the Tusk wins, though?
But can he just survive long enough for the rotations to come through?
He can. And you should get this in the end. It doesn't feel great, though.
Snowball towards the end of it. He might die in the flames here. He's going to be stuck in it. Takes a little bit of extra damage. Flame break for an extra bit it takes. And 9 class TP's away. Glimpse got him. 9 class still goes to the kill on Mira. Mira, blood grenaded.
Yeah, he's fine.
Will not die. Stick charge is still up to.
At least they get some trade in this early game with the supports. They needed it. Secure the Wisdom Shrine. Level 5 for the Tusk. Important point for this tag team as you try and scale it up early. But a nice laning phase for P-Vision overall. I mean, they got what they wanted here. Farm on the cores, levels on the supports, and some nice early skirmishing going their way.
8-minute power rune. It is bottom lane. Kiyotaka's luck on these power runes is just out of control, man.
It has been insane this tournament. He's gotten good ones too. These aren't like random invis illusion runes a lot of the time. So timely power runes. That haste could go a long way on this map. You can run down a good core target with it, or get some Chen creeps. That's a nice little pickup. Some revenge for the mana burn. Okay, he's
where's that Chen at? Show me your leader.
You're not going to find him down here.
No.
What a waste of a haste rune.
It is.
And the Beast straight to top. Helm already done. Time to put the summons to work.
Toronto Tokyo has a Vanguard, a lot of HP. But he may not even get caught by this rotation.
Wise move to back off. If you just trade towers here again, like game 1, I don't think a lot of that... I think there were parts of that early game in game 1 that weren't that bad for Aurora in trying to trade with the Chen. They just got out momentum.
Yes.
Which could very well happen here again. It's always a risk when you get this team this hero. But I think the concept of trading here is completely fine as long as you get away with it. 9 class just gonna be annoying as usual.
Yes,
the wave.
He pulls the wave off the tower and that slows down the push.
Super annoying right here. I mean, this is where you want to run him and chase him down with Glimpse and abuse this matchup.
Yeah, they gotta stop him. There's no, man, I can't believe they're not running at him with Glimpse.
Yeah, this feels really bad for your map control. Oof. I mean, just where's Nightfall supposed to go?
Yeah, I mean, they just took that tower so long ago. I think they're afraid of P-Vision coming back through the gate.
Well, they should be worried about the flank coming mid, because this is the natural progression for the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you get a kill on SF into this tower, it's going to break the game open.
Oh, he seems totally unaware of what's coming his way. Mira's going to run in, try and snowball save him. Can he get it? Coil goes off. They're both going to die for this, perhaps. Nightfall TP's in, and that'll prevent any aggression onto Mira. Throw a little damage out with flat cannons all around. A successful go here from P-Vision, and it's not done yet. Satanic is now joining in. They're going to cut the wave and take the tower.
Just not ready for that move. I think that should have been a move you fully expect. You should ward for it. You should protect for it. You should have someone tanking that for the SF worst case scenario. Aggressive waveform. Can they punish it?
No one jumps right in the middle of a big AoE damage out from him. Stampede goes out. Doesn't hit the stomp, and they have to retreat. Aurora cannot win this fight. No one. Just too powerful for them right now.
This is looking more like game 1 as we progress here.
It is.
The aura's coming online. The sustain. Morphling abuses these heals so well. When you can't all in him, you're never going to finish him off. Vlad's already done for Satanic. This Roche is completely open in this game when it comes down to it. And the ball is starting to pick up some steam. You had to be disciplined around these early moves from the Beastmaster if you were Aurora. You just didn't get it. You didn't match that pace. The vision wasn't there. Now you're on the back foot. Top 3 core positions, the P-Vision here. This is where I think that Centaur pick, it could stand on the front line with this Vanguard. Maybe that's a type of fight where if he gets forward in front of that tower, you can maybe take that fight with your 2 other damage dealers.
Yeah.
But now that you lost these early skirmishes, big question mark around Toronto Tokyo and what he's going to be able to do around the map. Because Centaur is not the greatest at pushing the lanes out and stalling the game. He's not Underlord, he's not Tide.
Yeah, and your other cores are pretty bad at it too. Glimpse back, no one. He'll let himself be taken away.
Needs Static Storm here too. It's your best lockdown spell in this lineup. Every minute that goes by that you don't have it, potentially a kill you've lost. Got to find Pantho some XP here.
They got to give credit to Aurora. They are very set on not giving no one a bunch of free power runes, which, considering what no one has done for P-Vision all season long, seems like not a bad idea. You have routinely said, you know, you got to shut down no one if you want to be able to beat P-Vision.
I mean, they're not shutting him down this game. The man's
They're not.
3-0, 100 CS leading the chart.
I'm just saying it could be worse. Well. Imagine a couple arcane runes or haste runes in his pocket.
I mean, yeah, you can tell yourself that, you know, if you lose this game, you go, well, if we hadn't played as well as we did, he would have dropped 20 kills on us instead of, you know, instead of only 10.
Oh, I'm fairly certain I know what the conversation is going to be if they lose this game.
Yeah, I think it starts with Chen.
Yeah.
It ends with Chen.
Yeah. Ends with the disband.
It might be another, well, but I wouldn't go that far. There's still a lot to play.
That's true, that's true.
Radiant's bottom
Well, at least
tower
nothing's
is
happening
under
right
attack.
now. That's probably good for Aurora.
Yeah. Okay, 9 class, he finally dies. But, like, man, it feels like overall it's been worth it for him.
Yeah, he did a lot of work down here. He should have been punished earlier. It's just you were a little behind on this disruptor to make it happen. That said, you will get a blink on the Centaur here. Be earlier for Toronto Tokyo, looking for some play action.
This is a bold move right here.
Oh, look at the smoke through the gate.
Yes.
This could be really nice, though.
It could. Or it could go terribly wrong. All just depends on where the smoke breaks, what is seen on the break.
If you can get a glimpse on Beast, it would go so far in this game.
Can they get anything at all? They're going to stampede to try and get the disruptor close enough. They got the glimpse on.
That was so
straight
close.
to the Static Storm. Burst down the Beastmaster. P-Vision say, you can have him. It's fine. 5 heroes to take down DM. Still a win for Aurora.
Didn't get the amp damage in the river, but they'll absolutely take it. That slows down so much of P-Vision's pace, because he was just closing in on this Helmet of Overlord. You get that, you go straight in road. That's a tough contest.
Toronto Tokyo, he's trying to pull the neutrals over for Mira to get a snowball, but no. Too much coming from P-Vision.
That play was as close as it gets. So that was a level 3 glimpse. I was hovering on the range of that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he should have got that off. That was one of those spells you look at the radius, you're like, But Stampede definitely helps you push it over the edge. That synergy was nice. There's the blink for the bat. All that time on bottom lane. And 9 class has had an early game here. He's like 1,500 back from almost Centaur.
Yeah. At Nightfall, he's going to be the victim of that rotation. 2 amp damage. Whoa, Panto, that is not a TP you wanted to complete, my friend.
That is insane. That is an amp damage puck with Blink Witchblade. That is a Morphling on full Agi with an Alpha Wolf to back both of them up.
Oh, Snowball. It's going to pull Mira out of position, and the puck quick to punish. There's that lasso. And a 3rd kill for no one.
They're getting routed on the map right now.
They are.
You had one good play top, and then you lost so much on the backside as this map collapses.
And is it just time for Roche?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, you have Helm of the Overlord. You have Drum on the Chen. You have the Alpha Wolf Aura. You have Vlad's on the Morphling. The ball is already online. I mean, it's 15 minutes in this game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Avery. I almost feel like Aurora had a better chance in game 1 because at least they had the heroes to split push. Aurora this time around built to take the team fights into P-Vision, but that seems a nigh impossibility at the rate that they have grown. 6,000 net worth lead. Oh, Requiem hits on 2. Kiyotaka, okay, Stampede goes out and does manage to get far enough away from the coil. And into the gate he goes. So he's out. He's good.
Some wasted time. I would agree, though. This is a draft that needed the lanes to go better, so you could take those fights around the tier 1 and slow this game down. You just never got that action going. The lane dodge plus some some of the laning mechanics really shut that game plan down. And you just don't have a lot of outspam in this game. It's generally one of the things you can go back to versus Chen. Like these classic heroes like the Underlord you can park in places and kind of rally behind.
Dire's top tower
Or
is
split
under
push the map with some global ability, but
Dire's structures are
Centaur is just dead weight around this map right now, unless you're fighting.
And Mira just continues to be the victim of 9 class
They're
and
looking
his
top.
movements around the map. There you are.
Want a glimpse here on a big core target, but they need vision.
They need vision. They're just not going to get it. In fact, if anything,
Oh,
my
they got
turn.
the
Okay,
Beast.
they got the Beastmaster. Are they going to turn around and fight this at all? The Beast isn't dead yet. P-Vision say, all right. You
That
can
was a
have your
fast
glimpse.
move. That was a fast move off of this Tusk Bat weird shenanigans going on bottom. They just made the call, send everybody top, get a glimpse. There's no way we can allow them to push this tower and take this area.
And that kill was worth the bonus, right? They also got the Helm of the Overlord creep for an extra 250.
That's a nice kill. Really nice kill. These are the type of kills that are going to keep you in this game. I think you'd rather get the Beast than the Morphling there because he had the Aegis. That was the biggest prize on the map. A lot of work to be done to stabilize this game, but Aurora holding on. It's worth something here.
Well, no one didn't get any of the early power runes, but map control in their favor. Mid tower of Aurora is gone. PV still have their own, which means no one has been collecting power rune after power rune, and each one of these represents an opportunity for a team fight. They're going to smoke up with Shield Rune, back up Satanic in his push to the top lane, see if Aurora want to try and stop him. They do not. Aurora will just gift this tier 2 to Satanic, and in exchange, take the other lanes on the map.
You can go high ground here, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't see why you wouldn't at least poke it and bring somebody back, unless you're worried about leaving the area versus the glimpse, as we saw earlier.
Sure.
Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. Surprised they didn't at least test it there. But a lot of farm to clean up on the map, of course. More power runes to get, more map control to be had. You can also keep taking more tier 2s.
Yeah, why not? Take the tier 2s maybe before you go for that high ground chip. Still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis after all.
Maybe I'm just too old school, man. I mean, I would like these high ground chips because I think it does translate to a decent amount of map control. You don't have to make them with everybody. Like, you can just send the Morph there with the Chen and smoke 2 or 3 heroes across to somewhere else. And kind of read the fact that Aurora don't want to bring everybody back for that play.
Is there a difference, that much of a difference, between going high ground on the tier 2 top and then just pushing into tier 2 mid and then going high ground there?
Less time on the Aegis to work with. Also, that smoke play doesn't really work as well from this position. Do you want to look for the next move after this?
Yeah, I mean, this mid push, it's a little bit more telegraphed than that top lane push, and we see the results. Aurora, they catch the mid wave. They caught that. Now, there's still this top lane push.
Okay, you just go back. I mean, yeah, this sequence works too. Still have a minute 30.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And while they've cut the mid wave, what do they do about top? They have to teleport some heroes back. Now let's see if they get that glimpse play you're talking about. They've been spotted. Good orb from no one. He sees Panto in position, so they say, all right, reset a little bit. You got what we wanted, which was rotations back from 4 of Aurora's heroes.
That was actually pretty dangerous for Aurora. They did not have a sentry on that base ward spot. Could have easily been a smoke play there with a base ward into lasso as you drag heroes back, so they got away with a little bit there. The ward just wasn't available for P-Vision. Nonetheless, no harm, no foul, straight into Tormentor. The objectives keep flowing here. Net worth is staying flat. And experience is actually going Aurora's way in this game.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that much, considering the 5 manning that P-Vision is doing right now.
You would expect it a little bit.
There's the Aghanim Scepter, there's the Blink Dagger. So maybe Mira can be a bit more effective in this matchup between him and the Tusk. More opportunities to get snowball saves. And he needs to get some 6 snowball saves, because in the Shadow Fiend game before, we had tons of saves for the Shadow Fiend, right? We had the Abaddon, we had the Dawnbreaker Ultimate. There was lots going on there, but here, it's Tusk or bust.
Is the Centaur later?
Oh, yeah. We can get an negative
the
scepter
draft
later.
concept, but obviously Toronto Tokyo's not at the fastest game here. Is slowly recovering.
Yeah, and he's right now focusing on auras, pipe Shivas.
I mean, if Aurora want to fight in this game, they have to be the initiators. That's just what it boils down to. Like, you cannot ever win a fight in this game when you're getting jumped. You have to jump a core target, lock them down with Static Storm, all in them with the SF going in with the Tusk Punch tag team. That's kind of what your team fight depends on here. And they have the items to do it now. They're just kind of missing SF Blink, I would say, would be the big one for Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the BKB's already done for the puck. Your BKB for the Morph is the next item here for Satanic, which I agree with. Like, just get your defensive capability up, prevent being all in. And these are really tough for Aurora to punch through. They are going to smoke and look for this play. Pipe done on the Centaur prompts the 5v5 fight.
It's just a little bit too late to make it go on to no one. He has BKB after all, so a punch into Static Storm wouldn't be good enough, but a punch onto the Bat Rider is certainly enough.
Look for the glimpse.
Can Aurora get more? Not going to get the vision on the heroes. They do not see a glimpse opportunity.
Oh man, they almost... If they had a ward to plant behind this tower. Satanic running behind.
Coil on two. The Shadow Fiend, is he going to be able to get off a Requiem? There goes the Static Storm. Response BKB from no one. The Requiem finally goes out as Kiyotaka was in a bit of trouble. They stampede themselves away with a pushback on P-Vision and a hasty retreat on Aurora. Distance is made. Aurora will not lose any heroes here, but they also don't gain anything. They didn't get that mid-tower they were hoping for.
And no follow-up glimpse kills or anything. And okay smoke. But like you said, they didn't get the big prize. To get the BKB out of no one, not insignificant in this game if you can wear it down a little bit. But we're going to see like the problems with dealing with this puck in this game. He has 0 deaths.
Oh, lasso find on the Shadow Fiend. No Requiem, so nothing to stop Satanic from full-on committing.
That's a massive pickup.
You might wish to retract your last move.
9 class continuing to output a reign of terror around the map.
Yeah.
No real good answers for this Bat Rider, just playing the sides. There's not a lot of heroes that are going to hunt him back. Like, Disruptor is a hero that can kind of take the pace to him if you do okay on the lanes, but that got shot down. He just has free reign to run around, look for pickoffs. Any +1 is probably enough damage to kill. And they're scaling, man. They are just playing to scale. Puck is getting big. This Morphline's getting big. They're going to have multiple BKBs. You're not going to have the control for it. Tough position for Aurora. They need to find some more action. Man, that's one of those instances where no one didn't have BKB yet. It's on cooldown for 2 seconds. But
yeah, it's going to be up in time.
Couldn't take advantage of it.
No. Now another BKB they're going to have to worry about. It's the Morphling.
And these BKBs are here to get you the next Roshan.
Yeah.
Like, the timing's going to be good here. Aurora has to find a way to match it in terms of survivability. Extend the fight, survive, go as long as possible, and abuse the fact that in theory you have 2 carries between the SF and the Gyro who can both output some nice physical damage. Satanic for Nightfall could go a long way in doing that. Though I do wonder if he's just going to get bursted down by the single target focus here, particularly if he gets roared or lassoed. You might never get that Satanic off. Really important Roche fight here. You got to position well for the vision. Take advantage of any summons or illusions you have to get the waves out. There's Blink for the Shadow Fiend.
More opportunity to make that initiation happen. Is there a chance that you can get around the BKBs with just a punch into Requiem?
Yes, especially with Stampede to help you position. But the execution's very tight.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be exactly on point going in with the punch, SF blinking at the same time. But you can go for this play. And in theory, there's no bailout other than the SF getting stunned. And if you want to contest this Roche, it might be what you have to go for. Oh, you got
no, that's going to be delayed.
That's big for Aurora.
That actually gives them a few seconds here. So they're just playing for off the roar into immediate smoke play. Knowing Aurora is going to try and contest, they run to the puck, smoke breaks, and no one gets information on them. They get punched, they go for the Requiem, they don't get it, the lasso goes off! The Static Storm response, but it's too late! Kiyotaka gets cut down as 9 class is just too damn fast!
What a reaction. The exact target you want. He knew the play that was coming. He knew how to break it up. And he is there at the perfect time.
And just the cherry on top, he tips Kiyotaka, says, I've got your number. And P-Vision don't even have to worry about Roshan. They'll go for high ground push. Maximum punishment coming in. They'll take as much building damage as they can and then back off and do the Roche.
Man, that's such a tough go. In hindsight, if that Static Storm goes down earlier to cover the play, you might not get that lasso. That Requiem might go off.
Yeah.
But it wasn't there in time. Of course, there is some other interrupts from the puck that can come in anyway under that BKB. That's a tough fight, especially when the puck breaks your smoke in the river like that. But 9 class on point, delivering this game. That's a big win for P-Vision. Getting a Rax into the Roshan, which is going to put them into the next Morphling item. Just outpacing Aurora here. And they're going to feel pressured to go fight this again.
Yeah, they kind of... Hail Mary, you got to go for it again. Sad thing is, you're too late.
Don't Requiem to take the fight. You think you can, but... Oh man, now you've used another smoke. You're not going to have to play the map. It's just not the same kind of Shadow Fiend game as it was game 2. Don't have that crazy item and level timing. You don't have BKB for that fight. Static Storm can't cover you fast enough. And well, there's a Rax into a Roche into the next Morphling item, which is going to be the Butterfly here. That is going to be a difficult one to contest. Because there's no shot you're getting Evasion Pierce by the time they decide to push with this Aegis Butterfly timing.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Aurora, it pretty much comes down to a hold of a lifetime. All the auras for DM. The carry has all the items he needs to win fights. You've got the extra life for it, just to back it up. 0-0-11 for Takalis' Chen. A perfect game for a 5-position Chen.
Well, he dropped the question mark early. He's backing it up. Can't argue with that. This game is going according to plan for P-Vision right now. They still have a lot of room to scale. That's the scary part. Like, you're still looking at multiple slots on these late game carries. You're looking at an Ags on the Bat Rider. You've got about every aura under the sun. But the thing is, when you already have all the auras built, all these extra scaling items you get are just that much better.
Yeah. Nice try with the ward. But I believe that has been spotted.
Feels like Aurora are waiting for the push to come in. P-Vision are not in a rush.
Yeah, what are they waiting for at this point?
Just done with the Morphling timing here.
That Butterfly.
Yeah, Butterfly is very close, and I think they'll march down a lane.
Blink on DM might help a little bit for this high ground assault.
Sure, Blink Beastmaster. It was going to be an Ags for the bat, but 9 class switched it up to BKB. I think he wants to guarantee he can go in against Static Storm and lasso this SF.
Yes.
I kind of agree with that. That seems more impactful than double lasso. Like, you don't need double lasso to win this game.
And Panto, in turn, is going to try and stop that potentially with an Aghanim Static Storm, but he's only halfway there.
I mean, good luck getting there this game. Yeah. That's a tough one.
They'll need to win one of these high ground holds, and it'll require Panto to be the one to take some of these last hits, which is highly unlikely.
Butterfly done. BKB in the backpack. See what P-Vision decided to do with the last 2 minutes here on this Aegis. Trying to wait for a couple more small items on these other heroes, but yeah, they're going to smoke it up. Look for the pickoff into the high ground, then you don't have to take some weird high ground fight that could go wrong. They'll take anybody in a lasso outside the base. Could also go for that base ward into the lasso. Feel like that option's open.
Mira, sadly, Tuss doesn't even kill the wave.
Nope.
So when you make that play, the risk is you get caught like he does, but the payoff isn't even there. The creep wave's still going to push in, and P-Vision have a free opening.
He also didn't tank that lasso, so that threat is still available. Yeah. To try and come up here and outspam this.
Which means it's a second lane of barracks. Aurora, this is uncontestable. But what about Satanic just going straight to the tier 4s?
If no one's home, I'm knocking. Your outspam is incredibly limited. The lasso threat's really high when you come into this area without smokes, which you used earlier.
The teleport's back, 1 tier 4 is already gone, and now all of Aurora are here, and unless they get a glimpse play, no punishment.
Did get MKB on the gyro. Nice itemization from Nightfall to deal with this butterfly timing.
Yeah, he read the timing that was coming up and preempted it.
One switching across the map, abusing the Arcane Rune, looking for Toronto Tokyo. Wisely escapes.
Panto, he's 1,000 gold away. What are the chances you start selling some of these items? He sold his wand just now.
You can sell Arcanes plus Windlace here.
Yeah, just one all-in play.
I just don't even. The problem is, like, you sell boots to get it. How do you even position? I mean, you're all in on
Stampede. Stampede is for.
I guess. I don't know, man. It just sounds hard.
He sold it. There go the Arcane boots. It's a Windlace and an Ags. A dream.
Probably the correct play here. Like, your odds of winning are incredibly dependent on you getting a massive Static Storm that P-Vision are not ready for, especially with this Aegis expiring on the Morphling. But they're not going to push. What if they never push?
Do they have any smokes? Can they go out there and hunt down some kill? You're right. No smokes available. P-Vision will just take their time. Build up that lead.
This feels so bad. All those smokes used earlier trying to contest that Roche.
The longer this goes, the less likely that surprise factor is there.
Still hiding it for now, though. I mean, it might just take one catch to try and turn the momentum in this game. It's a very powerful axe, to be fair. Like, there's nothing to bail it out. But you are bleeding a lot of net worth while you're waiting for this.
Yeah, they're going to get BKB on every hero. DM's going to go back for it. You got the BKB on 9 class. DeCallis, obviously, he doesn't need it. They'll have 4 BKBs for the fight.
Might even just wait for the next Roche here to try and go the last lane.
Well,
not a reason not to.
P-Vision really wet the bed, then maybe Aurora can get a Static Storm in that Roshan pit.
And you get a smoke back up. So you have one aggressive option available if you're Aurora. You have a ward to work with, 2 wards to work with as well, actually. Can you get the lanes out to make this play not as obvious, however? That's another big problem. Got to continually show somebody top here. The other issue is, even if you smoke now and get kills, the Roche isn't spawning, so it's just not a good time to try and swing the overall game. Yeah, I think you have to be patient here. You just have to wait. It's not going to feel good. It's not going to feel pretty, but I don't know about this timing, man. Like, again, even if you find the pickoff, what are you going to get off this?
Yeah, you're not. There's no chance that you can do Roshan after this.
You'd have to get a full team wipe here and the instant Roche spawn.
P-Vision's on amp damage, so of course they're like, well, this is an opportunity. Smoke is going to break on the low ground. Not great for Aurora.
Well,
time to slowly walk away. If you're Toronto Tokyo, being harried all the way by the boars. Mira's already been caught off. DM tries to go for the ward. Kiyotaka got off the Requiem, but the BKB's already gone down. The Static Storm is laid out, but Satanic got his own BKB off. They threw everything they had for one play, one Hail Mary, and it's gone. And that means Aurora is out. And P-Vision will move on to the semifinals.
Wow, what a series from them. I mean, they got the Chen twice. It might not be a hero they get deeper into this event, but they put it to use in this series, and Aurora just couldn't adjust enough for Game 3. Like, they did not answer this hero as well as P-Vision answered that Shadow Fiend. They had a lot of answers for him in the fight. That last fight, the Roar went into the Lincolns, he gets Requiem off, but you have triple BKB.
Yeah.
Everybody ignores the damage, everybody ignores the Static Storm, which comes out too late, because again, the fight starts on them, right? Like, this game had to go in a way where Aurora is able to start fights on their terms, initiating with the Centaur or the Glimpses, and a little laning mechanics, a little finesse from 9 class, playing on that bottom lane, stalling the game up, getting a couple picks, slowed this game down enough for Aurora that they never got that ball rolling, and man, the Auroras just start to build. It's terrifying to go up into it. There's not a lot of heroes that output enough damage at that like 35-minute window where the game just ends.
Yeah.
And you're left wondering, why did we give them the Chen?
It's a good question. Question that they'll have plenty of time to think about, I suppose. Aurora, in this game 3, just did not get the momentum. They started off with a 250 gold lead off of the Bounty Runes. And then ever since then, by 30 seconds into the game, they were behind. They stayed behind, got worse and worse, until it was just an insurmountable lead that P-Vision had.
I think for this team, it's going to sting a little because they've been trying to get over this like 7th, 8th, 6th place hurdle so much this year, and it felt like they were improving. They did well in the group stage.
They got first in the groups. It's like, this is your moment. We hit our stride, but unfortunately for them, they run into a P-Vision squad that even if they get second in the groups, they are still one of the favorites for this whole thing. This team has just been incredibly good the entire year, and they stay good. They're in the semifinals now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by DM of P-Vision, where that was a very fun game 3 to watch. I was wondering if you could walk me through all the lane swapping that was going on at the beginning.
I mean, lane swapping idea is kind of thing we were using recently in like our practice matches, so this game was actually a good one for it, and we just decided, yeah, that's how we gonna make enemies confused.
So it seemed very much according to plan even from the draft, because you guys got the Morphling, they got the Gyrocopter, and then you were like, oh, my Beastmaster, he's probably going to be in trouble. So even before the game began, you were like, guys, I'm not playing this lane against the Gyrocopter. I don't want to.
It was not like this. It was like I can go like 60 to 40 against them still. And Alan said, no, I'm gonna go full free farm against them. Let me go there, we destroy them, you destroy them bottom. And then I just, yeah, sure, brother, as you wish. Your game is fine? He's like, yeah, my game is Gucci. Go.
And it looked that way in the game also, and it seemed that maybe Estini was planning that even from the first few picks. What was going on with his maybe excited remarks to the other side? I saw him screaming at Aurora a little bit.
He said like, is this guy's out of their mind? They're giving us Chen? What is that? Is he out of mind? Bro, I'm getting Chen! See ya!
And he got it 2 games. I see the smile as confirmation, and you got it 2 games in a row, and that means that you're going to be moving forward in this bracket, and you also get to do a little key crushing as well, so I'll let you do that while we send it back to the panel.
Thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic interview. A little bit insight. I mean, we were all baffled about letting the Chen through. It showed again. We didn't know who was going to come out on top. Lacoste. You said the Chen 5-0, now 6-0. But at the time, Kiyotaka's SF was also undefeated, and yeah, it felt like a coin toss of which one was going to show up. Very clearly, this Chen is more powerful.
Yeah, they did have 5 days to figure out what P-Vision is going to play, and somehow managed to give them Chen twice, which is not ideal considering how well they are playing with that Chen. But yeah, we could take a look at the key crush right now happening, crushing some of their dreams as well.
It's a whole team affair. I know that we saw Spirit crushing the Game and Gladiators one earlier. That was like 3 of the teammates, but they're all there. They're all standing around it watching them crush the key.
Yeah, not really surprised that Ducalis is in the first row.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one that looks actually
very excited.
A bit of a smile. Oh,
oh
my goodness.
This is the only thing that can scare this team.
Clearly. I mean, no one had a real reaction there. He was like, saw his life flash before his eyes. Right.
Most of them don't do that, do they? Where they like break apart like that? Usually it just...
No, I thought it like bent a little bit.
Yeah, usually it just bends, and I feel like there was like a combustion in there.
It was the stubbornness of Aurora in their drop.
It's at the same speed that they crushed them in this game 3.
That was actually an SF Requiem was what it was.
It was just shattered everywhere. That was good. It was nice to see that. A little bit of fun action. Like I said, getting to see the whole team getting in on that, because of course it was a team affair on how they won this best of 3, and they were able to bring it together for game 3, get the Chen, get everything else that fell into place, and also that last pick, Morph, Satanic having a great game.
Yeah, I feel like after watching that game play out, it just felt like P-Vision had a better understanding of how to make their lineup work at every stage of the game, and I always hate to chop up any professional match to one factor, but I do think the first 10 minutes just dictated the victor of this game, and P-Vision just did something we don't see very often, which is that lane swap, and for good reason, because it's difficult to know, like the mechanics of playing offlane compared to safe lane are quite different. The creep aggro you use, the lane equilibrium you're going for, the pull camps, and Satanic, DM saying that Satanic had the confidence to know he can play that hero offlane. is just, I don't know, as a carry player, that's very impressive because that's something you just don't see nowadays. Most of the time, carry players will always prioritize themselves. And they also, how much experience do you get doing that, like in pubs or scrims or anything? So I'm also wondering where the confidence comes from.
I mean, I think the confidence personally is coming from being a morph specialist. I think he has a really good idea of like knowing what will be an easy lane and a hard lane. And you're looking at Disruptor and Gyro. There's no stun or burst damage, right? So he's always going to get a shift off. So I think that confidence does come from just him being really good at one hero and knowing exactly how it can lane, while also kind of just helping out his buddies there too. But I think in this particular game, this is a real test for Aurora if they could change things up and still win. But unfortunately for them, that was not the case. I mean, their draft was fine, I guess, but the early game was a bit of a disaster. I would have liked something a little more hard hitting than the Centaur on that last pick there. But, you know, the Gyro is something Nightfall has not played yet. They didn't win with it, and it didn't have the impact that most of his heroes do have.
Yeah, you ask where does that confidence come from? It comes from him being, or at least in the interview that he did have, saying that he is the best carry player in the world right now.
Now best offlaner.
Now the best offlaner as well. Here we go. No, but if you want to like be the best, you actually have to think that you are the best. That's for sure, and it definitely shows. Especially in this game, they gave him another last pick overall, 24 pick Morphling. We did see that coming relatively early into the draft. They did set things up for it, but also making sure that he's having a good time. And again, to College Chen, like 1.5 minutes in, he's sending in a creep to the mid lane, making sure that he's burning mana on Shadow Fiend, helping no one out as well, but also securing the other lane, securing the safe lane for DM, who did play safe lane in that one, then going through the twin gates, making sure that he's also securing the lane as well for his carry offlane Morphling.
Yeah, a lot of proficient heroes given to the players on the side of P-Vision, and there's always that fine line, that balance that you have to have between ego as well as knowing just what is within your realm. Of course, this morph offlane worked really well. We say offlane worked really well, but Ryan, there was a lot more to a lane swap other than just trying to ignore that unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, this is the implications of Gyrocopter being in the bottom lane and Centaur being in the top lane, which is what Aurora did in response to this P-Vision lane swap. I wanted to highlight how that plays out outside of the actual laning stage itself, because I talked about the favorable matchups of the core-to-core matchups for Aurora, but then it required the playmaking potential of the support. So I want to go and show these two clips real quick, where basically Aurora is going to try to pressure the bottom tower, and that's not going to work for them because of the fact that they have a Gyrocopter. If we can go ahead and pull up those clips. Okay.
Hopefully the clips can be pulled up here.
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, oh, here we go. So this is where usually a lot of times around this point in the game is when supports start making rotations to take towers. And if you think this Gyrocopter and replace him with a Centaur, Centaur is going to be like over here, cutting the creeps, which is going to allow the Disruptor to come through the Twin Gate and effectively creating like a sandwich situation. But instead, it's a Gyrocopter playing the lane as normal, pushing it in. And P-Vision, excuse me, is just going to be basically sitting underneath their tower defending, where this catapult push, which is supposed to create pressure, is effectively nothing's going to happen, and Aurora's just sitting there, two supports, not able to make anything happen because those are the two playmakers. But then we go where P-Vision has rotated top to take the tower, and the same thing's happening where instead of being able to flank anybody, Nine Class has just gone through the Twin Gate, used his Flame Break to pull the creeps off. And this is something that I guarantee you would not be happening if there's a Centaur in the bottom lane as opposed to a Gyro. And they get the free tower top, and a solo support in this case, because there's a Gyrocopter dragging the creep wave instead of a Centaur cutting, is able to just defend this tower. And you see this 2k net worth lead that's already been built up for P-Vision at this stage of the game. And now the map just looks really good for them, and there's no obvious plays for Aurora to be making. So when I look at the bigger picture of this laning stage, not only is it playing into the first 5 minutes and having DM have a better start than he otherwise would have, but Aurora, how many games have you played this year where you've had to think about how do we pressure this offlane tower with our carry there as opposed to our offlaner? And as a support, you're automatically thinking, if we flank these guys, if we sandwich them, we're going to be able to take that tower, and then it doesn't play out that way. So being able to throw a team off of this caliber, both these teams obviously world class, being able to throw them off with a move like this and basically make them look I would almost say clueless in this exact circumstance because of so much of Dota's experience. I'm just tipping my hat effectively to P-Vision in the strategical chess match of a win.
I mean, I miss this, honestly. It's been a while since tri-laning or lane swapping has been a thing. I mean, back in my day, we used to do it all the time, and you have to sit down and watch the replays and see all these small things you can do better, but nobody does anymore, so I'm glad to see resurgence.
Sometimes you just kind of get in your own head, right? Sometimes it's your opponent getting into your head. Unfortunately, Aurora, despite having a great best of 3, they're not able to get the job done. It is the end of the road for them here at Esports World Cup, but let's very quickly have a couple last words for them.
I'm here with Panto from Aurora, unfortunately. I mean, Panto, it's always tough against this team. You know, P-Vision, they've just got the better of you this time. How's that been?
I didn't feel like they really stronger. They just a little bit outsmarted us on last map because they swapped lanes, and also Chen used Mana Burn Creep at the mid lane, so this matchup was kind of not fair for our mid laner, and we had nothing to do with this. So they just tricked us, I think, on last map, but I didn't feel like they're stronger.
Not an outskill then, at least, but we have to look at the Chen, you know, like how do you feel about letting the Chen through twice in this series and losing to it twice?
I think if they don't swap lanes, their Chen pick is not that good that they think, but he win 2 games as Chen, so we have a feeling that maybe Chen is really a problem, but maybe we should ban it, but we were ready to play against it, and maybe if they don't swap lanes, this hero not that strong, because we wanted to pick melee hero against it and just drag waves, and we don't care about it.
Absolutely. Well, what about for yourself? You know, do you feel like you've shown your best here at EWC, or was there still more to come?
It's first for me in my life to compete in such big tournament, and if I just watch behind, and I can tell that this is my best performance, like in entire life. But anyway, when you're losing, you feel empty, and you always think that you could go higher, only if you don't get first place. So yeah, it's kind of bad, but. It is what it is, and we're gonna be preparing for next big tournament, and I really believe that we can achieve a higher place. But today just was not that lucky day.
Not lucky today. Well, Panto, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. I'm sorry that your road has to end here. You've been an excellent competitor here at EWC, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Thanks for inviting. Thanks, fans who watch this. Sometimes you lose. I'm sorry.
Some lovely words from Panther there, not just to the fans, but also anyone believing that there is a bright future. Obviously, still quite early on in his career. I'm sure there's many more big international tournaments that he'll be able to have a showing at. Same with that Aurora roster. We will be seeing them in the future. And whilst this wasn't their series, it's single elimination. It's a do or die. Maybe if there was that lower bracket, it could be different, but today wasn't that day. They said that, and yeah, I look forward to seeing what is to come for them.
Yeah, could have been. I mean, this team did top their group. They had to go through another tiebreaker as well. They did beat Tundra in it as well. Very tough opponent to beat, but the couple of days off that they did have maybe didn't favor them. Maybe this would be better if they, kept that momentum going, but unfortunately for them, it ended getting that 5th to 8th place so far at EWC, and I could see this team do better in the future because this team has a lot to offer. They sometimes are stubborn, I would say, to a point where they don't want to do certain things, as we could see in this series, not banning out Chen twice. They seem to have an idea how to deal with it, but it did fall flat.
I just wanted to highlight that not every player has like the team spirit narrative where nobody's really heard of them. They've been off radar and suddenly they win TI, right? In the case of Ponto, this guy was on Chimera Esports like 3-4 months ago, a team that barely qualified for Dream League and then effectively disbanded at the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then his performance there was what landed him a spot on this roster of Aurora Gaming. And suddenly, we see him up on the loser's interview where he was 1 game away from potentially making top 4 at EWC. And so from his perspective, it's just, I have a lot of respect for that. He's been on quite a journey this year. I look forward to following his progression and journey throughout the course of his professional career. And yeah, even though it's an 8th place, and I'm sure they're going to be beating themselves up a bit, I think someone like himself is probably very happy to be here and feels like it's quite a lucky part of his experience in life.
Yeah, and then it's competition at the end of the day. There are going to be people we have to unfortunately say goodbye to. On the other side, though, there are people that we're going to have to sing their praises, right? You say not everyone gets to do a team spirit, come in, win a big tournament, but someone who's looking to be that trajectory is today's Sony MVP. That's right, Satanic is the player that we're choosing, and he's one of those players that has the potential to have that story. He hasn't played at a big international event just yet. He only came into the pro Dota scene at the end of last year. Had a couple of move arounds of odd rosters, but today he really shone for you.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely shaking things up when he was on Team Spirit, right? And then over time, after that roster went back to its normal roster, he found his way onto P-Vision. And ever since he's been on this squad, they've been like the team to beat. And he is probably just the player, him and Yatoro are the two carry players most carry players look up to try and get better, and it's because of performances like these. He has a very wide hero pool. He's shown he can play Kunkka on the safe lane, his Morphling, his Sven. He can either hard farm if he wants to, or he can get very active, and his progression as a carry player has been pretty beautiful to watch. It's been a while since we've seen someone just blow up in this position.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very interesting player, very young player overall. I like to see the new blood coming into the scene because he kind of came out of nowhere. Like, he was playing on the Yellow Submarine for a while, and now you see him, like as Fear said, in Team Spirit, which I think he learned a lot. Like, whoever gets to play on Team Spirit, even for like a week, I would say, would still learn a lot about Dota, and you can see that he's feeling much more comfortable. He's that like 1v9 type of a carry as well, that you can put all your faith into him, that he's going to be able to carry the games. And today he showed some really good performances. In the game number 1, he did play Sven, died only one time. Game number 3, he's the one who gets the last pick overall, gets that Morphling, doesn't die a single time, carries the game with all these friends around him, building into auras, building, a lot of times you will see him go for the high ground siege, and everybody else, they're ready. Like, whatever he says, that they have a lot of faith in him, that he's going to be getting that shift off, that he's going to be getting or clicking that BKB, and that's what I want to see in a team.
Yeah, you're talking about the 1v9 aspect of being trusting him to do that every single game. I would just like to highlight, as Sven, at 7 or 8 minutes in game 1, he's invading the enemy triangle in order to steal a stack. And then in game 3, he's apparently the one that created the lane swap that led to them I would argue saying that would won them game 3, and it seemed like Pontos agreed. And for me, that's the kind of stuff that separates the top tier carries from the next level down, is not only their reliability in the late game, but these early game winning decisions and plays.
Him being a young player and doing that thing, I would expect that from somebody who has been in a scene for a long time, because him being the vocal point of it, saying that he wants to do it, gives me also a lot of faith coming into the future matches that this guy is going to be able to adjust to whatever problem is thrown at him.
Well, it feels like we could sing his praises all day, right? He was out today, Sony MVP. There's so much more that we could say about him and the P-Vision roster as well. And luckily for us, they are still continuing. We're going to have a little bit more of a journey for them. But right now, taking a look at the playoffs bracket. We had 2 series played today. Team Spirit came in 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. And then, our series just then, Aurora up against P-Vision. Whilst it was all 3 games, it does mean that P-Vision taking a step back. They're going to have to look at what they're going to bring when it comes to Spirit. They blundered a little bit in that game number 2. Are you able to make those mistakes over again when you do eventually get that? They won't be playing tomorrow. They're going to have a day break, and that might be just exactly what they need, Brian.
Yeah, that Team Spirit today looked terrifying. That game 1 that they took against Gaming Gladiators, I absolutely did not believe they had any chance to win that. I was questioning the CK pick through and through from the green room, and
so was our coach. It's 0 out of 10 drafts.
If you're winning with 0 out of 10 drafts, their execution on the side of Team Spirit is up on par with the 2-time TI winning that they've had. Their team fight late game, I think P-Vision is in for a run for their money, where I trust that these Chen type lineups that are allowed to group up, if they're able to get their hands on that, will be good for them But if the game goes past 30 minutes, I think they're up against quite the formidable opponent.
Yeah, well, the first 2 days here at playoffs, it's not just eliminating 2 teams, it's eliminating 4 teams. Whilst we have already said goodbye to Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, tomorrow we're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams. We can take a look at the schedule to see exactly which 4 are playing and the potential of who we might be saying goodbye to. BB Team up against Tundra Esports will start our day off, and then the second series will be Team Liquid against Team Falcons. Fear, opinionated man as always, put it all out there.
What do you want to know?
Whatever you're willing to give me.
I mean, I think both these matches are going to be really good. They're here for a reason. I think this is going to be a big test for Falcons. I think going into this one, they've been a little bit shaky. They're going against Liquid, who don't look shaky at all. So I'm going to have my eyes on that series in particular, just to see, like, it'll be a good test for Falcons. I want to see them do well, but it's going to be hard for them for sure.
Yeah, for me, it's a BB Team against Tundra. Tundra didn't lose a single series when they played against BB Team in 2025. So this is going to be the big test for me, whether BB can overcome this gigantic opponent that they needed to beat throughout the whole year. And they managed to get like one draw at ESL 1 Rally, but other than that, not very successful.
Okay. And Brian, yourself?
I mean, honestly, I just want to highlight that the top 8 teams this year, I think this is the closest competition we've had, but amongst all 8 of them, I firmly believe that any of these 8 teams could take this entire championship, and all of them have been consistently performing throughout the course of this year, and that's why we keep having these narratives that Aurora hasn't taken a single series off P-Vision all year, and that, as you just mentioned, that BB Team hasn't taken a series off of Tundra, and at the end of the day, you could have lost to them 10 times throughout the course of the year, but the only series that's truly going to be remembered by any of these teams is the ones that happen here. So I'm just excited for the narratives that have been crafted by all of these teams consistently performing throughout the year.
Yeah, before in the past, I want to say 3 years, every competitive season that we've had, there's been that one team that kind of sits on top and we kind of falter a little bit here or there. But right now, any team at any moment could be eliminated out of the Esports World Cup. For now, though, we do have to say goodbye. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, same time, to see some more series of Dota. And of course, to close out our day, we're going to have our Kadia top plays.